When I proved myself the top recruit in combat, my commander tried to break me in front of everyone. She sneered, saying I only needed one eye anyway. Then she ripped my right eye out with her bare hands while the other cadets stood there paralyzed in shock. I didn't flinch. I just stared her down, cold and steady. The Empire wouldn't dare waste a soldier like me. But to understand why, you have to look back at how this all began. Everything went to hell when Earth fell, consumed by resource wars, and wiped out by an alien race. The survivors drifted through the void until they found Novus, our new home, a mirror image of the world we lost. But peace is a lie. 3 powers emerged, carving up the planet in a war that never ends. The Belito Federation, a melting pot of alien hybrid. The Holy Alliance, a fanatical cult fueled by magic and telekinesis. And us, the Akrisha Empire, a force defined by absolute discipline and iron-fisted order. We are mechanized, driven by an unshakable belief in our supremacy. I'm Luca, born in the slums of the Empire, a commoner where nobles decide who lives and who dies. I refuse to be just another pawn. I turn my body into a weapon, pushing past every limit and every ounce of pain. My only dream was to join the Imperial Guard and prove my worth to the Emperor. I was ruthless. Everything I did was for the Empire. During my final trial, I threw away my instincts and mirrored the fighting styles of the elite. I was 3 times faster swatting bullets aside with my blade and cutting down my enemies in mere seconds. That brutal display caught the commander's eye, but it also triggered that sick test, the one I told you about. As a reward for my pain tolerance, I was fitted with a military-grade cybernetic eye, the true price of power. While I was recovering, Cadet number 12, a prodigy noble named Ely, came to see me. It was not what I expected. He didn't treat me like dirt. He brought me top-tier pain meds and actually praised my skills. He was disgusted by the Empire's corruption, which valued noble blood over real, raw talent. A highborn noble wanting to be friends with a commoner. He kept pushing me to succeed. I brushed him off with a cold stare, telling him I'd eventually surpass him. But deep down, a mutual respect had taken root. 2 years passed, with my new eye turning every shot into a guaranteed lethal hit. Then we were deployed for our first real mission. The commander's order was absolute wipeout and illegal Korite outpost. No prisoners. But when we arrived, the illusion of our sacred cause shattered instantly. There was no army here. There was no military base, just a village, caught in the middle of chaos, screaming in flames. I found my target, a child huddled against a wall, shaking and sobbing for her mother. My sword felt heavier than lead in my hand. For the first time in my life, the Imperial doctrine failed me. I hesitated. I faked an attack, told the girl to play dead, and spared her life, breaking the golden rule of our military. Before I could even process my own betrayal, hell broke loose. Ely the Noble, who believed in me, his body was shredded by an explosion. Gorita, a Korite warrior, was defending his home with his life. I charged him, dodging the space-warping magic he hurled at me. Pushed to my absolute limit, I drove my blade into his chest, but he didn't go down. With his last bit of strength, Gorita used his magic on my head, shattering my helmet. He was about to crush my skull, but then he looked at me. He saw how young I was. Beneath the shattered armor and the fury of the carnage, that relentless enemy hesitated out of pure compassion. He realized I was just a kid, but I didn't return the mercy. I seized the opening his hesitation gave me. I shoved my blade deeper into his heart to claim my victory. He bled out, falling lifeless to the ground. The fanatical zeal that brought me here simply evaporated. I had won. I had survived. But as I looked at the body of that compassionate man in the rubble, I finally saw the cruelty of the empire I was serving. Later, Luca floated in his Akrisha hospital tank, staring at the ceiling. Ellie. He asked what it felt like to stare death in the face. From the tank next to him, Luca told him to answer that himself, since it was Ely who had nearly died. Happy to have received his upgrades, Ellie asked if Luca had gotten anything. Luca replied that he had titanium bones now, and artificial skin, adding that in a few years he'd be fully rebuilt with a new body. Ellie thought the commander knew who was really wielding that power. It was all a test, and the superiors had known the whole time. No one helped them because they didn't think it was necessary. Yet Eli found it strange that he and Luca, the only others touched by that mysterious force, managed to survive. It wasn't just some random coincidence. Maybe the wielder of that power never intended to kill them at all. Luca grew thoughtful, convinced it was a fatal blunder on the enemy's part, to let him live. To him, an Imperial soldier, that pathetic mercy was exactly why the Caritas were wiped off the face of the map. Luca seethed. Suddenly, Eli asked why he had turned a blind eye to that Karita child, catching him completely off guard. Eli pressed on. "Can you answer me? Why?" Luca spun around, snapping that Eli talked too much, and sarcastically asked if he had grown a new tongue. With a flicker of guilt, Luca muttered that it was a mistake, one that would never happen again. An instructor announced that the cadets had officially finished 2 of their 4 years of Imperial Guard training, and were now expected to act as role models for the fresh recruits, especially Lucas and Eli, who were currently sitting at 1st and 2nd place in the squad. The man in glasses declared that Lucas and Eli were on the path to becoming Imperial Centurions, which would bring him immense prestige. He explained that the Imperial Guard is structured with every 1,000 guards divided into 10 centuries, each led by a head centurion. As the man left, Lucas brooded over the fact that after their cybernetic upgrades, the cadets would be assigned to the 10th century. Even though it was the lowest ranked, Lucas felt that a position there would actually play to his advantage. In the arena, 2 soldiers were sparring. Eli lunged, ready to strike with his mechanical arm. Lucas, his opponent, parried the blow with his guard. They traded brutal hits, locked in an intense training session. Noting Eli's improvement, Lucas acknowledged that the noble had grown stronger with his new arm, but Lucas quickly swept Eli's legs out from under him, sending him crashing to the ground. Seizing the upper hand, Lucas moved to finish him off. He halted his strike just a hair's breadth from impact and declared, 124 rounds, 124 victories. After the session, they sat in silence, gazing up at the stars. Eli admitted, "I really thought I had you that time," Lucas replied. "A few new parts don't change everything." The blonde-haired Eli watched him, noting, "You've been acting so uptight since that lecture about the Centurion," confirming his suspicion. Lucas admitted he was desperate for more Imperial Guard experience. Eli asked, "Why can't you just chill out?" Lucas countered, "Unlike you, Eli, I don't have a home to go back to. I have to keep pushing myself to the limit." He added, "You've got talent, my friend, but you lack the drive. Why did you even want to join the Guard in the first place?" Eli smiled, looking toward the heavens, and confessed, "I actually wanted to be an archaeologist, to study the ancient arcane civilization." Lucas shot back, "Then why aren't you doing it?" Eli explained that the subject was forbidden by the Empire, and his family would never approve. Luca branded his companion a spoiled brat for even complaining, pointing out that the poor didn't even know if they would get their next meal. Eli knew Luca would say that, so he told him he was sharing a secret. Luca gave him a cold warning. "That borders on treason against the Empire, and you'll be in serious trouble if someone turns you in," Eli retorted. "You're keeping a secret of mine, too." Lucas snapped back, "I only hesitated back then because my opponent wasn't a real soldier." Glaring at Eli, Lucas stated, "I am loyal to the Empire because of its power, and its enemies are my enemies." Then he warned, "And that includes you, cadet." Eli just smiled at the threat. As he climbed down from the wall, he called Lucas a liar, staring at Lucas. Eli said, "If your devotion to the Empire were truly fanatical, you would have killed me already." Walking away, Eli teased, "Don't be so hard on yourself." Annoyed, Luca muttered that Eli was an idiot, thinking, if he keeps this up, he's going to get himself killed. A year later, in a neutral abandoned arcane zone, the soldiers were out on a reconnaissance mission. Eli, with his hand pressed against a wall, exclaimed, "This place is truly mystical. The wall is radiating energy, and it's millions of years old." With a grin and eyes full of wonder, Eli looked at Luca and asked, "Isn't it amazing how these civilizations live?" Exploring the stars long before humanity ever dared, Lucas felt a deep unease. Even after his warnings, Eli hadn't hesitated to push past the limits. Remembering their mission, Lucas snapped at him, "Stay sharp, Eli. Be more careful. We'll have to fight if we run into any hostiles." But Eli, buzzing with excitement, countered, "An Imperial Guard will show up to save us." Lucas felt his stomach churn. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air. the present, is born from the past. Ancient records might just give us a glimpse of what's to come, so digging into history is only logical. It was Claude Ramon, another noble cadet. Claude, with his stark white hair and crimson eyes, smirked. "I like you, Lucas. You're walking around like you're in a combat zone." Lucas shot back. "I'll see you as a threat if you get any closer, Claude." Claude urged him to calm down, explaining he just wanted to introduce him to his sister, his future superior. He told Lucas to think it over. He promised it would boost his reputation, but Lucas bluntly told him to shut it. Suddenly, the ground beneath them began to tremble. The leader barked for a combat formation, with him and Claude taking the front line, while Illy's group provided cover. Seeing a piercing light among the trees, Lucas tried to track the source. A dark silhouette stood motionless, a glowing cube hovering above its head. Lucas's eyes widened in pure terror. He recognized that menacing shadow instantly. It was a career paladin clad in elegant silver armor. Sensing their presence, the paladin turned to face them. With the cadets frozen in panic, the paladin raised an arm, conjuring a razor-sharp spear, crackling with raw, lethal energy. He aimed the sparking weapon directly at the soldiers. Faced with such overwhelming power, Lucas screamed at Claude to run, but the knight was too fast, launching his attack at blinding speed. Lucas, unable to even blink, watched as Claude took the strike head-on. Blown backward, Claude's body erupted in a spray of crimson. Horrified by the brutal blow, Lucas shrieked his friend's name. The paladin stood still after the strike as the knight's spear slammed into the wall of an ancient pillar. With a mere flick of his hand, the paladin engulfed the spear in his power, calling it back to his grasp. Lucas stood frozen, staring at Claude's twitching body on the ground. Horror consumed him as their earlier conversation flashed in his mind, now seeing the wreckage of his friend. The spear had been so fast that half of Claude's body had been obliterated. Lucas scrambled to activate his mechanical eye, but it wasn't responding anymore. Lucas glared at the paladin's outstretched hand, begging his eye to calculate the spear's trajectory. Suddenly, a hail of gunfire rained down on the knight, who instantly conjured a shield. Ely and her team sprinted toward Lucas, shouting for him to group up. Ely declared that they had to hold the line and buy time, urging Lucas not to budge. Lucas knew she was right. Running away was impossible. He had only one move left. Drawing his crimson sword, Lucas braced for the fight. He remembered the officers of the Imperial Guard. They had to hold out until reinforcements arrived. Lucas and the paladin locked eyes. The race against death had begun. The paladin hurled his spear at Lucas. Lucas barely dodged it, but the spear grazed him, tearing away half of his helmet. The knight manipulated the force, whipping the spear back around to strike Lucas from behind. Watching the weapon closing in, Lucas realized he didn't have time to dodge. A memory hit him like a lightning bolt, the face of death itself. And Castoria's voice, the Imperial Guard, had no place for the weak. Galvanized, Lucas shifted his stance, pulling out his sword. The blade collided with the incoming spear. He had to land a hit before the paladin did. The sheer impact shattered the spear's energy. An explosion rocked the area, and Illy screamed Lucas's name. A jagged piece of Lucas's sword was sent flying, embedding itself deep into the earth. Still standing after the blast, Lucas found himself disarmed, his hand mangled from blocking the spear. Facing the paladin standing right in front of him, Lucas braced for the next strike. This time, the knight gripped the hilt of his own sword, a cold blue aura surging from his entire body. With a swift, lethal motion, he swung his blade, unleashing 3 slashes that carved a deadly triangle toward the recruits. Lucas barely dodged, but his right arm was severed. The strike didn't stop there, however. It tore through the soldiers behind Lucas, mowing them all down. Realizing the paladin hadn't been aiming for him, the cadet looked back and screamed at his friend. "Are you hit?" Sensing an opening, the paladin lunged forward, terrified and desperate to survive. In that moment, Lucas saw no way out. Panicked and cornered, he let out a desperate cry and leaped toward the paladin, ready to strike. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, someone was closing in, using thrusters to move faster than ever before. The guard in the red cape tore through the woods. As he neared, he saw Lucas disarmed one arm, gone. The paladin was charging Just before they collided, Lucas watched as the paladin's head was suddenly seized right in front of him. Having not seen the guard arrive, a stunned Lucas struggled to process what was happening. Realizing the Imperial Guard had finally arrived, the soldier slammed the paladin into the ground, never letting go of his head, while cranking up the thrusters on his leg. He ground the paladin's face into the dirt. With one hand, he drew his pistol. With the other, he aimed at the knight's back and unleashed a barrage of shots, never stopping the dragging motion. Spotting the ancestral pillar, the Imperial Guard hurled the paladin into it, triggering a distant explosion. Lucas watched the pillar shudder under the force of the blow, gasping for air, unable to believe he had survived. Amidst the haze of dust and smoke, the guard stepped forward. As he emerged from the smoke, Lucas confirmed it was a lord. Overjoyed, Lucas finally cried out, feeling safe at last. However, behind the guard, the paladin propped himself up on his sword, struggling to stand. Glancing back, the lord, radiating a crimson aura, locked eyes with the knight who stared at him through his cracked mask. The guard braced himself. The knight pushed against his blade, trying to get up and keep fighting. Grabbing his axe, the lord leveled it at the paladin. From a distance, a battered Lucas watched the battle unfold. An Imperial Guard legionnaire versus a holy knight wielding the Force. They were ready to clash. Lucas wondered who was stronger. Their weapons collided, sparking a flash of light and a massive shockwave. They locked eyes, locked in a raw duel of power. Beneath a cloudy sky, they traded blows in the open air. Deep in the forest, a massive explosion erupted from their clash as they exchanged strike after relentless strike. Neither side gave the other a second to breathe. Watching this, Lucas realized this was the power of a fighting lord, moving so fast that his weapon's trajectory was impossible to track. Lucas prayed for the guard to win. Delivering a heavy blow, the guard utilized his weapon's thrusters to amplify the strike, shattering the paladin's guard. Seizing the moment, the lord grabbed the knight by the head, activating the thrusters in his mechanized arm, creating crushing pressure. But as the guard gripped the helmet, the paladin channeled the force into his finger, calling upon the lance. The lance stuck behind Lucas was suddenly engulfed in the force. Realizing what was happening, Lucas watched in horror, remembering Claude. Lucas feared the lord didn't realize the speed and power of the weapon, and wouldn't be able to react in time. Missing an arm and desperate, Lucas knew that if the guard fell, he was finished too. He looked for a way to stop it, as the lance shot from the ground toward the Lord Lucas through his own leg in its path. It was torn clean off, forcing the spear to miss its mark. There was nothing left but to wait. The guard still holding the paladin's head noticed the lance that had grazed him. With the lance having missed, the paladin grabbed the guard's axe, channeling immense force into his palm. Anticipating the paladin's move, the guard dropped his weapon and clenched his fist, ready to strike. The paladin surged with power. The guard swung his fist with everything he had, slamming into the paladin's head. The impact crushed the paladin into the ground, triggering a massive explosion. Amidst the debris, Lucas lay there broken, missing his right arm and a leg too weak to see the outcome. He wondered who had won. Sensing someone approaching, he prayed it was the Imperial Guard. With his eyes closed, Lucas heard someone congratulating him. The voice said that they had defeated the paladin thanks to his help, then asked if he had any abdominal wounds. He replied that he'd been injured while dodging the paladin's attack. The guard offered to help him get back to base. Lucas was shocked and confused. It was a Legion full-body mechanical armor built for war, the ultimate weapon every apprentice's wildest dream. The guard reached out, but Lucas noticed something chilling. The man had no head. Lucas wondered if the guard was even alive, or if he was just some headless machine, or a hollowed-out human. A strange muffled voice echoed. The guard, oblivious for a second, frantically felt for his own head, desperate to know if it was truly gone. When the realization hit, he let out a harrowing, desperate scream, before collapsing to his knees, lifeless. Lucas couldn't help but wonder. Was this the kind of monster he had always strived to become? Staring at his own mangled body, Lucas trembled, a bone-chilling cold washing over him. He wondered if until the rescue team arrived. Lying there on the ground next to the guard's corpse, he couldn't help but think this was the final sight he would ever see. Suddenly, someone stepped toward him asking if he was all right. It was Lei. He'd somehow survived the paladin's onslaught and come to check on him. Lucas weakly asked about the others. Lei replied that they were all dead. Kneeling beside the fallen guard, Lei began to check Lucas's wounds. Lucas muttered that he was done for. Still pinned to the ground, he asked Lei what he planned to do next, catching his friend completely off guard. Lucas added that the life he'd always hungered for was right there in front of his eyes. As Lei listened in silence, gazing out toward the horizon, Lucas told him that the future he craved could never be realized within this empire. Breaking into a cold sweat, he insisted that if this was truly Lei's dream, he had to head to Korat, or Balado. Lei stayed silent. He knew that as soon as the reinforcements arrived, he'd have to head back. Lei had to hurry. A moment later, Lei rose to his feet, though he was clearly running on fumes. Lucas watched Lei walk toward the forest. He thought about how every citizen would envy Lei's family, remembering that one night when they had sat together, staring up at the stars. Back then, he didn't quite get it when Lei spoke of his dreams. Lei's eyes had shone so brightly. Lucas prayed that his friend could finally live the way he wanted, and then he closed his eyes. Suddenly, he felt someone pressing a cloth firmly against his severed arm. When Lucas snapped his eyes open, he saw Lei, and cursed him for being such an idiot. Lei just smiled, admitting that Lucas's behavior had terrified him. He thought for sure he was going to die right there. He couldn't live with himself if he let Lucas lose his life like this. Lucas let out a weary sigh, thinking Lei was a total fool. Later, as the rescue ship approached, Lucas was busy reading a magazine about ship invasions. Lei snuck up on him, asking if he was looking for new parts, which made Lucas jump. Pointing at the magazine, Lei recommended the F-24 model. They adapted quickly and were vastly superior to what Lucas was currently using. Lucas shut the magazine, tossed it onto his seat, looked at his friend and told him to stop sneaking up on him like that. Lei apologized immediately. Once back at the Empire and patched up, Lucas was dragged into an interrogation. They grilled him about the incident, where 3 cadets and a guard had lost their lives. This entire event, dubbed the encounter with the paladin Kurita, was just a theory of Lucas's. In truth, Lucas had been summoned for entirely different reasons. Lei mentioned that a powerful artifact had been uncovered. Lucas flashed back to the cube hovering near the paladin, suspecting that it was the catalyst for all of this. Eyeing Lei, he asked who exactly was going to recover the artifact. His friend replied that a specialized task force had already been dispatched. Tense Lei explained that if the Alliance refused to hand over the artifact and the site, a massive war would ignite. If the Empire fought back, the Caritas Balata would just swoop in to profit while doing nothing. Smaller skirmishes were already breaking out, but Lucas cut him off, deadpanning that he had no interest in politics. He just wanted his orders so he could get back into the fight. That was the duty of an Imperial Guard. Lucas recalled his report on the decapitated lord, which the captain had dismissed as just a ghost story. He wondered if that was really all it was, but the captain's shifty reaction told a different story. Lucas knew his questions would remain unanswered. He wasn't stupid enough to go digging for secrets, especially since headquarters was stonewalling everyone. Down at the cadet training facilities, there was one area so extravagant it felt completely out of place. It was the visitation room for meetings with family and friends. Lucas had never imagined using it. Coming from a dirt-poor orphanage, he never thought anyone would bother coming to see him, he thought, staring at the girl with white hair. It was Liliane Ramon's Claude's sister. Lucas wondered why on earth was she here. He assumed she was here to grill him about his brother's death. Team leader Liliane told him to take a breath and stay calm. His family had seen this coming ever since Claude joined the Empire. Sipping her coffee, Liliane mentioned she was only here to see him. Claude used to talk about him all the time, painting him as a gifted friend. He really wanted the two of them to meet. Lucas asked Liliane if she knew about his background. She preferred it that way. No need for all the fancy formalities. Lucas noticed she genuinely seemed interested in getting to know him. Liliane asked if he wasn't keen on the idea of getting acquainted. Lucas countered. Why me? Liliane asked, if his brother's request wasn't reason enough, adding that it would be to his advantage. Lucas couldn't argue with that. A man like him marrying a noblewoman like her would be a total miracle. He'd done everything to climb his way up, If marrying a noble could help him reach his goal, he'd do it. But it all felt too easy, making Lucas hesitate and stay on his guard. He turned down Liliane's offer, which caught her off guard. As he stood up to leave, Lucas said goodbye to the white-haired woman. He had always thought it was stupid to flee the Empire. He never imagined he'd make a choice based on a gut feeling. Lucas was sure that Liliane being a noble would take this as an insult, hoping not to make things worse suddenly. Liliane stepped toward Lucas, grabbed his hand, and shocked him. Blushing, she admitted she had moved too fast. She suggested they start out as friends instead. Still stunned, Lucas looked at Liliane and replied that it wasn't like that. Liliane let go of his hand and ran off, calling out that she would come back to see him soon. Staring down at his hand, Lucas sank into thought. Getting rid of Liliane was going to be tough. Later on, in the Imperial Training Hall, Lucas and a man with a ponytail faced off. It was Quinwan, the combat instructor for the Imperial Guard. He was surprised the cadet showed up. Lucas wanted to learn, but Quinwan said he had nothing left to teach him given his talent, adding that he rarely saw cadets any stronger. Lucas wasn't satisfied with just being the best. Quinwan warned him not to be. In such a rush. Quinwan was tough, not like the others. He used simple gadgets. Lucas's gear was superior, but he lacked Quinwan's unique skills. Lucas would be the first to appreciate the opportunity. If he couldn't beat Quinwan, he had zero chance against a paladin. Sighing, Quinwan said Lucas left him no choice, then gestured for him to attack. Lucas lunged forward, ready to strike. He deflected Lucas's blow without breaking a sweat, asking if he was testing out his new gear. Lucas readied another strike, thinking that even in retirement, Quinwan wouldn't feel a thing. He unleashed a barrage of attacks, closing in without letting up. Lucas leaped toward his opponent to shorten the distance. Aiming to end it in one hit, he reached out toward Quinwan. Quinwan, arm extended, watched Lucas without moving an inch. Grabbing Quinwan's sleeve, Lucas yanked his arm downward. Clearing the path, he set up a powerful blow, certain of his victory. Quinwan, expressionless, watched the attack come. Just as the punch was about to land, Quinwan activated his mechanical eye. Suddenly, Lucas was sent flying, flipped upside down right over his opponent. Shocked, he couldn't grasp what happened, wondering why he ended up there. He slammed his hand into the ground to regain his balance. Lucas thought that wouldn't stop him and launched a backflip kick toward Quinwan. Quinwan, on high alert, snatched his foot and ankle, and in a split second, Lucas was sent flying again. Without any way to steady himself, he bounced off the ground several times before coming to a stop. Staring at Quinwan in dread, Lucas wondered what the hell just happened. Walking toward Lucas, Quinwan declared that beyond misjudging his opponent's strength, Lucas had been distracted. Looking at Lucas, still lying there in a daze, Quinwan asked, "Why are you in such a hurry?" Lucas realized his first attack should have landed square on Quinwan's chin, but the second Quinwan touched his arm, Lucas's body went completely paralyzed. It felt like he'd lost all control. The kinetic energy of his own strike had been redirected against him. Lucas asked Quinwan what that move was. Quinwan. He scrambled back up, claiming it was his personal self-defense technique. Lucas asked with a spark in his eyes if he could learn it from Quinwan. With a trembling hand, Quinwan stared at Lucas, questioning if he really wanted to go down that path. After seeing the state he was in, Quinwan warned him that taking shortcuts always comes with a heavy price. As a thin trickle of blood ran down his hand, yet again the two faced each other in the arena. Still seated, Quinwan grilled Lucas, asking what he'd learned from the spar. Lucas admitted he'd let himself get trapped and lost his composure. Quinwan explained that it was the chaos combat style. Lucas wondered if that wasn't just the way bandits fought. He suggested adapting it into military standards, but Quinwan countered that the style had 3 major flaws. Lucas asked if one of them was its difficulty. Quinwan nodded, giving him credit, then mentioned a risk of brain damage. Quinwan nodded, but stated that Lucas wasn't ready to know the final drawback yet. Lucas declared that in the future, he would find a way to master it. As he rose, Quinwan told Lucas that wasn't his call to make, then asked if he knew how much money had been invested in him. Lucas stood up to answer, but Quinwan cut him off. The instructor told him to face the truth explaining that the technique caused brain trauma and demanded to know if Lucas could swear he would never use it. Watching Quinwan's back, Lucas knew that if he lied, Quinwan would see right through him. Lucas admitted he couldn't make that promise, but he vowed to do his absolute best to avoid using it. Quinwan smiled. The instructor turned back wearing a grin and rested a hand on Lucas's shoulder. He told him he admired his honesty, which caught the soldier off guard. Suddenly the instructor swept Lucas's legs. Before he could react, he was slammed to the ground. Walking to the other corner, Quinwan told Lucas to always anticipate attacks. Only then, he explained, would Lucas be ready for any situation. Lucas, staring at Quinwan, started to speak. That means Quinwan cut him off. "Get up fast," he ordered. "I like those who learn quickly." A while later, a worried Eli asked Lucas if he was sleeping well. Lucas's friend studied his tired face and deep bags under his eyes as they walked. Lucas told Eli he'd just been busy. He thought to himself that it had already been a month since his training with Quinwan started, but Quinwan hadn't taught him anything directly. The instructor had told him to observe and learn on his own, explaining that arcade combat was different. It utilized the user's capabilities to their absolute limit. It was a superior form of fighting that used every weapon in one's arsenal to create the most effective move in a split second. It was a way of using the mind. Lucas asked Eli how his mission went. Eli replied that it was uneventful. While walking, Eli mentioned that recent missions had been a breeze. Lucas suggested the Alliance was being cautious. He asked if that was the reason the commander was absent. Eli replied that he'd heard about it through his family. Lucas asked if it would take an actual rebellion for the commander to be deployed. Eli confirmed it. Lucas looked alarmed. Eli said he didn't know the specifics, just that a group had plotted a rebellion. Irritated, Lucas called them fools for trying to start a civil war in the middle of a conflict against the Alliance. Eli warned that if they ignored these underlying issues, they would rot from the inside out. Lucas shoved Eli against the wall, ready to throw a punch. In a threatening tone, Lucas told Eli he would ignore his desire to leave the Empire, but not if he started acting like an enemy. Scared and gasping for air, Eli said he'd passed the guard test, but the Empire was bound to find out. He begged Lucas to calm down. Releasing Eli, Lucas told him not to say anything suspicious, because he didn't want to see his own name on a list of Taurian rebels. Eli asked Lucas to relax, and offered to pay for his weekend meal as a peace offering. Without looking at him, Lucas said he already had plans, and told him to stop talking. It was getting on his nerves. In the hallway, Eli asked if his plans were with a girl, but Lucas told him to beat it. Later in the lower sector of Akrecha, Lucas and Quinwan expressed their nostalgia about being back there. Lucas said that ever since becoming a soldier, he never thought he'd set foot in this slum again. Quinwan looked at Lucas with excitement, and Lucas hadn't imagined the instructor would ever bring him here. All the thermal waste and heat were dumped into the lower sector. Growing up, Lucas breathed in the grime of this place, knowing if he didn't escape, he'd end up a total loser. Summoned by Quinwan, a distracted Lucas refocused on the instructor, standing deep within a maze of alleyways. They emerged into a bustling area. Eyeing the shop windows, Lucas asked if this was the black market. After all, the local kids who wandered in here never came back. Quinwan asked if it was Lucas's first time here. Lucas realized the instructor knew these streets better than he did. Glancing at his own hand, Lucas remembered Quinwan's orders to equip low-grade limbs and wondered why. Up ahead, Quinwan told him to get ready. At the end of the hall, 2 guards stood watch before a door. As they approached, a guard barked at them to halt. Quinwan coolly replied that he needed to speak with the supervisor. The guard asked if he even knew Aleph, the boss of this place. Quinwan said no, he just wanted a word. The guard drew his pistol, jammed it against Quinwan's head, and asked if he was crazy. Quinwan just offered a smirk. Lucas moved like lightning, sweeping the guard's legs out from under him. The guard hit the ground, looking up in shock to see the boy standing over him. Before they even hit the floor, the other guard spun around to face them. But Lucas had already snatched the guard's weapon and held him at gunpoint, ordering him not to twitch. Quinwan, still smiling, asked the rattled guard if he understood the situation, then ordered him to fetch Aleph now. Both guards ditched their weapons. Lucas turned to Quinwan, asking, "What if I hadn't been fast enough?" Quinwan shrugged, saying he would have just gone with Plan B. Lucas scanned the area and asked, "What is this place?" A grinning Quinwan told him it was the hottest spot in the Empire, leaving Lucas baffled. Seeing his confusion, Quinwan, still smiling, told him it was the Colosseum. Two guards stood by a closed room. Lucas and Quinwan were soon seated across from three men. A hefty guy in a suit sat at the front, flanked by a bodyguard, facing the big man. Quinwan pointed at Lucas and demanded to enter the boy into the matches. Quinwan added that if Lucas died in the ring, it wouldn't be a problem. Lucas finally grasped why he needed that trash-tier equipment. The fat man took a long drag of his cigarette, then flicked the burning ember right at Quinwan. Lucas snatched the cigarette out of the air before it could touch Quinwan. They froze, noticing the two guards. Had them held at gunpoint. The big man sneered that they'd misunderstood they were only invited here to be disposed of, more conveniently. Lucas analyzed the situation. It was a bluff. If they really wanted them dead, they would have offed them at the door. And right now, 3 guns were trained on them, not counting the guards outside. Lucas thought it through, then lunged with a kick. He flipped the table onto the big man, using it as a shield, catching the boss and his guards off guard. The table charged. Lucas charged. He choked out the big man, ripped his weapon away, and pivoted to the guards, putting a bullet through the head of each, taking them down instantly. Hearing the gunfire, the guards outside burst in to see what had gone down. But Lucas was already on them, muzzle aimed, dropping them to the dirt. It was all the simulation run by the mechanical eye inside Lucas's head. Quinwan then started digging for info on the previous owner. The big man asked if Quinwan knew Tora. Tora got busted for fixing matches, and it was lights out for him. Quinwan remarked that it was a good deal. The big man took Tora out and seized the Colosseum. It was just how things worked. Tora would have done the same. Striding toward Quinwan, Aleph jammed his gun against his temple, demanding to know how he knew so much. But this time, with a cold, serious look, Quinwan told Aleph to settle down, unless he wanted to join Tora in the afterlife. Aleph, stunned, was visibly shaken. Then, gesturing for his guards to stand down, Aleph sat back. Adjusting his glasses, he asked if Quinwan wanted anything besides Lucas participating. Scanning Lucas, Aleph remarked that his frame wasn't built for combat, and he'd be scrapped in no time. Aleph agreed to the deal, but demanded something in return. Quinwan offered up Tora's secret vault, claiming he knew the location and that Aleph possessed Tora's eye. Getting nervous, Aleph wondered who the hell Quinwan was and how he knew all this. Smirking, Quinwan replied that he was just a ghost from the past, and Aleph had nothing to worry about. Aleph offered him VIP treatment, which Quinwan accepted. Then he demanded that Lucas face their top fighter. Watching Quinwan, Lucas realized he still had a lot to learn from his mentor, someone who could control any situation without so much as twitching a muscle. Already in the Colosseum waiting room, Quinwan was glued to a tablet. He reminded Lucas that the match was in 2 hours, and Lucas asked him what was inside the safe. Quinwan replied that the contents would change Aleph's life and that he would tell Lucas about it after he won. On the screen, he revealed that his opponent was Gabriel, the Iron Fist. Quinwan warned him that the Colosseum fighters would mock their opponents and do whatever it took to win, reminding Lucas that he couldn't afford to take even one direct hit. Looking at Lucas, Quinwan told him to stay sharp. He began to explain the basics of the RC fighting method. Opening his hand, he told him to just make do with what he already had. Lucas shot back that for him being satisfied was just another word for defeat. But Quinwan replied, "Water doesn't shatter, it changes its form." He added that he had been observing Lucas since his very first exam, and given Lucas's potential, finding him was the right call. Lucas claimed that Quinwan was just flattering him. Quinwan rested a hand on Lucas's shoulder and gave a nod. Quinwan said that this might be the last time he'd see Lucas. As the arena lights flared to life, the announcer introduced him as bold for taking on Gabriel in his first fight, then mocked Lucas, calling him a good boy, a nickname that made Lucas's skin crawl. As he walked through the crowd, he heard jeers and people shouting, "Who let this kid in?" Lucas saw spectators dying to watch him get crushed. Ignoring everything, Lucas marched toward the arena, contemplating the dark desires of humanity. As he stepped in, Lucas knew they wanted to see him broken. Honestly, that was fine by him. He He finally felt right at home. Pulling back his hood, Lucas decided to show these losers exactly what he was made of. As a child, he was never full. Twice a month, the orphanage would get supplies, but the owner would sell off half of them. At the orphanage, hunger was a way of life, but even starving, Lucas never stopped training. He devoured every book he could find and trained with stone weights. The other kids would ask if he was stupid, telling him it would just make him hungrier. But he knew, if you were hungry, you used force to get more food. The strong dominate the weak. Lucas understood that rule perfectly. The strong eat their fill, the weak starve. The other children would cry, telling him he was just like them and shouldn't act this way. In the end, Lucas was just a kid from the lower levels. Eating in silence while ignoring their whining, he felt he shouldn't waste time listening to the cries of the weak. At 12, his name made it onto the Imperial Guard trainee list. By 15, he had become one of them. These kids had no clue what his life was really like. Lucas hoped he would never see these losers again. As a trainee, he had put that place behind him and thought he'd never go back. Facing his opponent, he heard the crowd chanting Gabriel's name. With a smirk, Gabriel said Aleph must have used something really valuable to hire a brat like him. But a paycheck was a paycheck. Analyzing him, Lucas noticed his body was completely asymmetrical and off balance. Gabriel's parts had come from different factories. His skin, right where it met the armor, was clearly inflamed. Still, Gabriel was a powerhouse. His body had been modified to be stronger, Lucas thought, as he stared him down. Standing near Lucas, Gabriel remarked that he wasn't bad and asked why he didn't just serve him. Smiling, the rookie retorted that Gabriel would definitely need a servant since he was going to get wrecked tonight. Hearing that, Gabriel flew into a rage. As he headed to his corner, the Iron Fist declared he would beat Lucas so badly that he'd be begging to be his servant. A man with a microphone kicked off the show announcing that the world of destruction was about to begin. Quinwan watched from the stands. With everyone's eyes on the arena, Aleph announced that the slaughter was about to start. Lucas, gripping his fist, knew that with Gabriel's modified body, he couldn't take a single hit without risking his life. Then Gabriel charged, ready to deliver a crushing blow. Lucas dodged the attack. Gabriel's fist slammed into the ground. The Iron Fist tried to strike again, but missed his mark. Seizing the opening, Lucas landed a clean kick to Gabriel's head. Gabriel laughed, staring back at Lucas, and asked if that kick was supposed to tickle. Lucas, heart racing, thought that with his real armor, Gabriel was about to snap. He backed away to put some distance between them, but Luca realized he couldn't keep running forever. The queen was simply too small to keep circling around. Gabriel lunged at Luca, unleashing a flurry of attacks. Luca dodged every single one, his mind reading every strike as a death sentence. Even so, his own counterattacks weren't landing a scratch. Luca knew the crowd was turning against him, baying for his destruction, and he felt the weight of the disadvantage crushing down on him. He wondered what Quinwan was trying to teach him, until the instructor's words echoed in his mind. No matter what you're dealt, you fight with what you have. No excuses. Luca locked eyes with Gabriel. He remembered the professor might have taken his armor, but he couldn't take his sight. Quinwan never expected him to win through raw power alone. It's not just about brute force, Luca thought, as Gabriel charged. Arch combat is about using every bit of your potential. Luca activated his mechanical eye, scanning the field. He began to map out Gabriel's patterns. They were like cannons fired from shoulder-mounted gears. He was basically fighting a living weapon. Their trajectory was obvious before the hit even landed. Watching this, Quinwan couldn't help but be surprised, a faint smile creeping across his face. Luca was a genius. Recalling his exam, Quinwan knew the kid had already experimented with arch combat. Impressed by his raw talent, Quinwan silently urged Luca to push his limits. Luca danced around Gabriel's blows, closing the distance, though he still couldn't find an opening. Gabriel started to lose his cool. The crowd roared, screaming at Luca to just die already, telling him he shouldn't be losing to a mere kid. But Luca was locked in now. He realized he could predict every single one of Gabriel's moves. Recalling the way Quinwan handled him, he wondered if he could pull off that same technique. He slammed his hand onto Gabriel's mechanical arm, kicked his knee out, and sent the giant stumbling off balance. While Gabriel was airborne, Luca delivered a brutal kick to his face, sending him flying. A rush of adrenaline hit Luca. He started to laugh, feeling truly alive. Finally, he understood exactly what Quinwan had seen in him. Gabriel scrambled back to his feet, veins bulging and blood boiling with pure, unadulterated rage. "I don't know what kind of magic you're using," he screamed, charging in, swearing his next strike would end it. He swung with everything he had, the impact exploding against the queen's wall while he wore a psychotic grin. Luca sidestepped the attack, the wind of the blow grazing his cheek. Sensing the window of opportunity, he lunged at Gabriel. "You really think those attacks are going to work?" Luca taunted. He explained that if he lacked raw power, he'd just have to make up for it elsewhere. He vaulted, spun around, and locked Gabriel in a chokehold before he could even blink. The grip tightened around his throat, and Gabriel's expression turned to pure desperation. Without missing a beat, Luca twisted Gabriel's neck, hearing the sickening snap, and secured the win. As the body collapsed, Luca stood unscathed. He looked out at the stunned audience and told them, "You can wait for my defeat all you want, but I'm climbing to the very top." He pulled his hood up as Gabriel's limp body lay behind him. Luca mused that he was only able to focus like that because it was a controlled environment. The crowd. Still in shock, Luca walked toward the exit. He felt annoyed, but had to admit Quinwan was a hell of an instructor. Quinwan was waiting for him, arms crossed, offering a nod of approval for his initiation into the RC. Luca had to admit he'd learned a massive amount from that fight. Quinwan held out his hand. Luca took it, realizing there was a credit chip pressed into his palm. He asked if this was payment. Quinwan shook his head. It was for Gabriel's medical bills. "Generosity is a virtue," he added, "but don't let it make you a fool." Luca countered that he wanted to be a soldier, not a saint. Quinwan scoffed at his naivety regarding social leverage, his voice turning dead serious. "It's not charity, kid. It's an investment. This will make things easier for you down the line." Quinwan mentioned he'd made similar investments in Torah, reminding Luca that a smart soldier always builds a favorable environment. Watching Quinwan walk away, it finally clicked. The instructor was playing the long game with him, too. And eventually, Quinwan would collect on that investment in a way that couldn't be ignored. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the hospital, where a doctor informed Gabriel that, due to his modifications, he needs the new ionic model, the doctor insisted. Gabriel barked back that he couldn't possibly afford that high-end gear. "What are you trying to rob me blind to?" Gabriel spat, glaring at the doctor. He argued that everyone else seemed just fine with cheap, budget-tier bodies, but the doctor retorted that no one else was pushing their limits with such extreme modifications. Lucas stood in the shadows, listening to every word. He knew that without his intervention, Gabriel would never get the parts he desperately needed. Trembling with rage, Gabriel demanded to know if the doctor had any idea how much he'd already sunk into his own upgrades. Just then, Lucas stepped into the light. "How's it going, Gabriel?" he asked casually, almost happy to see him so fired up. Gabriel's eyes ignited with pure hatred. He lunged toward Lucas, screaming that he'd tear him apart no matter what it took. Lucas didn't flinch. With an icy, intimidating stare, he reminded Gabriel that he had warned him about what would happen if they crossed paths. But then, he remembered Kinnuin's advice. Realizing he was pushing things too far and needed to keep his cool, Lucas turned to the doctor instead. "How much for the new ionic model?" He tapped his chip to reveal his credits and asked if it would cover the cost. The doctor nodded, confirming it was enough. Gabriel stood there completely blindsided. "What are you doing, Lucas?" "Paying your medical bills," Lucas replied flatly. Gabriel, still reeling from the confusion, demanded to know why. When Lucas simply said he felt like it, Gabriel scoffed, muttering that the good guy act actually suited him. But he was clearly struggling. Fighting against his own pride, Gabriel realized this was the victor showing mercy. He asked for Lucas's name. Lucas confirmed it. Looking at him, Gabriel admitted, "If you ever need a hand with anything, just say the word." Gabriel added that he owed him one, a debt Lucas intended to hold him to. Back in the Akrisha physical training arena, two fighters were squaring off in the ring. Ali didn't hesitate. He charged, launching a lightning-fast kick toward Lucas's head. Lucas blocked it effortlessly with one hand. Looking bored, Lucas shoved him back, using the momentum of Archie's combat style to spin Ali around. He sent Ali flying across the room. By the time the dust settled, Ali's body was clearly feeling the intensity of the session. Sitting beside Lucas, Ali panted, "Did you learn that R's combat style from the instructor?" Lucas confirmed it. Ali looked perplexed that style was usually linked to bandits. Lucas just nodded, agreeing it was hard to believe. Ali sighed, "I can't even imagine beating you anymore." Lucas gave him a rare nod of approval. "You're the only trainee who can even keep up with me," Lucas said, a faint smile touching his lips. Knowing the Colosseum had been a massive turning point for him, Ali noticed the rare, upbeat mood and asked if there was anything he could help him with. Lucas agreed. Later in the visitors' hall of the Akrasia Empire, Lucas looked visibly annoyed. Ali stood nearby, eyes averted, looking incredibly nervous. Beside Lucas sat Lilian. Her intense red eyes were locked onto him. Lucas called out to Ali, his voice sharp. Ali stammered an apology, explaining that his family and the ladies were close, so he couldn't exactly turn them away. A moment later, Lilian chimed in, saying she'd signed up to visit multiple times. "To see you, Lucas. Why have you been dodging me?" Lucas turned to her, his tone cold. "I'm not interested. I thought ignoring you would make that clear enough." Hearing this, her face fell. Ali whispered for Lucas to be a bit more polite, but Lucas snapped, "Shut it. I'm already at my limit." Lilian looked at him hurt. "Why do you hate me so much?" Lucas didn't miss a beat. "I don't have time for women. I only have time for my goals." Lilian pushed back, asking if he wouldn't benefit from aligning himself with her. Lucas shook his head. "You don't get it. If I start leaning on your noble influence, I could lose everything I've built in a heartbeat. And that is not my endgame." Ali looked down, feeling the tension rise. Lilian countered that it was ironic for him to say that, given how close he was with Ali. "He's a noble too, isn't he?" Lucas looked her in the eye. "Ali is my friend. That has nothing to do with his status." Finally, Lilian took a breath and asked if he really wouldn't give her a single chance. Lucas drained his drink, stood up, and looked down at her. "Unfortunately, no. I hope you won't feel the need to visit again." With a stoic expression, Lucas turned and walked away. Lilian and Ali sat there wrapped in a heavy, suffocating silence. Outside the visitors' lounge, Ali called out to Lucas as he approached him. He told him flat out that there was no reason to be that heartless. Lucas shot back that if he wasn't, Lilian would never get off his back. Ali then pressed him, asking why he hated her so much. Lucas admitted he just couldn't wrap his head around why she even cared for him. He figured she had to be plotting something, but Ali pointed out that it made zero sense for Lucas to be so paranoid without even knowing the reason, suggesting he should just take things slow. Lucas cut him off mid-sentence, demanding to know if Ali was actually into her. Ali was completely taken aback by the question. He demanded to know where that idea even came from. Lucas replied, "I noticed the way you breathe, the way you panic." With a chilling look, he told Ali, "I'm not interested. If you like her so much, then go ahead and make your move." Ali didn't say a word, still visibly rattled by Lucas's bluntness. Feeling awkward, he stared down at the table where they were sitting, thinking to himself that it was just impossible. Deep inside a massive magma pit in the city, two figures sat on a pillar near the edge. One was Lucas, deep in meditation, trying to keep his head clear. Right next to him sat Kinyuan. Lucas asked how Kinyuan would have handled the fight in Olive's office. They hadn't seen any way to make it out without weapons, and the situation seemed dire, leaving him wondering what his instructor would have done. He listened as Kinyuan told him he would have dove under the table from the very beginning. Confused Lucas argued that since the thugs were armed, hiding would have killed any chance of a counterattack. He figured Kinyuan would only do that, knowing he'd strike at the first opening. He asked what Kinyuan would do if he were alone. The instructor claimed he knew his opponent's patterns because he was trained to handle aggression. If he had taken the leader hostage, he would have been shot. The gangs might replace their boss, but Kinyuan would have wiped them out first and escaped through a secret path. Staring at his mentor, Lucas realized Kinyuan was predicting his every move and always had an exit strategy. He couldn't quite grasp the inner workings of his teacher's mind. Kinyuan explained that the RC technique utilizes the entire brain to sharpen one's perception. Hearing that, Lucas realized his own mental struggles were just a result of being pushed to his absolute limit. After thinking it over, he asked Kinyuan if joining the Legion would kill his ability to use the RC style. The instructor confirmed it. Kinyuan explained that by becoming a guard, he'd be given a legion that relies on the brain's memory signals, leaving no mental capacity left for the RC technique. Disappointed, he realized his teacher had hidden this, just to see his reaction. If he'd known, he never would have started training. As Lucas turned to leave, Kinyuan wondered if this was the end. He thanked his instructor. Watching Lucas walk away, Kinyuan told him the door was always open if he ever changed his mind. Tense, Lucas left without a word. Deep within an imperial hall, he stood frozen. 3 months had passed, he heard. It was Castoria explaining that he'd been far too busy to keep tabs on the trainees. The commander asked how he was holding up, clearly assuming he was there to report on the recent rebellions. Lucas replied that he'd been training on his own. Castoria mentioned he hadn't been called for any recent missions, and wouldn't be, since he was already strong enough as it was. He offered his thanks to the commander. Castoria then asked if he was still training with Kinyuan, which made Lucas wonder if that was the real reason he'd been summoned. He suspected the Imperial High Command had been keeping a close eye on his activities, his trips to the slums, the black market, and the Colosseum. Castoria then asked if he was still practicing RC combat with Kinyuan. Lucas said no. Castoria noted that since RC combat simply couldn't be used with the Legion, it was basically useless for an Imperial man. He added that he understood his position. The talentless were rejected by Kinyuan, while the talented saw no value in it. That's why Kinyuan was the only one left using RC. Locking eyes with Castoria, Lucas asked if he actually wanted him to keep learning the RC style. Castoria replied that he wanted Lucas to maintain a good relationship with Kinyuan, so yes, he had to keep at it. He insisted it was a direct order. Taken by surprise, Lucas wondered why Castoria was treading so carefully around a retired soldier like Kinyuan. But he knew better than to push his luck and ask. Luca replied that he'd follow orders. Castoria reminded him that he was being watched like a hawk, adding that guys like Luca always claw their way to the top, even starting from the bottom of the pits. Meanwhile, Quinwan was watching a kid play, musing that he hadn't expected his student to come crawling back so soon. He'd told Luca to come whenever he liked, and that he'd stop asking questions. Luca thanked him, never taking his eyes off Quinwan. Luca figured it would have been a hell of a lot harder to convince him to start teaching again. Luca asked Quinwan why they were even here today. Quinwan shot back, asking if the kids still liked his toys. Turning to the shop owner, Quinwan declared he was buying the whole stock and demanded they be delivered. The owner was stunned, and Luca just as confused. Wondered why Quinwan was dropping cash on all this. Upon arriving at the location, it clicked. Luca asked if this was an orphanage. Quinwan told Luca to drop the boxes and take a breather. Suddenly, Luca heard someone calling him from behind. It was Gabriel, looking irritated and lugging the boxes around. He demanded to know if Luca thought he was some kind of delivery boy. Luca recalled that the big guy had offered his help at the hospital, and it had been the easy way out, since the shop didn't offer delivery. Gabriel snapped that he'd offered help for something meaningful, like a real fight or something along those lines. With a smirk, Luca replied he didn't need Gabriel's muscle for a fight. Checking out the bald man, Luca noticed the new spinal implant had actually improved Gabriel's balance. Glancing at Quinwan by the gate, Gabriel asked who the guy was. He added that if he was as infamous as people said, Luca should have known him, especially since even Aleph couldn't handle him. Luca warned Gabriel that if he were him, he wouldn't go poking his nose where it doesn't belong, unless he was looking to lose his head. Looking around the place, Luca figured this must have been the orphanage where Quinwan grew up, which explained why he was doing charity work here. A bunch of kids from the orphanage rushed toward the two men, showering them with thanks. Luca and Gabriel started handing out the gifts. Gabriel grumbled about the kids being rude, especially one, who had called him ugly. Before long, two kids started brawling over a box to claim the prize. Watching the chaos, Luca was reminded of his own childhood and how life was never fair. He realized you had to get stronger to take what you wanted by force. While Luca was lost in thought, someone crept up behind him and called his name. When Luca spun around, he saw it was Quinwan, wanting a private word. Leaning against a fence, Quinwan mentioned that, every now and then, he drops by the lower sector. He praised the director for doing a hell of a job with such limited resources. Curious, Luca asked if he'd grown up there. Quinwan brushed it off, saying he'd long since forgotten that stuff and was just passing through. He added that he might have even visited the orphanage where Luca grew up. Staring at Quinwan, Luca thought he looked like just another washed-up soldier. A veteran whose glory days were long gone, left with a broken nervous system and brain damage. Luca wondered if that would be his own fate if he lived long enough. Quinwan snapped him back to reality with a threatening tone. He demanded to know who had told Luca to come find him. With his combat sensors flaring, Quinwan turned to Luca and asked if it was Commander Castoria. Luca froze, staring at his instructor, completely shaken. Finally finding his voice, Luca asked what the hell he meant by that. How could Quinwan know about the commander's orders? Was he hiding some dangerous secret? No wonder Castoria was on edge. As Lucas tensed up, ready to strike, he thought that if that was the case, he'd probably have to take Quinwan out right here. However, locking eyes with him, Quinwan told him to settle down if he wanted to keep breathing. He added that if Luca actually tried to attack him with everything he'd got, it would be a real struggle to stop him without putting him in an early grave. Luca, breaking into a cold sweat, stated he was an Imperial soldier, and that was all he was allowed to say. Since Anoan said Luca knew so little, he didn't even know which path to take. Placing a hand on Luca's shoulder, Inuan told him not to judge himself, for it was only natural for a soldier to follow the orders of his superiors. Quinwan then asked Luca if he truly believed that the first time he came to see him. It was really of his own free will back when Luca manipulated the trajectory of that projectile. Without his combat eyes, the senior officers had already set everything in motion. They finally had someone who could learn the secret arts, just as Quinwan had said. Luca. He might like to think it was his own choice, but that wasn't the case at all. Stunned, Luca refused to believe that his entire path had been calculated by the Empire. He desperately wanted to believe it had been his own decision, so he told the instructor it was his own call. Quinwan replied that everyone is a slave to someone, whether they realize it or not. Staring him down, Quinwan said he probably just wanted to run from the truth. After all, he was still just a kid. As he left, Quinwan told Luca to come back soon, and mentioned he could report it to the commander if he wanted. Deep in thought, the soldier didn't trust a word Quinwan said, but as the instructor pointed out, the chief wanted him to keep learning the arts. With his mind racing, Luca tried not to dwell on the teacher's words. He tried not to doubt the Empire. But what if even his desire to succeed wasn't his own? Sometime later, inside the Empire's simulation training hall, Luca, clad in his armor, sat on a bench at the back of the room. Looking down, he felt frustrated that he hadn't been able to report to the commander the day before. If he had, the commander would have subjected him to a psych evaluation, and with his mind in such a state of confusion, he would have scored even lower than before. Besides, the Empire doesn't forgive those with dangerous ideologies. They could strip him of his rank in the Imperial Guard and toss him into a camp. Then, remembering the other day, Luca realized that Quinwan must have known he would hesitate to report him to the chief. Shortly after, a door hissed open, letting a cloud of steam drift into the room. Eli stood at the exit of the training hall, looking completely drained. As he turned to leave, he suddenly caught a bottle tossed his way. It was Luca. Watching his friend train, Luca remarked that he seemed different. Eli replied that he'd been working harder ever since he lost to Luca. The blonde asked if Luca had come just to cheer on a friend, saying he was happy for the company. But Luca admitted he had a request. Luca recalled Eli once mentioning that some families buy their way through tests. Eli warned that it was a very serious secret. Looking at Eli, Luca asked how he had actually passed the psychological aptitude test. Eli stared at him, asking if Luca even realized how dangerous that question was. Luca sat down and said, after making sure no one was around, he said he wouldn't ask why, but there was a trick to it. It involved creating a simplified ego to interact with the world while hiding his true self, showing only what was favorable for the examination. Confused, Luca pressed him for details. Eli explained there were cases where people lost their memories, or had their personality shift completely due to trauma, so he was doing it consciously. Luca wondered if it would work if he just acted like a loyal soldier. If that new ego would eventually take root inside him. Eli had done it 2 months before his test. The problem was, doing it for too long could make him forget his real self. Luca asked where Eli learned that, thinking that with this method he could just pretend to be his old self, the person he was before meeting Eli and Chinwan. Looking at Luca, Eli said he didn't know what he was planning, but urged him to be careful, because faking a psych test was a major offense. Luca said he never expected to hear that from the blonde right as his combat eyes flared to life, catching him off guard. Chinwan was trying to communicate with Luca. The two met in the lower sectors in front of a building. Staring at the structure, Quinwan told Luca this would be a simple training exercise. He praised the building, noting it was well fortified for a gang hideout. Luca felt a pit in his stomach when Yuan treated him so normally, as if nothing had happened back at the orphanage. It really got under his skin. The instructor gave him 20 seconds to clear the room behind a locked door. Yuan barked at Luca to take down every single gangster inside. Luca muttered a quick acknowledgement. He slammed his hand onto the lock, shattering it with a deafening crash. Inside, the thugs were lounging around, but the noise from the door snapped them to attention. One goon scrambled to his feet, but Luca was already closing the distance, moving in like he stood inches from the thug staring him down. The goon demanded to know what Luca wanted. He added that the kid didn't look like a regular customer. Out of the corner of his eye, Luca saw another thug charging at him with a weapon. Scanning the room in a flash, he realized there were 3 armed thugs in total. One seemed to be the boss, and he sent someone else in the bathroom. Pressing his weapon against Luca's head, the thug sneered that it was a shame he had to do this to a kid. But before he could pull the trigger, a massive blow to his gut sent him flying, slamming him into the ceiling before he even realized what had just happened. The other 3 thugs froze, staring at their friend pinned to the ceiling, unable to process the sheer speed of it. Luca, knuckles white, growled that his mind was in a mess and he was ready to let it all out. The unconscious goon on the ceiling dropped his piece. The rest of the gang just stood there, paralyzed by the sight of their friend stuck above them. As soon as the weapon hit the floor, they scrambled to grab it and open fire on Luca. But in a blur, Luca reached out and snatched the weapon, midair. Weapon in hand, he leveled it at them, firing precise shots into their arms and disarming them instantly. Across the room, the gang leader took aim at Luca, cursing under his breath as he pulled the trigger repeatedly. Luca danced through the gunfire, thinking it was genuinely pathetic that such a lowlife was the head of a gang. Then Luca turned his sights to the bathroom door. It swung open, and another goon stumbled out, pants around his ankles, fumbling with a stun gun. He stood there dazed, wondering what all the chaos was about. Keeping the gun leveled at him, Luca told him to knock himself out, unless he wanted to lose a few limbs. The goon stared at his stun gun for a split second. Then, a blinding flash, and a shower of electrical sparks lit up the entire room. Luca stepped over the unconscious thug on the floor, muttering that he still felt a presence inside the bathroom. As he walked in, he saw the body of a woman, sitting on the floor, naked. Luca's expression hardened into pure, burning rage, and he cursed the gangsters under his breath. He noticed the girl was bound. Once back outside, Yuan told Luca it had taken him roughly 12 seconds to handle them all. Yuan clapped, offering his congratulations. Fighting to keep his cool, Luca asked if he could just finish these guys off for good, but Kinuyan told him no. Since they were outsiders, it would stir up too much trouble. Kinuyan reminded Luca that he knew the truth, that there are always people too weak to defend themselves. This woman suffered because she lacked the strength to fight back, and Luca had become powerful, specifically so he wouldn't end up like her. Normally, Luca would have looked at someone like her and labeled them a loser, but in that moment, he felt nothing but disgust. After that day, Tignuan kept bringing Luca along, into the lower sectors, throwing him into fights with zero intel. Tignuan wasn't doing it to teach him how to win, but to force him to adapt by reading the environment even after back-to-back brawls. The instructor kept sending him in without a word of advice. At a repair shop in the lower sector, a redhead with glasses and a blue jumpsuit greeted them. Kenyon called her Gilda and asked for a black coffee with a drop of oil. Luca ordered the same but skipped the oil. Luca asked if they really had to stop here. Instructor Kenyon asked if Luca wasn't proud to be visiting the woman he had saved. Luca had rescued Gilda from a gang after she had been kidnapped, apparently. She had been through hell, but her spirit hadn't broken, and she had managed to build a normal life. The reason for the kidnapping, Kenyon explained, was because of a friend. He revealed that Gilda was from an orphanage and had been an engineering prodigy as a kid. He had been paying for her education anonymously all along. She never knew. Luca then asked Kenyon if he had known Gilda from the very beginning. Suddenly, someone gasped in shock as they walked into the shop. Kenyon and Luca snapped their eyes toward the door. It was Gabriel. Seeing Luca, he demanded to know what he was doing there, then barked an order at Gilda for a beer. She snapped back, telling him to cut the drinking. His system was already burnt out from the mission to save her. It was Kenyon who had introduced the two of them. Gabriel became her bodyguard, and she his mechanic. Luca just stood there watching the massive guy. Luca suggested he might want to actually listen to his mechanic, but Gabriel the bodyguard flared up, insisting it was just one drink. Then Kenyon the bald guy turned to Luca and asked what in the world he was thinking going after all those low-life gang leaders. The gangs were already cooking up a plan against Luca, and Kenyon warned him that even he couldn't protect Gilda forever. But Kenyon brushed it off, telling them not to sweat it because the gang wouldn't be back for a while. Gilda asked, anxious, just how long he meant. Kenyon figured it could be a few months, maybe even years. Luca realized he couldn't just head into the lower sectors on his own. His superiors would never greenlight it. Gazing at Gilda and Kenyon, Luca had a grim thought. This might be the last time he'd ever see them, especially after such a tragic mess. Gilda was picking up the pieces of her life and career, while Gabriel was staring down increasingly dangerous odds. Luca told himself not to pity them. Honestly, never being able to return might be better for his own situation. Sipping coffee at the Empire, he stood outside Castoria's office. As the doors closed, he just finished delivering his report. Commander Castoria noted that Kenyon was still pulling some strange moves. Castoria remarked that Luca had started as an intern pretty late in the game, and shouldn't have had this shot. But the Empire and even Castoria himself needed him. The commander didn't really have a read on what kind of man Kenyon was. When Castoria was first recruited, Kenyon was already a key player in the Imperial Guard. Castoria mused that Kenyon was likely a ghost, a specialist in black ops. Luca was stunned, and to think that guy was his instructor. It really seemed like Kenyon had a soft spot for Luca. Out of all of Kenyon's trainees, Luca was the only one who had survived. Castoria admitted the kid was excellent. Still, he was vulnerable to the wrong kind of influence. He was scheduling him for a psych evaluation. Luca had seen this coming. He rested his head in his hand as Castoria spoke bluntly. There were only two paths for a trainee on this kind of mission. Either they get wiped out to keep the secret, or they earn their way into the heart of the Imperial Guard as a reward. Castoria said he hoped Luca would climb the ranks. Luca replied that he was just following orders. If the mission wrapped up well, he was sure Commander Castoria would have his back. Castoria flashed a smile, saying if Luca's results were stellar, he'd adopt him as his own son. Castoria Luca. That has a nice ring to it, the chief laughed. Luca stood there, eyes wide, wondering if he'd heard that right. Did Centurion Castoria truly want him as a son? Luca wondered, lost in thought. Later, Luca was in line for the psych test. The droid told him they were starting, noting that it detected happiness in his expression. Asking if something good had happened, the machine prompted a laugh from Luca, who told the droid that was none of its business. He ordered it to get on with the test. Elsewhere, someone was wailing on a punching bag. Ilya unleashed a flurry of strikes, the bag swinging wildly. He finished the combo with a brutal kick. Sweat dripped onto the floor as he prepped for one final, devastating punch. He hit it so hard the bag went flying. Breathing heavily, Ilya wrapped up his training and grabbed a small container of thick, green, oily liquid. With a pained expression, he rubbed the stuff onto his joints. Luca, sitting nearby, noticed that Ilya had trained until his joints were literally falling apart. Wondering if this was even the same Ilya he used to know, Luca asked him if he'd passed the psych exam. Ilya confirmed it, promising he'd be there to back Luca up if anything went sideways. Ilya was dead serious. He couldn't spill the details just yet, but he would need a favor from Luca soon. He asked if that was okay. Hearing that, Luca looked at his friend and replied that if Ilya was in mortal danger, he'd save him even if it cost him his own life. Ilya thanked him, vowing to explain everything soon, hoping it wouldn't end up the way Luca imagined it. Luca would be lying if he said he wasn't curious, but he decided to back off and let things play out. Having aced the psych test and earned the commander's trust, Luca's only focus was making it into the Castoria family. That was his only concern while the commander was. A new special military order was announced. Its primary mission? To crush the rebels. The force consisted of 3 families led by the Ramon clan. Hearing that name, Lucas stiffened and shot a look at Ilya. Memories of Lilian flooded back. He finally understood the favor Ilya was about to beg of him. Moments later, the soldiers piled into a military train that roared away at full speed. Lucas stepped forward, introducing himself as the commander of the 21st Suppression Battalion. His subordinates snapped to attention, saluting him. Lucas realized that the higher-ups planned to use the trainees as mere squad leaders, treating this entire operation like a basic training exercise. His squad of 27 men was split into 2, with Sergeant Kodrak, a veteran, acting as his right-hand man. He knew he was being used as a tool to train these recruits. That made enforcing his orders an uphill battle. But Lucas wasn't going to back down. He had to take control. Lucas weighed 2 options. First, hand everything over to Kodrak. Second, Kodrak stunned-whipped his head around. Because Lucas had just declared cold and menacing that he was their superior and they would follow his every word. Any act of disobedience would be met with severe punishment. Lucas chose brute force to shatter the doubt and distrust in the eyes of his men, who were all staring him down. The sergeant reached out to grab Lucas's shoulder, trying to call him out. In a flash, Lucas clamped onto the sergeant's arm. Catching him off guard, he hurled him into the group of soldiers. Lucas demanded to know how he dared touch his superior without permission. Did he think this was a joke? Because of his young age, Lucas started walking toward him, admitting that he too came from the slums and an orphanage. But he asked if the sergeant understood the fundamental difference between them. Standing over him, Lucas looked down. He declared that the difference was his sheer superiority. Maybe he didn't grasp it yet, but he would soon enough. He was the best squad leader he would ever serve under. The sergeant, still on his knees, didn't utter a sound. He stood up, and Kodrak finally replied that he understood his mistake and would be more careful. Lucas turned away. Lucas realized that the sergeant understood his stance. He hadn't chosen the easy way out. Meanwhile, at the rebel stronghold, a massive triangular vessel loomed in the distance. Inside, the rebel suppression squad was falling into formation. With a hand over his face in disbelief, Ilya sighed when he learned his friend had actually used force against one of his own men. Lucas retorted that if he played nice, they'd never respect him. To them, he was just a kid. Suddenly, the lighting in the room shifted, shocking everyone. A man took the stage addressing the soldiers and announced he would skip the pleasantries. The commander explained that the rebels held an ancient arcane facility they were using to control everything. The location was fortified by double walls, a high-density force field dome, and 5 arcane anti-air turrets. The 11th Brigade in full-plate armor was tasked with destroying those turrets. The remaining forces would launch a flanking maneuver. The Empire was bringing overwhelming firepower to bear. The commander announced that the operation would kick off in 1 hour and 30 minutes, ordering them to get prepared. Shortly after, Ilya and Lucas found themselves outside their vehicle. Ilya wondered how their supposed support role was any different from a picnic. Lucas explained that the Empire didn't want them destroyed. After a pause, he looked at Lucas just as he was about to speak. Lucas cut him off, asking if he was going to bring up the Ramon family. Lucas added that even with his status, he couldn't do a thing if he were tangled up with the rebels. Not even his family could save him. He replied that he wasn't looking for a miracle, but if there was even a shred of hope, he just wanted to save Lilian. An angry Lucas demanded to know if he loved her enough to throw his life away. He confessed that Lilian was his first love. Lucas told him to get a grip, declaring that he had turned a blind eye up until now. But this was the limit. He warned Ilya that he'd be killed if he tried to save Lilian. Turning his back, Lucas told him not to do anything reckless, a final warning. Ilya replied that he understood. He headed the opposite way from Lucas. But thanks to Archie, he knew Lucas was lying, his friend. Lucas planned to save Lilian at any cost, regardless of what he claimed. Whether he accepted it or not, Lilian had to be destroyed, for her own sake. He only hoped that. The chaos of battle would swallow her whole. There was zero chance she was making it out alive. That was Aileen's final desperate plea. Staring down at his battle helmet, Lucas zeroed in on a simple truth. Survival meant protecting 2 things, your head and your chest. Keep those critical zones heavily armored, and Imperial grunts simply did not die. Sergeant Kodrak stomped over, barking for the squad leader. Lucas shot him a cold glare. "What do you want?" The grizzled vet did not mince words. He knew exactly what Luke— "And your point is," Lucas snapped back. Kodrak stood his ground, demanding that once the bullets started flying, the kid better listen to his call-outs. The man had shed blood for the Empire for 10 grueling years. Lucas brushed off the tension, smirking under his breath. "Relax, old man. If you've got a solid play, I'll back your play." Kodrak gave a gruff nod of respect. Seconds later, the dropship slammed into the dirt. They had breached the perimeter of the rebel strike. The heavy blast doors shrieked open, unleashing the armored vanguard. This was the legendary Myrmidon Brigade, locked and loaded in fully mechanized exosuits. Their sole objective: shred the anti-air towers to scrap metal. The rest of the infantry was grounded until these juggernauts cleared the skies. The kill order echoed through the comms. Instantly, the heavy brigade ignited their massive thrusters. They launched forward with blistering speed, ripping a fiery scar across the horizon. Moving in a flawless wedge formation, they zeroed in on the rebel artillery. Down below, the defensive towers hummed, gorging on raw energy to unleash a devastating counterstrike. But before they could fire, a heavy trooper popped open his chest plating. He unleashed a relentless, shrieking barrage of micro-missiles straight at the structure. At that exact microsecond, the tower belched out a blinding beam of pure plasma. The shock troopers violently banked away, easily dodging the lethal blast. Wasting no time, they instantly chained their combo into a secondary They hammered the base of the energy shield with armor-piercing rockets. A deafening shockwave ripped through the battlefield, yet the shimmering barrier held its ground. Piercing through the choking thick smoke, 2 demonic red optics ignited in the dark. A lone vanguard stepped out of the blast zone, marching relentlessly toward the fortification. The automated defenses panicked, firing a desperate second laser beam. It completely missed the phantom-like soldier. Now standing directly under the towering shadow of the cannon, the heavy unit shifted his weight, winding up for a world-shattering strike. He drove his massive power lance directly into the heart of the energy shield with bone-crushing force. The sheer kinetic impact. Sensing blood in the water, the rest of the squad mercilessly dumped their remaining ordnance into the fractures, to completely shatter its structural integrity. Like shattered glass, the shield finally collapsed under the overwhelming brute force of the vanguard. Watching the carnage from the dropship, Lucas could not mask his genuine shock at just how terrifyingly fast these monsters had dismantled the frontline defenses. The operation gave them exactly 60 seconds to erase those cannons upon entry. One misstep, one delay, and the entire invasion would turn into a slaughterhouse. If the heavy hitters failed to clear the board, the suppression squads would be forced to march through a meat grinder and finish the job by hand. Suddenly, the radio buzzed to life. The cannons were offline. It was time to aggressively push into Phase 2. The war zone was a brutal, unforgiving nightmare, but it was in this very hellscape that real soldiers chased the ultimate adrenaline high. Lucas thrived in the carnage. Take away the violence, and he would have lost his mind years ago. Striding toward the deployment ramp, Lucas threw up a hand signal, barking at his assault battalion to fall in line. A wicked grin crossed his face. This was the absolute perfect playground to push his limits and test. Tactical command called for a complete 360 pincer maneuver. Infantry pouring in from every angle. No retreat, no mercy. But the subterranean tunnels beneath the fortress, they were suffocating. Sure, they possessed outdated blueprints from ancient crusades, but years of bloody turf wars and cave-ins meant the rebel scum had entirely rewired the underground layout. The shock troops crept up on the stronghold. One sharp-eyed grunt pointed out the obvious. The insurgents had undoubtedly choked off the cavern entrances in a desperate tactic to bottleneck the hulking myrmidons. Stacking up tight against the breached blast doors, the strike team kept their weapons raised, expecting an ambush. "I'm taking point," Lucas stated, his voice ice cold. Kodrak immediately pushed back. "That's suicide, kid. This entire tunnel system is—" Lucas slowly turned his head. "What's the matter, Sergeant? Scared? Command will have your head on a spike if I catch a bullet." Kodrak didn't flinch. "Damn right." But before the veteran could lecture him further, the metallic hiss of Lucas sealing his combat visor cut him off. He honestly could not care less about the political fallout of his own future. Plunging into the darkness, Lucas doubled down on his order. "I'm clearing the path. Shut up, watch your corners, and follow my lead." A sudden creeping chill crawled up his spine. The heavy silence made it feel like his own backup squad was just waiting for the perfect moment to put a bullet in his back. But paranoid, Lucas locked on to his true objective: assassinate Lilian before Eileen ever set foot in this war zone. On top of that, his reckless friend was undoubtedly wandering somewhere deep in these catacombs. He pushed the tempo, blitzing through the claustrophobic corridors alongside his... Now, a lesser commander might have just used these grunts as human, but Lucas refused to carelessly throw away fiercely loyal fighting men. If someone's gonna eat shrapnel today, it's gonna be me, Lucas calculated silently. Click. A hidden tripwire snapped right above his helmet. Seeing the deadfall trigger, Kodrak screamed his commanding officer's name. But in a blinding flash of steel, Lucas ripped his blade from its sheath, slicing clean through the trap's hydraulic feed before it could even... The Harsey method roared to life with his every move. Lucas's senses instantly dialed up to 11. He could literally taste the air tracking microscopic traces that fed him a constant stream of intel. Behind him, his squad just stood there, completely dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Lucas felt his arteries bulging, his heart hammering like a jackhammer against his ribs. The intense pressure inside his skull was pushing him right to the absolute breaking point. Sprinting ahead, the agonizingly slow pace of his squad, making him want to just turn around and punch Kodrak right in the face. He knew the theory, but now he was actually feeling it. Keeping the Harsey system running this long was quite literally melting his brain. He finally reached the heavy breach door. On the other side, a squad of rebels stood, sweating fingers trembling on their triggers. Without a second thought, Lucas practically kicked the door off its hinges, sending the heavy steel slamming right into an enemy grunt, crushing him and knocking the others flat. Staring at the absolute bloodbath, Kodrak was shaking in his boots. Lucas, with fresh blood dripping from his blade, just glared back. "What the hell are you waiting for, Sergeant?" He barked at them to move up and follow his lead. But out of nowhere, a massive hail of rebel gunfire rained down on the squad. Lucas quickly put the pieces together. They had pushed deep into enemy territory, meaning they were about to run straight into the fleeing nobles. He tossed a drone up to scout the enemy's formation. The live feed showed roughly 100 heavily armed guards, mixed in with a group of civilians. Lilian had to be hiding among them. The sergeant pulled Lucas aside, warning him that their platoon had pushed way too far ahead of the main force, and desperately begged to hold their position and wait for backup to arrive. Honestly, it was a smart call. Lucas's nervous system was practically frying itself from pushing the Harsey combat gear way past its but before he could answer, another massive volley of gunfire erupted. Except this time, the bullets weren't flying toward them. The enemy was focused on a totally different target. Peeking out, Lucas spotted another Imperial strike team pushing in at the exact same time. Seeing the rebels totally distracted, he screamed at his men to charge forward, taking full advantage of the enemy shifting their focus. The rebels were now pouring rounds into the newly arrived Imperial squad, who had already locked their energy shields into a tight defensive wall. But the sheer brutal force of the rebel assault was tearing those shields apart. They'd crack in a matter of seconds. "Not yet," Lucas muttered under his... He knew damn well that the high-caliber rebel artillery could shred right through his armor like paper. He had to play this smart. He scanned the line. The rebels had 8 heavy-duty blasters locked. He just had to wait for at least half of them to burn through their mags and reload. The second the firing rate dropped, Lucas vaulted right over his own men. "Scatter, get down," he roared. Instantly, every rebel gun swiveled, focusing entirely on him. Kodrak gasped, watching his commander dive into the kill zone without an ounce of shield cover. Small arms fire pinged harmlessly off Lucas's plating. Hitting the dirt, he whipped out his own rifle, locking his sights dead onto the enemy's heavy gunners. He squeezed the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy weapons violently exploded, sending shock. Never stopping, Lucas blitzed straight into the absolute center of the rebel formation, getting too close for them to even fire. With one vicious sweeping arc of his blade, he cleanly sliced through the legs of 2 grunts, as easily as cutting through wet paper. In the middle of this absolute carnage, he was an untouchable. One surviving rebel, shaking and sobbing, threw his hands up in total surrender. Lucas barked at Kodrak to start tying up the prisoners. The sergeant scrambled to obey. Scanning the bloody floor, Lucas spotted a pile of dead Imperial troopers. Checking their insignia, his stomach dropped. They were from his friend's unit, Ellis's platoon. His old friend was quite literally using his own men as human shield. He's completely lost it. He's tossing his squad into a meat grinder. Lucas thought a mix of pure disgust and simmering rage boiling up inside him. He desperately wanted to pull Ellis out of this hell. But as an Imperial operative, he was trapped in an impossible choice: complete the mission or save his brother-in-arms. If he locked eyes on Lilian right now, he wouldn't have— Honestly, Ellis could hate his guts for the rest of his life, as long as it meant keeping the idiot breathing. Turning back, he ordered Kadrak to pack up and merge with another unit. But the combat medic wasn't having it. He looked Lucas dead in the eye, admitting that while his combat skills were absolutely terrifying, he was a phenomenal solo killer, but a pretty garbage leader. Lucas scoffed, shooting back that if it weren't for him, this entire squad would be lying in body bags right now, and demanded to know what his damn problem was. Kadrak didn't back down, calling Lucas out for constantly ditching his own squad to go on one-man suicide runs. "That's not how a commander acts," the medic growled. Clearly irritated, Lucas crossed his arms coldly, stating that he goes rogue, simply because his squad was too slow, too weak, and way too dense to keep up with his tactical plays. "And frankly, I'm sick and tired of hearing you guys whine," he added. Kadrak just shook his head. "You won't always be the strongest guy in the room, Commander." Lucas let out a dry laugh. "When that day comes, you have my full permission to laugh in my face." Kadrak tightened his grip on his rifle. "Oh, I'll hold you to that." As the medic turned his back and started walking away, Lucas murmured into the comms that he'd actually keep the warning in mind. Was his lone wolf approach really going to get them killed? He let Kodrak's parting words sink in. Kodrak had wished him luck, secretly marveling how such a brilliantly open mind could share the exact same skull with a coloss. Pushing deeper into the compound, Lucas stepped past scorched walls and the mangled remains of slaughtered nobles. The carnage spilled across every corridor. The suppression squad had already carved their way through. Lucas had to confess the man wasn't just a brother-in-arms. He was a true friend. Yet right now that same friend was tossing Imperial lives into the meat grinder for his own selfish crusade. A competent commander would never gamble his men's lives on rebel scum. Even if he managed to dig Lilian out of this mess, there was her fate was already sealed. Lucas understood blinding love, but his friend didn't have to drag himself down into the grave with her. It was just a reckless burst of emotion. Suddenly, a faint rustle caught his attention. He spotted a man cowering, head barely poking out. The rat threw his hands up, stammering his surrender and claiming the Ramon bloodline. Lucas coldly cut him off. He didn't give a damn about surrenders. He only wanted Lilian's exact— The captive stared at the floor, frantically swearing he knew nothing. But his eyes darted away a split second too fast. A dead giveaway. Without blinking, Lucas drove his fingers straight into the man's eye socket. The prisoner shrieked in absolute agony, begging for mercy. Lucas leaned in, demanding Lilian's escape route. One final chance. Gasping for air, the man choked out that she had fled to the lower. He sobbed that he had no clue about any hidden shortcuts. He was just a low— Lucas pressed him harder. Had he seen his friend? The hostage nodded frantically, spitting out that Lucas's buddy was the very maniac who had left him bleeding out. He called the guy an absolute lunatic, claiming they had a past connection. Before another word could leave his lips, Lucas pulled the trigger. A crimson spray painted the wall. Stepping over the corpse, Lucas rationalized the kill. The firing squad would have gotten him anyway. It was infinitely better to meet his end by an Imperial hand. Normally pulling the trigger left him entirely numb, but today a cold chill rattled his bones. Screams and gunfire echoed closer, closing in on his position. What exactly was the game plan if his closest ally didn't? The thought haunted him. He found himself standing dead center in a vast hall, boots slipping on blood, entirely surrounded by corpses. Through the deafening chaos, he couldn't help but remember how this very friendship had kept him constantly on edge. Now the ultimate question stared him right in the face. What happens when his brother-in-arms commits high treason? Bracing himself for the nightmare, Lucas kicked open the heavy doors, leaving the slaughter behind. He stalked down a narrow hallway choked with dead soldiers. Stepping into the absolute ruins of the main chamber, Lucas barked his friend's name. The blond man standing with his back turned, merely to acknowledge his arrival. Wasting no time, Lucas tore into him, accusing him of marching loyal men straight to their graves, just to feed his selfish obsession. Standing his ground, the blond warrior was acting as a human shield for a huddled group, including Lilian. The traitor glared back, spitting out that this entire massacre was on Lucas's hands. Gripping his firearm tight, Lucas knew damn well there was no backing out. This clash was inevitable. The rogue taunted him, demanding he draw his weapon. Unsheathing his blade with a metallic shriek, Lucas promised to literally beat some sense back into his skull. His muscles tightened. It was kill or be killed. A real fight to the death was completely unpredictable. Watching the pathetic Ramon family cower in the shadows, the rogue realized Lucas was merely buying time for their escape. His strategy shifted instantly: wipe out the family first, even if it meant earning his best friend's eternal, burning hatred. Anything was better than washing his hands in his brother's blood. But Lucas read the play perfectly, roaring that Lilian was the primary target. The rogue launched forward like a missile, only to be violently cut off by a booming gunshot. Lucas unleashed a relentless barrage, pinning his former ally down. Guns might lack the lethal punch against enhanced armor, but reading the enemy's next step and dropping lead in his path, that was enough to break his momentum. The rogue confessed he had overclocked his cybernetic implants right before the raid, pushing his speed past human limits. Lucas's bullets couldn't keep up anymore. Panic erupted as Ramon's bodyguards leveled their rifles at the attacker. In a blur, he swatted the incoming slug away with a heavy armored gauntlet. The ricochet slammed straight into a nearby guard, catching him completely off guard. Without missing a single beat, the attacker spun on his heel and brutally struck down the second. Gripping his sword, Vigo Ramones screamed desperately for the slaughter to stop. Completely ignoring the plea, the attacker's blade sliced right through Vigo's skull. With the guards wiped out, the intruder marched straight toward the parents. He slaughtered them on the spot. Standing over their bodies, he coldly announced that only Lilian was left. Lucas fought desperately to hold him back, but the assassin brushed him off, insisting he had plenty of time to finish her off. Towering over Lilian Ramones, the intruder vowed he would never forget. Raising his blood-soaked sword, he braced himself to strike, promising to make her death completely painless. Yet the young woman just stared right back at him, bursting into laughter through her tears. As Lilian's eerie laughter echoed, Lucas frantically screamed at the intruder to drop his weapon. In a flash, Lucas tackled the rogue warrior, violently shoving him away from Lilian as they both crashed to the ground. Lilian watched the chaos unfold from a distance. Slowly catching her breath, she turned her gaze back to the brutal struggle. The attacker fiercely pinned Lucas down, pressing the cold steel of his blade right against his throat. Even while totally immobilized, Lucas choked out a question. Didn't he just see Lilian smiling while her family was butchered? Then Lucas finally listened to the intruder's bitter explanation. Lilian was finally free from her hell, having been nothing more than a disposable political pawn. Thoroughly irritated, Lucas demanded to know what the hell he was rambling about. The intruder stood up, leaving Lucas in the dirt, and coldly ordered him to stop shielding the girl. He spat out that she was nothing but a traitor anyway. Pulling himself up, Lucas pointed out that the entire family had already been branded as enemies of the state. It was clearly just a pathetic excuse to wipe them out. He added that if they truly were plotting treason, their defenses wouldn't have been this ridiculously weak. Hearing that, Lucas realized the man had a solid point. Breaching the outer fortress walls had been tough, but after that the slaughter was way too easy. The family's actual military forces were practically non-existent. Despite that sound logic, the intruder just glared at Lucas, asking why any of it mattered now. In that heavy silence, Lucas realized both Ailey and Lilian were doomed to die. Although Ailey desperately tried to shut her up, Lilian confessed that her father was far from innocent. He had been secretly hoarding an ancient, arcane relic. Lilian dropped the bombshell on Lucas. That mysterious artifact was the real reason the Empire had ordered this massacre. She held up the glowing artifact, explaining that it was the master key to controlling the entire fortress. Totally confused, Lucas asked why she was telling him this. Lilian confidently stated that Ailey never actually intended to kill her, and she knew Lucas didn't want her to despise him. That bold statement left the seasoned warrior Lilian pointed out that Lucas was terrified the Empire would execute Ailey for treason, so she offered a risky gamble that would save all three of their lives. This glowing relic had the power to fire up a secret teleporter hidden deep within the underground fortress. Locking eyes with Lucas, Lilian boldly demanded his help to slip right through the... She handed the relic straight to Lucas, placing the final choice in his hands. But hearing about some mythical teleporter made Lucas instantly skeptical. But Lilian swore it was a hidden escape route woven into the catacombs. She even told Lucas he could strike her down on the spot if she was lying. She desperately pleaded for his help to trigger the device, refusing to let Ailey die in this bloodbath. Lilian laid out the plan they would vanish, giving Lucas the perfect cover to fake his official report. Lucas highly doubted the Imperial Army would ever overlook a machine like that. But Lillian promised him that only the Ramones bloodline knew about it, and it was perfectly safe deep underground. Weighing his options, Lucas suddenly realized he couldn't care less about what happened to Lillian. His absolute top priority was keeping Ailey alive. Ailey's reckless choices were a death sentence, but faking his death in the chaos of battle would be ridiculously easy. After a tense moment of silence, Lucas lifted his gaze. His mind was made up. He sharply cut Ailey off, demanding a solid promise. Lucas had one strict condition for this little stunt. If the teleporter plan went south, Ailey couldn't stand in his way, because even Lillian didn't want to see Ailey executed. Lucas glared at Ailey, waiting for his word. Ailey finally looked up, firmly swearing to honor the deal. Rising to his feet, he led the two of them down into the dark stairwell. Lucas shadowed them closely as Ailey and Liliana pushed forward. Reaching the entrance, Lucas stood guard to secure their escape route, quietly accepting his utter defeat. He had completely failed his mission, turning into an accomplice for a fugitive. Suddenly, Ailey called out his name, making him glance back. He watched as Lillian gently wiped the dried blood off Ailey's face. Rolling his eyes, Lucas barked at them to hurry up and just get married already, reminding them how ridiculously lucky they were to be breathing. Clasping his hand tightly, Lillian saw, admitting she never in a million years imagined things ending up like this. But Ailey just offered a warm smile, telling her that she was the one who had opened his eyes, completely changing how he saw everything. Without her, he would have absolutely lost his mind, because she finally made him realize he wasn't some broken freak. Lucas connected the dots. Lillian was the one planting those rebellious ideas inside Ailey's head. He knew this kind of thinking could spread like wildfire, ultimately bringing the whole empire crashing down and leaving them wide open for an invasion. Refusing to watch his nation crumble, Lucas made a cold choice to wipe out any potential threat, even if that meant taking out Ailey. He silently reminded himself of one absolute truth. He was no traitor. Stepping into the shadowy tunnel, Lucas finally let out a heavy breath he didn't realize he was holding, as Lillian confirmed they were on the right hidden path. As they moved through the dark, Lillian dropped a massive bombshell. The Emperor had completely played her father, using him the second he figured out the secret to awakening the massive fortress. Lucas glanced around the endless stairs, asking how much deeper they had to go. Lillian just shot him a look, whispering that they were almost there. Pushing past the narrow corridor, Lillian offered a soft thank you. But Lucas immediately shut her down, coldly stating he was only settling an old score, a debt he owed Ailey, and if they ever crossed paths again, he wouldn't hesitate to end her life. Turning his back, Lucas offered Ailey a grim farewell, telling his old friend to watch his back, leaving Ailey standing there in stunned silence. Breaking the heavy tension, Lillian immediately pitched their escape route, mapping out their next move once they actually broke out of this hellhole. Her strategy was to bolt straight for the border town and lay low until they could regroup. Without missing a beat, she offered Lucas a way out, asking him to abandon the Empire and run away with them. He shot the idea down instantly. Slumping against the cold, damp stone, Lucas finally let his guard down, admitting he was totally burned out by this endless nightmare. Regret washed over him. Helping his friend might have been a massive mistake, but right now he had to figure out exactly how to spin this story to the higher-ups. Lucas gambled on the Century Commander, needing his eyes and ears to keep Quinlan in check. And since neither of them stood out, he figured the brass wouldn't dig too deeply into his alibi. The trio finally hit a dead end, facing a massive, sealed steel door. Lucas locked eyes with Ailey, giving him a grim warning to brace himself if the machine was gone, because if that teleporter was missing, they were practically dead meat. The second the control panel chimed to life, an icy shiver shot straight down Lucas's spine. Instantly, his pupils narrowed, scanning the shadows, as his survival instincts screamed at him to find the source of that creeping dread. As the heavy doors groaned apart, he knew his nightmare was waiting right on the other side. He squeezed, his eyes shut, tuning out the world to pinpoint the danger. A thick, suffocating stench hit him, fresh blood mixed with heavy gun oil and rusted iron wafting from the dark room. But it wasn't just the smell. Sensing a terrifying lack of normal human breathing, his eyes snapped open in pure shock. 4 towering Imperial guards, fully decked out in heavy battle armor, were already waiting for them in the gloom. Staring down this absolute nightmare, Lucas realized they had just walked straight into a meat grinder. Taking on just one of these elite killers would have been a suicide mission. But now they were boxed in by 4 of them. The absolute worst-case scenario flashed through his mind. If they took Lillian alive, she would break under their brutal interrogation tactics and spill every single secret. In that split second, Lucas's fantasy of finally giving Ailey a peaceful, happy life shattered into a million pieces. Survival demanded a brutal sacrifice. The only way to clear their names was to execute Lillian right here, right now. Going for the Imperial Guards would be an instant death sentence. Lucas felt the cold, judging stares of the armored giants, knowing perfectly well that even a second of hesitation would sign their death warrants. The clock was ticking. It was literally do or die. Without warning, a deafening crack echoed through the chamber. A single bullet ripped straight through Lillian's skull, sending her lifeless body crashing backward, her fingers still weakly twitching over her holster. Ailey froze, staring in pure horror as she hit the concrete floor, breaking the silence, demanding to know why Lucas and Ailey had waited until this exact moment to pull the trigger. Slowly lowering his smoking barrel, Lucas kept his voice deadpan, claiming he was just tossing out a hostage that had outlived her usefulness. The squad captain immediately demanded a full tactical breakdown, wanting to know why they had dragged a known rebel all the way down here. Not waiting for an answer, the heavy troopers grabbed Ailey and started dragging him out of the vault. Lucas stood completely paralyzed, forced to watch his best friend disappear into the clutches of the Imperial Army. Hours later, standing rigidly in front of his commanding officer, Lucas found himself getting showered with praise for his outstanding command over the 21st Battalion. Flipping through the file, Captain Imolus broke down the bloody after-action report. He heavily hyped up Lucas's ruthless leadership, though he strongly suggested partnering up with Quinlan to build some much-needed squad morale. Then the interrogation took a dangerous pivot, straight to Lillian Ramones. The captain leaned in, trying to pry out exactly why that rebel girl had chosen Lucas to be her personal escort. Keeping his cool, Lucas spun a flawless lie. He claimed that he and Ailey had planned to use Lillian as a human shield, just so they could hijack the rebellion's teleportation tech. It sounded like a textbook tactical move, but Imolus wasn't entirely convinced, drilling Lucas about the weirdly intense connection he seemed to share with the dead traitor. Clasping his hands tightly behind his back, Lucas looked the captain dead in the eye. He fiercely stated that neither he nor Ailey would ever be stupid enough to jeopardize the entire empire over some pathetic personal feelings. He then admits their true goal was to give Lillian a fighting chance at survival if she cooperated. Exhaling a heavy sigh, the captain cuts the conversation short, dismissing Lucas to finally get some rest. Just as Lucas turns to leave, his superior calls him back. Kimolus drops a bombshell. The Ramones family completely wiped out Ilei's battalion, striking with terrifying efficiency. Catching the shock on Lucas's face, the captain clarifies that this detail was already buried in the report, and the troops had been caught completely off guard. After a tense pause, Lucas replies that if he had been in Ilei's shoes, he would have seen the slaughter coming, considering himself the absolute best of the bunch. Hearing this bold claim, Kimolus smirks, noting he'll set his expectations high. Aboard a high-speed train, the journey back to the capital blurs past, under a canopy of stars. Slumped in his seat, Lucas drifts off his mind, replaying the grueling nightmare of the mission. His thoughts drift to Ilay Lilian, and that remote border town, the sanctuary she had desperately dreamed of reaching. The gruesome image of Lilian's death flashes in his mind. Struck down by Ilay, the very man she had idolized as her savior. In that quiet moment, Lucas realizes his own presence had forced Ilay's hand, shattering any chance of him escaping with Lilian. Even as grief washes over him, Lucas clings to a single thread of comfort. He had accomplished his mission by saving Ilay. Back in the bustling capital, both Lucas and Ilay are sealed inside recovery pods to heal. As a reward for their survival, they stand as the only 2 recruits in the entire trainee guard to be honored with the prestigious 7th rank Crossed Sword Medal. Later, leaning against a balcony, overlooking the city skyline, Lucas meets up with Ilay, scoffing at the sick irony of receiving a Medal of Honor for such a tragedy. Lucas then confesses he never saw Lilian's death coming, genuinely believing he would have taken on the Imperial Guard just to protect her. Staring blankly at the horizon, Ilay quietly confirms he would have made that desperate play if Lucas hadn't been standing there. Ilay then mentions how thrilled his family is about the medal, despite their shady ties to the Ramones, and bluntly suggests Lucas should hang up his uniform. That sudden advice drags Lucas's thoughts back to the battalion he let burn for the sake of love, making him seriously consider walking away from the military altogether. Finally, Ile drops his guard, admitting his family is breathing down his neck to become a royal guard, and mutters that it would have been better if he had died in Lilianne's place. Without missing a beat, Lucas drives a brutal, lightning-fast punch straight into Ilei's gut. As Ile groans in agony, Lucas snaps at him to watch his mouth, coldly reminding him that organs can always be replaced. With that, Lucas turns his back, silently cursing his own pathetic weakness. Catching his breath, Ile admits aloud that even if he had been stronger, the grim outcome wouldn't have changed. He then softly asks Lucas what he has actually done. Struck by the question, Lucas stays completely silent, his eyes locked on Ile. It hits Lucas like a truck. He isn't a cold-blooded killer, and despite everything he sacrificed, he still couldn't save Lilianne. Weighed down by that crushing truth, Lucas's grip loosens, letting his hard-earned metal plummet and shatter into pieces against the concrete. That quiet breaking sound proves once and for all that Lucas just doesn't belong in this ruthless empire, as massive airships roar across the city's sky. Breaking the silence, Ile announces he's heading back to his hometown for a few months. It has been 4 long years since he last set foot there. Before they part ways, Lucas finally asks about the real reason behind Lilianne's desperate escape. Ile reveals she was running from a sick arranged marriage orchestrated purely for cash. He goes on to explain the twisted condition for the payout Lilianne was being groomed, as an exact replica of the groom's dead wife, stripped of every right to make a single choice for herself. This horrific revelation shakes Lucas to his core, as he finally grasps the toxic abuse Lilianne had suffered since birth, while Ile confirms that Claude was the only soul who had ever shown her a shred of genuine kindness. The puzzle pieces finally snap together. Commander Claude had actually been trying to set Lucas up with Lilianne all along. In a flash, Ile bursts into a fit of laughter. Wiping away a tear, he confesses that he and Lilianne had completely hustled Claude, spinning a wild lie that Lucas was the Centurion's hidden son. He chuckles, still amazed that Claude swallowed the bait so easily. He adds that the crazy bluff held up simply because everyone knew how well Camillus treated him, especially with his ties to the powerful Castoria bloodline. With a wicked grin, he drops the final bombshell. Claude actually believed that if Lucas got Lilianne pregnant, it would guarantee her freedom, leaving Lucas utterly speechless at the chaotic plan. The entire conversation forces Lucas to swallow a harsh truth, even though Ile is his brother in arms. The guy is perfectly capable of manipulating, and even slaughtering his own subordinates just to get what he wants. Yet despite facing that dark reality, Lucas's absolute trust in Ile remains rock solid. Sometime later, Lucas bumps into Kinawan, who throws the door open and casually greets him as a war hero. The instructor praised Lucas for snagging the medal, fully aware this little visit was just an excuse to keep tabs on him, under the Centurion's orders. Lucas brushed off the shiny piece of metal, calling it a mere trinket that couldn't hold a candle to his mentor's legendary exploits. He then brought up the real reason for his arrival. The Centurion's boss had sent him to figure out how to actually manage his own squad. This got a solid chuckle out of Kinuan. The veteran instructor raised an eyebrow, asking if his men were already disobeying direct orders. But Lucas fiercely defended his team, swearing they were top tier. With a knowing smirk, the older man dissected that defensive reaction, quickly concluding that the real issue was Lucas being way too soft. Totally unfazed, the young squad leader argued he'd rather swallow the danger, all by himself, instead of throwing his men into the meat grinder. And hey, they had still managed to pull off the mission. Kinuan wasn't buying it. He sharply warned the rookie that playing the frontline hero was just frying his own brain. Burning through vital energy, he desperately needed to actually protect his squad. This sparked a heavy debate over whether Lucas should have just used his teammates as human shields. Kinuan ruthlessly stated that his men should have stepped up to take the bullet voluntarily, rather than waiting to be ordered to their graves. The veteran then pointed out how Lucas had saved Gilda and Gabriel, insisting both of them would gladly lay down their lives to repay that debt. To Lucas, that just felt like stating the obvious. Leaning in, Kinuan dropped a harsh truth a leader absolutely had to forge tight bonds with his troops, while completely walling off his own heart. That way, he'd never hesitate to throw them away when the mission demanded blood. Even so, Lucas stubbornly refused to cross that line. That naive spark made Kinuan burst out laughing, admitting that was exactly why he liked him so much. patting him on the head like a good little boy. Pushing further, the mentor revealed his ultimate trick for dominating any human relationship: make them love you, but never give a damn about them in return. Staring him down, Lucas quietly asked what happens if a man's mind simply shatters from the crushing guilt of watching his comrades bleed for him. Kinyuan didn't sugarcoat a single word, brutally telling the kid to just suck it up and get used to the blood on his, or he would never survive at the very top of the food chain. Dusting himself off, Lucas stood tall, casually promising he'd try harder, to be a little more heartless, and sacrifice his men next time around. Flashing a wicked grin, Kinyuan praised the cold response, mockingly calling him a good boy once again. Fast forward to the next morning. Lucas stood completely alone on the launch pad, staring dead ahead into the vast sky. Just hours earlier, back in the quiet of his barracks, he had been hit with a completely unexpected order from the captain: pack his bags and head straight for Kracia Academy. Himalis had made it clear that tradition demanded they send their absolute top fighters right out the gate, and since Kyle had flat out rejected the spot to hide out at home. Well, hearing that, Lucas instantly figured the guy was still utterly traumatized by their recent nightmare. But Captain Himalis wasn't playing games. He sternly warned the rookie that he was totally clueless about how high society nobles operated, and he couldn't keep stumbling around in the dark if he actually wanted to survive marrying into the Castoria bloodline. Taking the harsh reality check on the chin, Lucas accepted the gig. Himalis then promised to send a guide, confidently adding that Lucas was going to absolutely love the VIP treatment. And now the moment of truth was finally here, right as his thoughts wrapped up, a sleek dropship roared down onto the launch pad, touching down inches from his boots. Peering out from the shadows of the cabin, the so-called guide shot him a downright freezing glare and barked at him to get inside. Stepping into the dim interior, Lucas found his escort lounging in the seat, watching him, with arms firmly crossed. He opened his mouth to introduce himself, only to be instantly shut down by a razor-sharp snap, tossing out all basic manners. Judging by the sheer arrogance dripping from her tone, Lucas quickly realized he was probably trapped in a metal box with some stuck-up aristocrat his own age. He pushed his luck, asking if she was really the escort the captain had promised, only to be hit with a scoff dripping with absolute disgust. Not missing a beat, Lucas fired back, calling her Lady Castoria, completely wiping that smug look off her face. Caught totally off guard, she demanded to know how the hell a street rat had sniffed out her real identity. Shrugging, Lucas admitted it was just a shot in the dark, pointing out that only someone with pure Castoria blood flowing through Connecting the final dots, he realized he was staring straight at the Centurion's own flesh and blood, shipped all the way out here to finalize that shady adoption deal. A faint, almost cocky smirk tugged at his lips as he pictured himself officially rocking that elite last name. He then locked eyes with the bratty royal, making it crystal clear he knew exactly whose leash she was tied to. Finally dropping the mystery act, she introduced herself as Giselle Castoria, and viciously warned the boy not to act like some pathetic little lapdog. Turning his back on the girl, Lucas quietly started to spit out a forced apology for stepping on her royal toes. But halfway through his pathetic apology, he froze. A harsh reality checked his brain. He hadn't crawled through absolute hell and back, just to bend the knee to some pampered aristocrat. Letting out a heavy sigh, Lucas defiantly kicked back into his seat. He insisted the boss would understand his side of things. Then he figured they should just stick to the script and follow orders. Giselle took the lead, and Lucas fell right in step. He asked if she was cool with the arrangement. Looking away, Giselle just leaned back against her seat, completely silent. Moments later, the ship blasted off, slicing through the neon skyline of the futuristic metropolis. The transport touched down on a landing pad. He stepped out without a word. Giselle barked at Lucas to keep up. She was dragging him straight to his dorm. Along the way, something caught Lucas's eye. A massive statue towered over the plaza. The engraved plaque praised Emperor Denocratia, the founding father of the nation. Staring up at it, the rookie finally grasped where he had landed. Looming right in front of him was Kracia Academy, a place he had only ever seen on the news broadcasts. As they walked, their sudden appearance drew plenty of stares from the passing students. The crowd spotted their uniforms, instantly pegging the newcomer as an Imperial Guard. Out of nowhere, a white-haired student violently shoved a classmate. The poor guy crashed hard right at the rookie's feet. With ice in his eyes, the white-haired bully sneered that it was a total waste of a perfectly good implant. Giselle spun around, glaring at the new guy, demanding to know why he was just standing there like a statue. She snapped at him for lacking any sense of style, though she muttered that grunts in training didn't need flash anyway. From a distance, a couple secretly watched Giselle, ranting about the strict academy rules. Suddenly, Felix popped up waving with a massive grin. He jogged over, totally hyped to see the rookie, admitting he never actually thought the guy would make it this far. The newcomer turned to Giselle, politely asking for a quick minute alone with his buddy. She rolled her eyes but agreed to wait. The second she was out of earshot, Felix pulled the rookie into a tight bro hug, whispering that the rumors about the Centurion having a soft spot for him had to be dead on. Felix started scheming, guessing the captain was probably plotting to make the new guy his son-in-law. But the rookie shot that crazy idea down immediately. Becoming Amala's son-in-law. Not a chance in hell. Those two wouldn't survive a single day together. He spilled the truth. He struck a deal to be adopted, but only if he kept a close eye on King Un during his time here. Stepping further away from their guide, Felix quietly asked if he had gotten any body mods installed yet. Out of nowhere, a tiny device stamped with 001 was stealthily slipped right into the rookie's hand. Feeling the cold metal against his palm, he blinked in pure shock at the unexpected drop. Felix waved goodbye to the crew, joking about how crazy popular the grunts were getting around campus. Strolling back over to Giselle, the rookie figured this fresh intel was going to be a lifesaver, making survival around here a whole lot easier. The real kicker was the dorm building, marked by a deeply carved crest. This dump was strictly reserved for the kids, crawling up from the slums and the washed-up nobles. But the news didn't crush his spirit one bit. His eyes stayed locked and focused, completely unfazed by the harsh reality. As he pushed forward, he smirked, realizing that even this elite paradise had its own nasty food chain, and honestly, it wouldn't be any fun if the game was too easy. They pushed through the heavy double doors to check the place out. Right inside the lobby, an android showed off the living quarters, which the rookie immediately dubbed a literal mansion. Running his hand over the sleek desk, he seriously doubted this luxury spot was meant for street rats and broke aristocrats. He collapsed into a plush armchair, letting it sink in that he was sitting inside the most prestigious academy in the entire empire. Standing tall, Giselle bluntly announced that this was his new pad. She tossed him her personal contact code for emergencies, leaving him wondering why she was acting so incredibly frosty. When she coldly fired back that she was just following orders, he realized she was playing her assigned part to perfection. Watching her storm off, he casually called out that he was never going to dial that number anyway. Without missing a beat, she shot back that she totally expected that. But right before stepping out, she froze, tossing one last brutal piece of advice over her shoulder. She warned him to steer absolutely clear of the dorm manager, a warning that instantly sparked his curiosity. Giselle leaned in, revealing that this girl was the biggest walking disaster in the whole academy. Right as a shadow of a girl drifted past the hallway window. Left alone in his room, the newcomer whispered to himself, wondering what could possibly make that girl so dangerous. Just a second later, a loud buzz from the doorbell shattered the silence. The heavy door hissed open, revealing a pretty young woman standing on the other. The girl flashed a smile and introduced herself as Barbara, the head dorm manager. The exact same walking red flag Giselle had just warned him about. Keeping his cool, the rookie gave a stiff nod and formally introduced himself as an Imperial Guard in training. Instantly, his cybernetic eye hummed to life, scanning Barbara from head to toe. As they traded polite hellos, she was silently sizing him up right back, clocking his cheap clothes and the obvious lack of a fancy family name. Flashing back to Giselle's harsh warning, he played it incredibly smooth, just mentioning he had barely unpacked, totally ignoring the giant flashing danger signs. As the chat flowed, Barbara quickly figured out he was a street kid from the lower sectors, and she actually gushed about how awesome it was that he made it into the Guard. Catching her vibe, he flashed a charming smile and threw a sweet compliment right back. Realizing that landing the dorm president gig is a massive flex, a soft smirk tugs at his lips as he watches her. He figures she must have busted her butt to climb the ranks like that. The young woman then waves him over, explaining that showing the newbies around is just part of her presidential duties. It hits him that she barely had a second to breathe, juggling her heavy class load and grabbing a quick shower just to come meet him. Watching her walk away, he pegs her as someone who knows how to hustle and manage her time. Later on, standing inside the academy's massive main building, he and Giselle instantly steal the spotlight in the grand hall. Every single eye is glued to them. Giselle shoots him a piercing glare, silently sizing up her new companion. Then she drops the bomb that, per her father's strict orders, they are stuck taking classes together for an entire week. Right on cue, a totally familiar voice calls out Giselle's name. He spins around to spot Barbara strolling up, tossing Giselle a super casual greeting, without missing a beat. The snooty noble coldly orders Barbara to get lost immediately. Shrinking back just a bit, the dorm president stammers out that she just wanted to say hey. Giselle coldly turns her back, snapping that they have absolutely nothing to talk about. Giselle then shoves him along, barking that he absolutely cannot be late for his very first class. Even as he is dragged away, he shoots a quick glance back over his shoulder at Barbara, standing all by herself. Her hunched, defeated posture is a massive cry from the confident vibe of a dorm boss. Staring straight ahead again, he exits the scene with a deadpan expression. When he presses her about their incredibly tense beef, Giselle just brushes it off, claiming they simply enrolled in the academy at the exact same time. Still totally confused, his mind flashes back to Giselle's earlier warning about Barbara as he paces down the hallway. Deciding to just tune out the nasty rumors for now, he locks his focus back onto his ultimate endgame, clawing his way up to noble status within the next 2 months. Later, chilling on a hallway bench while waiting for the bell to ring, he casually spins a gadget in his hand to kill time. Out of nowhere, some random student gets right up in his face, demanding to know exactly what his deal is with Lady Giselle. The punk's super defensive glare makes it painfully obvious that he is completely thirsty for the noble girl. Deciding to mess with the kid a bit, the guard relentlessly mocks his painfully obvious crush, which instantly makes the student blow a total gasket. Faster than lightning, the guard snatches the kid's wrist and brutally twists it forward, ripping a sharp squeal of agony right out of his lungs. A split second later, he silently kicks himself for taking out his own pent-up frustrations on some random kid and quickly drops his arm. With pathetic, teary eyes, the utterly defeated student begs to know one last time if he really has zero connection to Giselle. Now sitting awkwardly together on the bench, the guard tries to slide in a question of his own, but the stubborn brat shoots back, demanding to know why he should even bother answering. Striking a quick bargain, the guard offers to hype the kid up to Giselle, painting him as a great guy in exchange for the juicy gossip on why everyone absolutely despises Barbara. Letting out a heavy sigh, the student explains that it was not always this toxic swearing, that this bitter rivalry all boils down to a nasty curse. He clarifies that the curse specifically revolves around Barbara. Freakishly dangerous accidents involving hacked androids constantly trigger whenever she is nearby. The guard calls bluff, refusing to believe it is her fault, but the student fiercely insists that the creepiest part is how Barbara desperately chases after new friends despite the lethal risks. He also drops the bomb that she only scored the dorm president gig because absolutely nobody else wanted to touch that grueling, miserable job. Right on cue, the student points out Barbara down the hallway, getting cornered by a pack of classmates. Without warning, one of the mean girls dumps a totally gross drink all over Barbara, completely soaking her uniform. The hostile clique surrounds her like vultures, while the bully who spilled the drink fakes a sarcastic gasp, mocking that it was just a clumsy little accident. The wicked girl then offers to strip and wash Barbara's clothes right there, but Barbara politely waves her off, stammering that she will just go change in her room. Pivoting to her nasty squad, the bully loudly sneers, asking if they all heard her generous offer, get rudely rejected. Flashing a lethal glare, she aggressively demands that Barbara strip the clothes off right this second. Barbara's hands shake uncontrollably as she clutches her soaked fabric, completely paralyzed by the brutal bullying. Watching from the sidelines on their bench, the two guys take in the whole sickening scene. It suddenly clicks in Lucas's head that this exact type of abuse must have happened earlier today, completely explaining why poor Barbara was rushing. Gripping his weapon, Lucas smirks, thinking Barbara is incredibly lucky he happens to be around. Fueled by his own brewing foul mood, he winds up to launch his daggers. With a blindingly fast strike, Lucas violently shatters the cup, making the bully screech in absolute terror. Fiercely barks at her to knock off the pathetic bullying, coldly declaring that his fists are rated E for everyone if she keeps up this direct threat. The bullies scramble backward, pure panic in their eyes. Lucas smoothly steps between them and Barbara, planting his feet like a solid brick wall. Still completely stunned that he stepped up to the plate, The dorm president whispers his name. He just glances back over his shoulder, his muscles coiled tight, ready for anything. With the chaos finally settling down, a weak smile breaks across Barbara's face as she breathes out a tiny thank you. Inside his head, Lucas starts doing the math. Is hanging around Barbara going to put a massive target on his back for those crazy droids? Right on cue, a classmate leans in frantically, warning him that he just messed with Kalissa Kano. He basically poked a sleeping bear. But Lucas, he doesn't flinch. He coldly brushes off the warning, making it crystal clear he doesn't give a damn about her family's money or status. To him, they are just all bark and no bite. Shaking with nerves, the guy spills the tea the Kano family literally runs a brutal street gang down in the slums. And right now, they are definitely hunting for his head. Sweating bullets, the kid stammers out the real reason behind this whole mess. Turns out Kalissa's boyfriend got caught up in Barbara's notorious curse too. Lucas goes dead silent. You can practically see the gears turning in his head as he pieces the puzzle together. But before she marches up, glaring down her nose like they are trash on the bottom of her shoe. Never one to let a good joke slide, Lucas immediately throws the nerve. He smirks, nudging the kid to finally confess his massive crush to Giselle. The poor guy's face turns beet red as he scrambles backward, tripping over his own words. He squeaks out that he's perfectly fine worshipping her from a safe distance, begs Lucas to be his wingman, and sprints for the hills. Watching the pathetic getaway, Giselle crosses her arms and sarcastically claps for Lucas making a new bestie. Dropping the joke, Lucas casually mentions the kid's name is Enrico Lacan. Giselle actually shivers, crossing her arms tighter. She admits the guy gives her major creep vibes, like he's always stalking her from the shadows. Hearing that, Lucas mentally facepalms. Yeah, there is absolutely zero chance she's ever going to give Enrico the time of day. Meanwhile, a furious instructor corners Lucas, demanding to know if he seriously pulled a blade on a fellow student. Cut to the headmaster's office. Director, Guide Alburn, sinks back into his heavy leather chair, letting out a long sigh. He tells Lucas to cool his jets, totally getting how insanely toxic and suffocating the Academy's vibe can be. Standing before the big boss, Lucas just gives a slow, silent nod, taking the heat. The director leans forward, eyes locked on him, and flat out calls Lucas a lone wolf thrown into a pen full of sheep. Lucas doesn't miss a beat. He smirks, pointing out the real issue these so-called sheep are. But Alburn shakes his head, his voice turning dead serious. He warns that while these rich kids might look like fluffy little lambs, some of them are absolute psychos, hiding. And the chilling part, those hidden monsters are way more terrifying than any wolf. Sliding the confiscated blade back across the desk, Alburn tells him to watch his back. Lucas grabs the hilt, promising to keep one eye open. Striding down the empty hallway, Lucas scoffs to himself. He couldn't care less about playing high school games with undercover psychos. He has exactly one mission right now, hunting down the dark truth behind the witch's twisted curse. Fast forward to the dead of night. Deep in the woods behind the gym, Lucas stands completely alone, breathing in the cold air. Word about the Barbara incident blew up, so he knows the cursed rogue droid is coming for him tonight. Crunch. His boots freeze in the dirt. The hairs on the back of his neck stand up as shadows shift in the dense trees. A rough, unfamiliar sneering at him, asking if he's the tough new military boy on campus. A massive brute steps into the moonlight, bragging about how easy he is not alone. A pack of street thugs fans out, closing the net. They cockily announce that nobody disrespects Kalissa without the Kano family. Flashing a twisted grin, the lead punk starts talking trash. He laughs, calling Lucas nothing but a glorified mall cop, still playing in the sandbox. Completely boxed in, Lucas just stares at them with dead eye. He tilts his head, asking if they seriously think they have a shot at it. Lucas just chuckles. He throws the threat right back, giving them exactly 3 seconds to walk away before they end up in the ICU. The sheer disrespect makes the gangster snap. Muscles bulging, he lunges forward like a wild beast. He launches a devastating, bone-crushing right hook. Lucas's eyes dart. He instantly reads the flawless combat technique. The fist is inches away, the thug screaming for him to dodge it, but Lucas just plants his feet to tank the hit. A campus security droid drops in from above, loudly broadcasting a friendly offer. Totally freaked out by the high-tech interruption, the gang leader immediately kills the attack. He decides it's time to ghost, spitting a venomous promise that he'll be back to finish the job. The thugs scramble away into the brush, muttering that they aren't stupid enough to throw hands with a giant metal cop. Not missing a beat, Lucas barks at the droid, rejecting its backup and telling it to get lost. But instead of rolling away, the machine violently glitches out. Its voice box stutters, repeating, "Request denied," over and over. The fleeing gang leader pauses, totally confused by the freakout. In a flash, the droid's primary sensor, it has gone completely rogue. Moving faster than a speeding bullet, the heavy hunk of metal rockets straight past Lucas and charges the retreating gang. Crunch! It absolutely flattens one of the goons into the dirt. The guy next to him throws his hands up in sheer terror, instantly soaked in the gruesome after. The boss stumbles backward, his jaw hitting the floor as he shoots a desperate look at Lucas. Gears grinding, the killer bot locks on. The gangster's face twists into absolute horror as a massive metal fist plummets. Bam! Lucas comes flying in out of nowhere. He lands a devastating roundhouse kick square into the droid's chassis, sending it crashing through the trees. Trembling uncontrollably on the ground, the gang boss screams out that the rumors are true. Barbara's deadly curse is totally real. Lucas just glares down. Students shouldn't believe in fairy tale curses, he scoffs. Right on cue, the mechanical beast lunges straight at Lucas. The kid instantly notices the humming core. It's redlining. The system clearly calculated that crushing him requires 100% of its maximum output. As the metal giant regains its footing, Lucas narrows his eyes. This isn't just some basic, pre-programmed routine. Someone is pulling the strings from the shadows. A wicked smirk spreads across the boy's face. Finally, playtime begins. He casually sidesteps a brutal haymaker. Despite the clunky armor, the android's footwork is shockingly crisp. Is this thing running top-tier martial arts software? Even swarmed by multiple targets, Lucas yawns at the pathetic challenge. He craves a real blood-pumping thrill. Stepping into the fray, he unleashes a devastating front. The strike caves in a robot's chest plate. Mid-brawl, his sharp instincts catch a bizarre quirk in this specific unit, completely setting it apart from the factory. Come on, blow my mind, Lucas barks, practically begging the machine to hit him with everything it's got. Vaulting high into the air, he lands squarely on the Titan's shoulders. Nice try, buddy. Riding the downward momentum, Lucas shatters the android's core with a lethal match-ending strike. How did this piece of junk ever expect to level up by losing focus? From the smoking, twisted metal of the destroyed bot, an emergency retreat signal flashes out. Right as the systems power down, watching the final enemy crash into the dirt, a wave of bitter. It was over way too fast. His adrenaline hasn't even spiked yet. The squad leader had already vanished into the dense forest, totally abandoning his crew. What a letdown, Lucas mutters, shrugging off the dust. Suddenly, high-tech security drones swarm the sky, flooding the kid's exact. Fast forward, and we find our hero standing completely alone in the shadows of an imposing academy building. Following the crazy forest brawl, the elite security task force essentially dragged him into a cold, sterile interrogation room for questioning. Lead investigator Jillian Campbell drops a bombshell. The puppet master is hiding right here on campus, and nobody is leaving until she cracks the case. When asked if the hacker might be some rat from the slums, Campbell shoots the theory down instantly. Bypassing the school's military-grade firewalls from the outside is flat-out impossible. Leaning back in his chair, Lucas raises an eyebrow. Why do you need a rookie grunt like me for a high-stakes manhunt? The icy detective leans in close. Because of your archie-victima ability. Catching the boy's subtle flinch, a sharp glint flashes in her eyes. The government doesn't just ignore that kind of power. Every single person using that forbidden technique is heavily monitored on a highly classified blacklist. And the real truth, it lies entirely with the mysterious master who taught him the deadly art in the first place. Chinawan's rugged face instantly flashes through the kid's mind. Later, Giselle corners him in the hallway, practically demanding a full debrief on the madness. She grills him on why he's blindly following her father's strict orders. Furious, staring blankly at the wall, the boy refuses to make eye contact. I couldn't just stand there and watch, he murmurs coldly. Not when someone defenseless is getting torn apart. Frustrated, Giselle. In a heartbeat, Lucas fires back. I'd have no other choice. Pinching the bridge of her nose, Giselle steps up, offering to personally negotiate a truce with Kalisa Kanonov. She genuinely believes a polite little chat can fix this explosive mess. Hearing her naive plan, the kid just stares at her dead silent. His sharp mind starts racing. Why is this rich girl suddenly throwing herself onto the front lines to clean up his blood-stained mess? Then it clicks. Her sky-high arrogance completely stems from the fact that she fully believes Kalisa is a pawn she can manipulate. Seeing the angle, the boy finally gives in. Fine. He'll play along and meet the troublemaker face to face. Flashing a dangerously charming grin, he adds that staying off the headmaster's radar is probably smart. Plus, he has his own secret agenda to investigate inside that meeting. Inside, Kalisa Kanonov is already crying wolf. She frantically plays the victim, screaming that Barbara totally threw the first punch at her precious boyfriend. Slouching in the chair opposite her, Lucas pierces her with a cold glare. Are you absolutely positive you didn't just unleash your attack dog on her on purpose? The savage accusation hits her like a truck, totally freezing her in place. Tapping the holographic board, the kid breaks it down. Her thug of a boyfriend weaponized the sacred arcane seal. He used it to enact a petty, brutal revenge, exactly like the stunt he pulled against Luke. The room falls dead silent. Without missing a beat, the boy goes straight for the throat. Did you honestly just manufacture a fake excuse to tear Barbara apart? Kalisa violently slams her hands on the table, springing to her feet. Shut your damn... As the girl's hysterical tantrum escalates, Giselle steps into the crossfire, ordering Kalisa to take a breath and back down. Giselle's eyes turn to ice. Slicing through the mounting chaos, her voice cracks like a whip. That is enough. She glares at Kalisa, questioning if she seriously plans to brush off the boy's heavy accusations. Pivoting slightly, Giselle quietly asks. The kid gives a casual shrug. Slipping his hands into his pockets, stepping outside, Lucas finally pieced together his theory about Giselle's puppet master act, questioning why she hadn't stopped Kalisa from attacking Barbara way earlier. He figured it would have been insanely easy for her to crush the bullying any time during their 2 months at the academy, rather than waiting to strike a forced deal. Moments later, Giselle strutted out, scoffing about her rival's dramatic little outburst, assuming he was the type to dodge trouble. Lucas fired back, claiming he was merely testing a hunch about android manipulation, and Giselle smirked, asking if he was trying to play detective. Real investigators are already on the case, he countered. Catching the slight shift in her expression, he quickly pivoted, praising how effortlessly she destroyed Kalisa with a single sentence. Basking in the compliment, she explained how her family name carried massive weight among the elite, leaving bottom feeders like Kalisa no choice but to listen. Without missing a beat, Lucas dropped a bomb. Is that why you ordered her to make Barbara's life a living hell? She played dumb, demanding to know what he meant. He didn't flinch, stating coldly that someone viewing Barbara as a crucial pawn would absolutely pull the strings to corner her. Furious at the accusation, Giselle lunged, grabbing him by the collar. "Watch your mouth," she hissed. Refusing to back down, Lucas pushed her buttons, even further, staring dead into her eyes and asking if her shiny mechanical upgrades were rotting her brain. Instantly, her grip vanished. Taking a step back, Lucas offered a hollow apology and turned to walk away. Giselle's voice cut through the air, warning him to brace for severe consequences if he kept digging. Yet despite his heavy suspicions, something deep in his gut felt totally off. He caught a glimpse of her hand, visibly shaking. Why react like that? Watching her retreat, he realized this supposed victim's twitchy reflexes only twisted the mystery further. Later that day, Lucas chilled on a bench with Barbara, drawing stares from passing students. Out of nowhere, she leaned in and offered him a neatly packed tray of sandwiches. Completely thrown off, he asked what the deal was. Blushing slightly, she confessed it was a tiny token of gratitude for rescuing her from Kalisa's claws. She shyly asked if she could keep packing his lunches, but he was just about to shut it down. The moment the rejection left his lips, her gaze dropped to the floor in dead silence. Staring at her shoes, she whispered that she didn't care about any rumors or misunderstandings. Hearing that soft confession, he briefly wondered if she was catching feelings. But again, the vibe was all wrong. He pressed her about the massive target she was painting on her back by hanging around him, and voice trembling, she admitted she was completely lost. Time for a stress test. Lucas brutally revealed that Kalisa was merely Giselle's attack dog, and the elite puppet master wouldn't rest until she claimed her prize. Instead of pure shock, Barbara quietly nodded, confirming she already knew the grim reality. He pushed harder, demanding to know if she understood the real, twisted reason behind Giselle's hatred. Instantly, her entire demeanor shifted. Her eyes turned cold as she questioned why she would ever spill that secret to him. Lucas tossing out that bait purely to analyze her raw reaction. That same unsettling aura washed over him again. Suddenly, the guild director's chilling warning echoed in his mind, telling him to beware the wolf wrapped in sheep's clothing. Watching the dark flash in her eyes, the horrifying truth clicked the hidden predator. Was Barbara all along. Locking himself in his dorm, Lucas booted up his comms and reported his recent run-in with Kalisa's boyfriend. Through the flickering hologram, Campbell verified the intel Kalisa had indeed unleashed her toxic ex to hunt Barbara down. The agent praised the boy's instincts. That single piece of evidence locked the entire dramatic showdown just to craft a bulletproof alibi. When Lucas pushed to see if Campbell would interrogate their prime suspect, the grizzled agent shut it down as way too risky. This was case number 6, and the body count was already rising. Campbell vowed to blindside the arrogant killer, who thought they had beaten the system. Lucas immediately threw Barbara's name into the mix, but Campbell scoffed at the theory, insisting a low-class slum kid couldn't possibly hack advanced combat droids. But Campbell nodded, admitting a highborn could absolutely tamper with the factory settings. Just before cutting the feed, Campbell dropped one final staggering bombshell. The agent revealed that Barbara was secretly sponsored by the Castoria bloodline, a revelation that left Lucas staring at the dead screen in absolute silence. He muttered to himself that the intel was gold, needing time to digest the massive twist. The puzzle pieces were violently colliding, yet one vital edge was still missing, leaving him grinding his teeth in frustration. Lucas decided it was time to confront Giselle face to face. Wasting no time, he set his new scheme in motion, keeping a sharp eye on the training grounds. Her previous words echoed in his mind. Nobles had to constantly prove their worth or risk being tossed aside. Moments later, he tracked her down inside a bustling workshop. Watching her grind away, he couldn't help but recall how bitterly hostile she acted back when they first crossed paths. The second she spotted him, she demanded to know what the hell he wanted. When he casually mentioned he just dropped by to see her, she practically choked on her water. Wiping her mouth, she snapped at him to cut the crap and get to the point, since she was clearly busy. But Lucas wasn't buying it. He told her to drop the act, revealing he was officially assigned to help with the ongoing investigation. Unfazed, Giselle coldly reminded him of her elite status as the head centurion's daughter. Calling her bluff, he fired back, exposing that he knew her family secretly sponsored Barbara, questioning if that was the real reason behind her sudden suspension. Cornered, she spat out that she absolutely despised the girl because of the cursed rumors. Yet the moment he pressed her about their supposed friendship, she immediately tried to shut him down. He didn't back off, stating flat out that security was treating the android rampage as a deliberate sabotage. Pointing the finger directly at her, he named her the prime suspect. She exploded in protest, arguing that she had almost died out there too. Completely stone-faced, he shot back that masterminds love playing the victim card, especially since she had the perfect skills to pull it off. Seeing her panic, he raised his hands, telling her to take a breath, and clarifying he wasn't officially accusing her just yet. He just needed her to spill everything she knew, hoping to catch a solid lead. Suddenly, Barbara materialized in the hallway. Putting on a sweet smile, she greeted him, claiming she had been searching everywhere and was worried sick. Red flags instantly went off in his head. How on earth did she find him when he made damn sure nobody was tailing him? He quickly zeroed in on her calm, completely unbothered expression, wondering how she managed to bury the intel in less than 10 minutes. Glaring, he ordered her to wipe that sickeningly innocent smile off her face. Caught off guard by his sudden hostility, she played dumb, asking what he meant. She scrambled to defend herself, bringing up how much she adored him for saving her from Kalisa's bullying. Before she could spin another lie about a misunderstanding, he grabbed a chair and smashed it into pieces. Shocked by the violent outburst, Giselle screamed, demanding to know what he was doing. With a deadly glare, he grumbled that he was just trying to kill some time, but was totally sick of playing games. Pivoting back to Barbara, he furiously accused her of playing him for an absolute fool. Hiding behind the shattered wreckage, the frightened girl stayed crouched on the floor, calling out to her friend. His expression shifted into pure ice, stating she had absolutely no clue what kind of fire she was playing with. His piercing gaze swept across the room, leaving Giselle frozen in absolute terror. Brushing past her, he stormed off down the gloomy hallway. Trembling, Giselle murmured that she'd leave the snacks behind for him to eat, turning to make her escape. But right before she could bolt, Barbara crept up from behind and grabbed her, flashing a chilling grin. Pulling her into a tight, suffocating hug, she whispered how great it was to finally see her again. Whispering something sinister into her ear, she giggled darkly before stepping away. Waving goodbye, she cheerfully promised they would cross paths soon. With the manipulator finally out of sight, the two were left alone in the trashed room. Giselle's legs immediately gave out, collapsing to her knees, while he stood tall above her. A heavy sigh of realization escaped his lips. That sick little display just proved everything. The true mastermind, their twisted dynamic, and exactly who the real victim was. Stepping closer to the trembling girl, he gently called her name, but she desperately begged him to just shut up. Voice shaking, she warned him to just keep his head down and survive the academy until graduation. Surrounded by the wreckage, she pleaded with him to drop the whole thing. Later on, his outgoing call to her flashed brightly across a holographic screen, ringing out endlessly into the void. He thought back to when he officially reported the whole mess to the head centurion, with the girl dodging him like the plague ever since the attack commander Imelad threw a massive curveball, dumping the entire investigation directly into his lap. The move felt incredibly sketchy, considering the elite Imperial Guards could have swept this up in a heartbeat, especially since a VIP's daughter was caught in the crossfire. Even as a rookie in training, he felt the crushing weight of the job bearing down on him. Following direct orders from the absolute top put an insane amount of pressure on his shoulders. Still, he stepped up to the plate, fully aware of the massive stakes. Glaring at his rejected call, his frustration boiled over. Naturally, his crosshairs locked right back onto the sweet, innocent suspect. Logic dictated that some broke student from the slums shouldn't have the clearance to hack military droids, but their chat confirmed that high-ranking nobles had backdoors into the system, heavily implying that Kalissa manipulated the poor girl to launch the hit job. He was still trying to track down his elusive witness when Enrico suddenly hollered his name, practically buzzing with excitement. Bounding over like an eager puppy, he breathlessly asked if his buddy had put in a good word for him. Flashing a sly smirk, Lucas lied right through his teeth, totally exploiting the lovesick fool. Reality hit moments later when the girl absolutely crushed the guy's dreams. Cornering him, she brutally laid it out that she wasn't into him at all, and that his constant creeping was genuinely freaking her out. Giving zero room for debate, she ordered him to back the hell off, leaving the poor guy sobbing into a pathetic bouquet of flowers. Meanwhile, the mastermind just stood back and watched his pawn run off crying, having perfectly used him to set up his next move. Lucas vowed to bail her out later with a fresh strategy. Slipping out of the shadows, he called out to Giselle Castoria. It instantly became clear she already sensed he was lurking nearby. Before she could threaten to tattle to her father, Lucas cut her off. "Don't bother," he warned. He dropped the bomb that he had already tipped off to Mila's about her involvement. Furious and panicked, Giselle demanded answers, but he just stared her down, coldly stating he owed her zero explanations. The sheer bluntness knocked the wind out of her. She stumbled back, sobbing that her pristine reputation and family legacy were instantly shattered. Blinded by rage, she lunged, grabbing Lucas by the collar. "This is all your fault for showing up," she screamed. Unfazed, Lucas gently pried her hands off and made a deal he would fix this mess, but only if she spilled the truth. Giselle scoffed at the idea, mocking a lowly guard in training for playing hero. Leaning in, Lucas played his trump card. "What if I told you I'm about to become an official member of the Castoria family?" Watching her jaw drop, he smirked. Didn't she find it a little suspicious that an elite like her was assigned as his academy tour guide? He laid out his real identity, a once-in-a-generation prodigy packing a Medal of Honor, and completely backed by the chief, Centurion. He promised to pull her out of the fire, though she still eyed him with heavy suspicion. Lucas broke it down for her. Cracking this case would skyrocket his influence with the chief Centurion, which meant they both could rise to the top. Defeated, Giselle slumped forward. She finally confessed that she was the one hacking the androids, and the mastermind behind Barbara's curse. Sinking to the floor, she spilled everything. The twisted truth started. With a shocking detail, Barbara wasn't just some random classmate. She was Giselle's closest confidant. The nightmare kicked off exactly 3 years ago. Digging into her family's shady sponsorships led Giselle straight to Barbara, a girl who seemed impossibly kind and brilliantly talented. But toxic jealousy sprouted the moment a guy tried hitting on the popular Barbara. Driven mad by it, terrified of losing her best friend, the immature Giselle hatched a crazy scheme. She disguised a rogue robot as a regular android, hoping to just scare the dude away. Her voice trembled as she admitted to planting a creepy audio file inside the machine. It was rigged to stalk the boy at night, whispering threats to stay the hell away from Barbara. But the little prank spiraled into an absolute disaster. The terrified guy smashed his head, dropped out of the academy from pure PTSD, and a panicked Giselle trashed the robot to cover her tracks. Because blood was spilled, the academy launched a massive probe into Giselle. And Barbara, she had watched Giselle tampering with the mechs and figured it all out. To save her skin, Barbara told Giselle to play the victim card to throw off the heat. Abusing her mechanic privileges, Giselle blindly installed a mysterious microchip someone handed her, oblivious to its true purpose. Instantly, the android went absolutely berserk, brutalizing Giselle and officially marking her as victim number 2. That was the spark that ignited the real curse. But Barbara's entire personality completely flipped. Soon after the attack, Barbara started acting psychotic. She commanded Giselle to stay far away, chillingly declaring that she hungered for more victims. Hearing this horrifying truth, Giselle realized she was trapped in a suffocating web she could never escape alone. She was nothing but a puppet dancing on Barbara's strings. Suddenly, brutal static scrambled the screens around them. Barbara's glitchy face flashed on the monitor, frantically demanding to know if Giselle had ratted them out to a boy. "You filthy traitor," the voice screeched, blasting at a frequency that sent Giselle collapsing in agony. But wait, how the hell did Barbara slice through military-grade encryption to hijack Giselle's private device? A high-pitched mechanical whining began to build. Realization hit them like a truck. That deafening hum wasn't coming from the phone. They needed to run. Now. An automated turret was locking onto their position in the dark. Bang! A blazing projectile ripped through the air, slamming dead center into Lucas and blowing them both across the room. Scrambling for cover behind a massive concrete pillar, Lucas gasped for air, his vision swimming from the brutal ambush. He crawled over to the girl who was sprawled out unconscious on the floor. Ripping a jagged strip of cloth from his own shirt, he tied off a makeshift tourniquet to stem the heavy bleeding. Peeking out, he spotted the killer drone hovering above. Charging it head-on would be a total suicide mission in his mangled state. And to make things worse, he was packing nothing but a flimsy pocket knife. The dead silence of the hall meant no backup was coming. Nobody heard a thing. Clenching his jaw, a lethal, ice-cold resolve flashed in his eyes. Gearing up to strike right back at Barbara, Lucas suddenly noticed Giselle was finally stirring awake. She softly asked if the gunshot wound hurt. Wincing, Lucas pushed through the pain and grunted a bitter yes. A brutal hail of bullets ripped through the air, forcing them to dive behind a concealed pillar. Lucas cursed his luck, wishing he knew the drone's exact blind spot to launch a devastating counterattack. Then a spark of brilliance hit him. He called out to Giselle, who snapped to attention, and he desperately asked for a mirror. Catching the glare, the deadly attack drone finally revealed its hiding spot. The second Lucas locked eyes on it, he hurled his combat knife straight at the target. Upon impact, a massive explosion ripped the machine apart, blasting him backward. Out of nowhere, Lucas's earpiece crackled to life on its own, leaving him totally bewildered by the glitch. He tried patching through to Giselle, who was shivering just a few feet away. She desperately tapped her own comms, but quickly signaled that it was completely dead. Suddenly, Barbara's chilling voice echoed through the static, ruthlessly interrogating Giselle about her betrayal. The moment Barbara's venomous tone dropped Lucas's name, someone tightly gripped Giselle's wrist. Without hesitating, Lucas brutally cut the connection, refusing to listen to that absolute psycho. He pulled Giselle into a protective embrace, swearing they had to get to safety right now. As Lucas rushed away, with the girl Felix's voice suddenly cracked through the radio, confirming his arrival. Meeting up face to face, Lucas demanded their next orders, but his ally flatly explained that he had been kept completely in the dark about this operation. Giselle's eyes widened in sheer disbelief at their words. Trembling, she asked if her own father was the one pulling the strings behind these decisions. Felix gave a grim nod. The crushing truth left her totally speechless. A heavy wave of abandonment washed over her. While Giselle spiraled into despair, Lucas, ever the stoic guard, reminded himself not to jump to dangerous conclusions. Even as the boss's daughter Giselle was still just a civilian, and showing favoritism could jeopardize the entire mission. The tense chat with Felix pressed on. Giselle stayed dead silent. Felix gestured toward Lucas's bleeding arm, and asked if it stung, but Lucas just brushed off the flesh wound with a cocky smirk. Felix figured that if the scrape was no big deal, they needed to keep moving. He sharply asked if Lucas could still sprint at full speed. Lucas confidently fired back that he was perfectly fine. The exact second Felix radioed his coordinates claiming he was with the package, a sudden sniper round struck him, blowing his mechanical arm clean off. Moving purely on instinct, he scrambled into heavy cover to dodge the follow-up shot. Weapon drawn, Lucas instantly knew the fire came from point-blank range, yet his senses picked up absolutely nothing. The whole vibe felt incredibly off, as if the royal guards themselves had pulled the trigger. Felix muttered a curse about Barbara. Out of nowhere, a creepy, unfamiliar voice offered to strike a deal. Lucas froze, completely shell-shocked, as he realized exactly who the shooter was. The eerie voice taunted them, bragging that if he had aimed for Felix's skull, the guy would already be a corpse. Lucas growled, demanding if the punk even knew who he was messing with. The sniper scoffed, casually, mentioning he knew they were just rookie guards in training, and cutting the crap, he went straight to the point. His demand was crystal clear: hand over Giselle Castoria. Lucas braced for a classic kidnapping, but the attacker smugly revealed that his princess specifically ordered it. Suddenly, this lethal game got incredibly personal. Hearing Giselle's name made Lucas realize Felix had just been ambushed yet again. Giselle stared at him, completely paralyzed by fear. The chaotic scene left Lucas totally rooted to the spot in pure shock. The cloaked sniper hoisted Felix up by his throat, effortlessly choking him out. The mysterious foe fully materialized, rocking a sleek combat suit that hid his face. Lucas spotted a high-tech targeting laser, painting the ground, tracking straight from their enemy. That insane stealth gear had made him literally invisible to their radar. Giselle squeezed Lucas's hand in sheer terror, shielding her with his body. Lucas whispered he'd buy her precious seconds, ordering her to sprint the moment he gave the word. Giselle tried to argue back, but with zero time left, Lucas grabbed her shoulders and fiercely commanded her to trust his plan. Silently counting down the agonizing seconds, he coiled his muscles, waiting for the perfect opening. At Lucas's barked signal, Giselle bolted into the shadows, while he held the front line. Raising his rifle, Lucas laid down heavy suppressing fire to cover her escape. Hot lead screamed past the enemy's visor. As he unloaded the magazine, Lucas was blown away by the villain's god-tier reflexes. The enemy chuckled, claiming he didn't want to slaughter two helpless rookies. Deeply confused, Lucas mentally tripped over that insult, scoffing, as he realized he was probably older than this arrogant punk. With a blindingly fast movement, the shadow warned Lucas to watch his step if he didn't want to die playing hero. It suddenly clicked: Lucas was facing off against an elite royal guard. The deadly attacker sneered, revealing Giselle was his ultimate prize, but he'd gladly crush Lucas first. Sent flying by a brutal counterstrike, Lucas instantly knew that keeping this up meant a guaranteed death sentence. Scrambling for survival, his eyes frantically scanned the battlefield from this new angle. Gritting his teeth, Lucas analyzed the monster's movements and cooked up a desperate new strategy. Suddenly, a faint metallic glint caught his eye. A blade. Wait, is that? Felix's Lucas ditches his jammed pistol, knocking the fallen dagger free. He snatches the hilt, muscles coiling for a vicious counterattack. With a lightning-fast slash, Lucas's steel clashes against his opponent's guard. Caught off guard by the sheer speed, the enemy gasps. Are you using the Arce combat arts? The stranger weaves through Lucas's flurry of strikes, leaping back to buy some breathing room. Dusting himself off, he smirks, finally acknowledging the kid's raw talent, and promises to deliver one final deadly lesson. We were just having a little fun, the man chuckles. But things just got way too messy. Sensing the sudden shift in bloodlust, Lucas tightens his white-knuckled grip on the dagger. Gasping through his own wounds, his mind races, questioning the attacker's sudden hesitation and whether Giselle is actually safe. I need to end this, now. But the imposing figure barks a harsh warning, telling him to back off and not throw his damn life away. Lucas drags in a ragged breath, glaring at the man who is. His vision narrows razor sharp. The throbbing agony in his side and the true identity of this monster. None of it matters anymore. He hoists his blade, pouring every last ounce of his aura into one desperate, all-or-nothing strike. But the devastating slash hits absolutely nothing. The phantom of a man easily deflects its slow clapping at the boy's textbook form. Not bad, kid. Do you really want to? The assassin locks eyes with him, glaring cold as ice. Tell me, Do you honestly think you're immortal? The Empire is one thing, Lucas spits back, bracing his dagger against the dirt, just in time to deflect another bone-crushing blow. But your arrogant attitude is a whole different story. And honestly, it's really starting to piss me off. The stranger bursts into full-blown laughter. Wiping a tear, he casually points out that such usually gets a guy executed in this strict regime. With a mocking bow, he finally drops his name. Rick Kaiser, a soldier of the Republic. Coughing up a mouthful of crimson, Lucas glares up. So, you're just a filthy traitor. Rick wags a finger smoothly, correcting him. I prefer the term freedom fighter, kid. Lucas flashes a bloody grin. Man, you bark way too much. Oh, I bite a hell of a lot harder, Rick roars. Instantly, an explosive aura erupts around him, levitating his body straight off the ground. He launches forward like an absolute missile, tearing through the air straight toward Lucas. Throwing his bare hands up, the boy miraculously, but the sheer crushing momentum is too much. The armor plating, without missing a beat, Rick unleashes a devastating follow-up, utterly obliterating Lucas's remaining arm. Stepping into the carnage, Rick wraps a merciless grip around the boy's throat. Listen closely. This is your one and only chance to beg for your pathetic life. Choking and utterly paralyzed Lucas still manages to force a cocky smirk. Annoyed, Rick hoists him completely off his feet with a single brutal hand. Staring death straight in the face, the young soldier refuses to break, hurling one last defiant insult. Rick just sighs, eyes turning pitch black. Well, say hello to Quinwan for me. The absolute last sensation to register in Lucas's mind is the sickening, deafening crack of his own neck snapping in two. Smash cut to the blinding white lights of the Imperial Capital's military hospital. Gasping for air, Felix bolts upright in his sickbed, screaming Lucas's name, before instantly groaning in agonizing pain. Sitting right next to him, Lucas deadpans. Yeah, no kidding, it hurts when you yell, idiot. You practically got decapitated. He calmly explains that Felix suffered massive brain trauma because his cervical spine was crushed for so damn long. Honestly, he considers his buddy the luckiest guy alive. Lucas flashes back to Giselle bursting onto the scene with 4 heavily armed elites. If she hadn't moved like lightning, he'd be sharing a body bag right now. Suddenly, Commander Emilise strides into the ward, raising a hand to tell Lucas to stay down and save his strength. She pulls up a chair right next to the mattress, all strictly business, ready to hear the official debriefing. Lucas immediately clears his friend's name, swearing that Felix held the line and fought like an absolute demon to the bitter end. Taking a breath, he dives into the gritty details. Walking her through the bloodbath, he finally slumps back. And that's the whole story, ma'am. Emilise crosses her arms, dropping a massive bombshell. That psychotic assassin, Rick Kaiser. His real name is Rick Silva, and he happens to be one of the most wanted terrorists in the entire empire. Lucas's jaw drops as his commander casually explains that not every monster, especially not when deep-rooted political corruption, is pulling the strings. Lucas narrows his eyes. Hold on. What do you mean corruption? I thought this empire was supposed to be flawless. The terrifying reality hits him like a truck. Rick wasn't working alone. Realizing the kid deserves the truth, Emilise pulls back the curtain on the entire classified op. She whispers the codename Operation Juliet, a brutal 5-year undercover stint designed to hunt down the shadowy leaders of the anti-imperial syndicate, known only as Nemesis. She warns him that this syndicate is way too deadly and hyper-organized for their standard tactical strikes. Frowning, Lucas nervously interrupts. Wait. Did the whole mission go up in smoke just because I let Rick slip away? But before the guilt can eat him alive, Emilise cracks a rare smile. Against all odds, the crazy plan actually worked. Their undercover agents successfully infiltrated the enemy's inner circle, Nemesis. The truth hits Lucas like a freight train. Barbara has been on their side all along, handpicked by the syndicate as their phantom hacker, learning she had orchestrated this entire grand scheme just to catch their eye. Lucas just stands there, his knuckles turning white, as he quietly balls up his fist. The sickening realization washes over him. Every single drop of blood spilled from Felix's shattered mind, to the brutal torment Giselle endured, it was all for nothing. They were just disposable pawns on a rigged board. Does Giselle know? He demands. Emilise shoots that down immediately, coldly insisting that keeping her completely in the dark is for the best. Then Emilise leans in, asking a chilling question. Does Lucas have any idea why he's spilling all these? That one word echoes endlessly in his skull. Disposable. He can't help but wonder, is he next? Is he destined to be tossed into the gutter without ever making his mark on the world? Suddenly a sleek holographic screen flashes right in front of his face. The order is simple. Read it and sign on the dotted line. The young warrior freezes his breath, catching in his throat. Imalas breaks. Glowing on that screen is a legally binding adoption paper, with his name on it. Cut to a sterile, quiet hospital room. Lucas slumps in a chair right next to Felix's lifeless, comatose body. The place is a mess, littered with discarded blood-stained 1-5 needles and medical junk. Imalas had mentioned the paperwork would take a while to clear. Meanwhile, a brand new cybernetic implant has been brutally grafted straight into Lucas's spine. The agonizing phantom pain from the old hardware is still tearing through him. Just as Lucas reaches for the door handle, a weak, raspy voice calls out from the bed. It's Felix. Without even glancing over his shoulder, the younger boy simply throws up a brief, dismissive hand gesture to say goodbye. But as he steps out into the neon-lit hallway, his eyes catch a massive digital billboard flashing the face of Barbara the Witch. Even though the whole picture is still blurry, the horrifying truth clicks. She was a deep-cover mole the entire time. His mind races, There was way too much darkness there for it to be just a twisted game. He stops dead in his tracks, staring blankly out the reinforced glass window. A suffocating thought creeps in. Was his hellish childhood at the orphanage and that fateful run-in with Queen One, were any of those actually random coincidences? He mentally replays the entire bloodbath at the academy, suddenly terrified that he hasn't made a single free choice in his miserable life. But despite the creeping paranoia, he forces himself to remember that he didn't claw his way out of the abyss just by sheer luck. Stomping forward with brutal determination, he shoves those toxic doubts out of his head. "Stop overthinking it," he mutters. Turning his back on the city skyline, Lucas hardens his heart, convincing himself that this wild conspiracy theory, the captain was definitely just testing his loyalty with that intel drop. His heavy mechanical fist whirs as he clenches it tight. There is absolutely no way he is letting this golden ticket slip through his fingers. Standing right outside a heavy steel door, he takes a deep breath. His one shot to flip his destiny. The heavy door swings open. Quinwan offers Lucas a polite greeting and casually asks how his time at the instructor pours some hot tea. Lucas fires back with a sarcastic smirk, claiming it was so incredibly fun, he almost did not make it back alive. Quinwan expresses his deep condolences over the tragic fate that befell Felix. Settling into his chair, Lucas listens as the man praises his fallen friend as a top-tier recruit and accepts the steaming cup. The young cadet just stares into the dark liquid, severely doubting the instructor's fake sympathy. Lucas drops the bomb, mentioning that Rick said hello and was doing just fine. Recognizing the name Rick Silva Nunez, Quinwan shakes his. The cadet points out they seemed pretty tight. Quinwan admits they used to work together, even praising Rick's lightning-fast reflexes. When pressed further, Quinwan firmly swears he would never associate with a terrorist. Lucas figures he cannot just snitch to the captain without solid proof. With his own neck on the line, he explains that he decided to confront Quinwan face-to-face first. The instructor narrows his eyes, questioning why Lucas cares so much about Rick. Dodging the question, Lucas demands to know the truth behind the Archie combat arts. Quinwan demands to know what sparked this sudden curiosity. Without missing a beat, Lucas reveals that the Empire is keeping a highly classified hit list, specifically targeting anyone who uses that forbidden technique. And that exact reason is why Rick spared his life in the first place. A heavy silence fills the room as the instructor quietly sips his tea. Finally, Quinwan claps back, praising the boy's sharp wits, and formally addressing him as Lucas Castoria. Leaning in close, Quinwan warns that a mere peasant cadet knows way too much for his own good. The young man fires back that he fully understands the deadly weight of those words. The instructor launches into a dark history lesson, explaining that the Empire faced its very first massive rebellion, spearheaded by an immigrant advisor named Noel Muliska, who introduced revolutionary battlefield tactics. Knowing a head-on clash was absolute suicide, Noel chose to dismantle the Empire using pure, calculated intellect. That brilliant strategy gave birth to the deadly Arche Victima technique. Quinwan quickly corrects himself, calling it the Arche combat arts. The horrific realization hits Lucas like a truck. The very skills he had been mastering came straight from Quinwan explains that Noel and his rebel allies used this exact style to hold the Imperial army at bay, constantly recruiting gifted fighters to carry on the legacy. Lucas has to admit the martial art was devastatingly effective in a brawl, especially when backed into a corner with zero options. He pieces it together. This raw fighting style was custom built for ordinary civilians, desperate for an adaptable way to survive. Quinwan nods in agreement, revealing that even during a massive, full-scale Imperial crackdown, Noel and his loyal followers managed to slip right through their fingers. They completely vanished, scattering like ghosts across every corner of the Imperial territory, quietly recruiting disposable foot soldiers along the way, and launching brutal surprise attacks on isolated. This meant that even if a squad got captured, they could just sever the loose ends, guaranteeing the main group's flawless escape. Lucas vividly pictures the terrifying truth, without any flashy military gear blowing their cover. These dangerous smugglers blended seamlessly right back into the innocent civilian crowds. Even completely unarmed, they could unleash the lethal arch combat arts to crush their captors and break free. Suddenly, all the puzzle pieces lock into place. Lucas finally grasps why Rick handed him a lifeline out of nowhere, and exactly why the paranoid Empire maintains a top-secret hit list. Just as Lucas asks how the mighty Empire managed to track down these slippery traitors, Quinwan cuts him off cold. He grimly states that every single suspect was ruthlessly slaughtered. The Empire simply did not have the patience to separate innocent civilians from the actual rebels. Entire sectors were systematically wiped out in bloodbaths, lasting for years, successfully crushing the rebellion into dust. Not even the most skilled masters of the arch combat arts could escape that. When Lucas nervously asks if he just stumbled upon the Empire's darkest, dirtiest secret, Quinwan calmly explains they do not exactly bury the truth, but they definitely do not go around bragging about it either. The three fatal pieces of the puzzle were Noel Muliska's grand betrayal, the horrific slaughter used to snuff out the uprising, and the glaring fact that Quinwan, a highly respected Imperial Guard instructor, had perfectly mastered the forbidden technique. Lucas connects the dots, asking if the captain dragged him into Quinwan's office, purely because he suspected him of having secret ties to the very same traitors. Flashing a chilling smile of approval, Quinwan confirms his deadly suspicions were absolute. He then dared the kid to produce a single shred of evidence tying him to the Nemesis Syndicate. Quinwan swore to give him the benefit of the doubt, offering him one last breath if such proof actually existed. Utterly baffled by Quinwan's smug demeanor, Lucas shot back, insisting he never bought the idea that the instructor was tied to them. Quinwan warned the rookie that the captain sang a completely different tune, urging him to hunt down the breadcrumbs buried in the lower sectors. Quinwan promised the young soldier this move would heavily pay off. Lucas's mind started racing, wondering exactly what the captain already knew by tossing him into this lion's den. Turning to leave, the recruit stated he would report every single detail back to Captain Centurion. The blast doors slid open, and Quinwan casually waved him off. The young soldier trudged alone across an empty skywalk as the sun dipped below the skyline. The camera panned out, unveiling the sprawling, neon-soaked Imperial metropolis, bathed in dusk. Pausing at the edge of a towering skyscraper, Lucas stared out at the dying light. Gripped by frustration, he realized the guy was just playing sick mind games with his predicament. He felt like nothing more than a disposable pawn, trapped in their brutal tug of war, questioning if he would even make it out of the crossfire alive. The recruit confessed that reading Quinwan was becoming a total nightmare, and an overwhelming itch to unmask the man's true identity completely consumed him. After hitting a massive brick wall, trying to dig up dirt on Noel Muliska, Lucas knew he could not keep spiraling blindly like this. The grim reality sank in. His only play left was taking a wild leap of faith on Quinwan's tip. The soldier braced himself to track down those hidden footprints rotting away in the city's underbelly. Emelis's strict command loudly echoed in his mind. Keep a hawk's eye on Quinwan, a suspected turncoat walking around scot-free. That was exactly why, the very target of his investigation, pushed him to snoop around the grime of the lower sectors, swearing the clues left behind would turn the tides in his favor. A harsh truth violently slapped Lucas in the face. Swallowing this bait would drag him straight down into the ruthless depths of the slums, the very playground where Nemesis pulled all the strings. The whole setup reeked of a twisted loyalty test, a high-stakes chess match between the Empire and Quinwan, specifically designed to break the rookie. Stripped of any way out, Lucas gritted his teeth and geared up to chase the phantom trail. He knew surviving this meat grinder demanded razor-sharp caution, and it was going to be an absolute living hell. Shortly after, Lucas stood before MLS to spill everything, boldly claiming his target had practically taunted him with the truth. Facing the commander head-on, the young soldier laid out the undeniable link binding Quinwan to Rick Kaiser, visibly agonizing over why a massive flight risk was given free rein. Despite the madness, Lucas swore his unwavering obedience, even if the whole truth remained permanently locked away. A heavy silence passed before MLS locked eyes with the rookie, firmly cementing his absolute trust in him. The commander dropped a massive bombshell, revealing that the order to investigate Lucas came straight from the brass, fully convinced the kid was the master key, unlocking the Nemesis Syndicate. Stunned, Lucas mentally screamed, questioning why they would keep a lethal weapon, playing the cozy role of a combat instructor. MLS calmly broke it down. Pulling this stunt was the only shot they had at keeping Quinwan leashed, and he then asked if this little chat finally cleared the thick fog in the kid. Standing his ground, Lucas pointed out the agonizing reality. Despite all their efforts, Quinwan's ironclad self-control had not offered a single weak spot. The commander offered a supportive nod, letting slip that countless others had crashed and burned. Yet Lucas was the soul. He tossed in the fact that even the stone-cold instructor seemed to have a soft spot for the rookie. Seizing the golden window, Lucas dropped a massive request that completely shattered his rookie pay grade. Fast forward a bit, and a sleek transport pod plummeted from the sky, locking right into the docking bay. Imelez and Lucas stood face to face in the dim cabin. As they plunged downward, the commander casually asked if the kid was sweating bullets. Gut-honest, Lucas confessed he would be a total liar to say no. Gliding through the descent, the rookie replayed his bold demand. He had successfully scored a golden ticket to the pristine upper levels, and the grimy lower depths alike. On top of that, Lucas secured the green light to pack heat and bleed the department's cash reserves for his hunt. The shiny new clearance also tore down the firewalls, granting him VIP access to top-secret intel hoarded by the bigwigs. Even armed to the teeth with backing, the board was still rigged with explosive landmines, demanding Lucas burn the candle at both ends to pull off an absolute miracle. Still trapped in the plummeting metal box, Lucas bared his soul, utterly terrified that digging up too many skeletons would put a bullet directly in his brain. Imelez did not sugarcoat it. If the higher-ups wanted to sweep this under the rug, the kid would absolutely be erased. But without missing a beat, the commander vowed to fight tooth and nail, wielding every ounce of his rank to act as a human shield for him. Moments later, Imelez slapped a sleek family crest card right into his hand, flashing a glowing holographic seal of absolute authority. Lucas swallowed hard, fully aware his neck was now glued to the commander's chopping block, admitting the man's methods were anything but by the book. Imelez smirked, ordering him to go say hi to his shiny new family, prompting the rookie to suggest playing a very specific kind of calculated role. The commander's answer was brutally simple: just be his raw self, to light a fire under Imelez's spoiled brats. But that loaded word motivation left Lucas chewing his lip, entirely paralyzed by the dark undertones of the favor. Completely blind to the twisted scheme Imelez was quietly brewing, Lucas played along, swallowing the rules, just to keep a target off his back. A voice cut through the cabin, warning him they were closing in. Suddenly, the pod nosedived, plunging toward a colossal, imposing fortress. Staring out at the grim architecture, Imelez muttered that even a guy like him struggled to stomach this hellhole. As they touched down, he casually dropped a bomb. This was his childhood home. The pod hit the landing pad with a heavy metallic thud. Moments later, they stepped into a ridiculously lavish, gold-trimmed grand hall. Imelez patted Lucas on the shoulder, telling the kid to catch his breath. The stiff, formal handshakes could wait. Pacing by a second-story window, Lucas peered down at the swarm of elites buzzing in the lobby below. Down there, Imelez was eating it up, standing dead center, soaking in the absolute worship of the crowd. Lucas scoffed. High society wasn't all that different from the filthy slums. Was this really the dream life? A sudden click from his bedroom door made him spin around on his heels. Giselle stepped out of the shadows, a smirk playing on her lips, as she announced that he was officially a Castoria now. She actually bowed her head, apologizing for losing her cool earlier, a massive embarrassment for their bloodline. Lucas brushed it off without missing a beat, stating, any normal civilian would have freaked out under that kind of fire. She then admitted she went to check on Felix, dropping the heavy truth that even his old buddy didn't recognize him at all. Flashing a warm, reassuring smile, Lucas told her to drop the guilt trip. Felix was just following orders, plain and simple. Giselle locked eyes with him, calling him a roaring flame that swallowed every other spark in the room. Then she leaned in, asking if he remembered the little deal they struck. Since he had officially clawed his way into the family, he noted that this was exactly how a high-born imperial should operate ruthlessly, taking what was rightfully theirs. Taking a step back, the heiress offered up a goldmine of insider secrets. With a flick of her wrist, she fired up a glowing holographic display, warning him that their dear old dad wasn't exactly the charitable type. Ghostly portraits of the other brothers materialized in the air. She told him to watch his back. His sudden debut had thrown the entire household into a panic, especially since the Castoria name was built on pure, raw military might. But unlike him, those Silver Spoon successors were riddled with fatal weaknesses. As a battle-hardened elite, his very existence was a walking death sentence to their ambitions. He chuckled, agreeing that his new brothers were definitely sweating bullets, terrified of losing their thrones to a street dog like him. But then out of nowhere he flipped the script, pinning her down about her own endgame. The playful smirk instantly vanished from her face. He fired, point blank. Didn't she crave the top seat as the head of the family? She completely dodged the bullet. The heiress claimed she wanted to stay out of the bloodbath, but made it crystal clear she'd bite back hard if anyone crossed her line. She warned him that playing defense would just get him killed. The soldier flashed a dangerous grin, throwing the exact same vicious advice right back at his new sister. Giselle's jaw dropped in sheer disbelief. A second later, she threw her head back, bursting into genuine, uncontrollable laughter at his wild comeback. Wiping a tear from her eye, she finally sobered up, asking if he'd have her back when all hell inevitably broke loose. Still smirking, he promised to play her knight in shining armor, as long as it didn't end with a knife in his own back. She thrust her hand forward, locking in their dark alliance, and wished her brand new brother the best of luck in the snake pit. But she shot him a sharp glare, swearing that was the absolute first and last time she'd ever call him that. He gave a slow nod, agreeing that hearing her say it just felt way too gross anyway. Suddenly a heavy chime echoed through the halls. Dinner was served. Standing tall beneath the massive family crest, their unholy alliance was officially sealed in stone. Down in the cavernous dining hall, the rest of the bloodline was already. The grand doors violently swung open, and the fresh meat strutted inside, flanked by the boss's very own daughter. Sitting in dead silence were the second son, Joel, the eldest boy, Nicholas, and the chilling matriarch herself, Eva Castoria. The matriarch threw him an icy welcome, purring that his violent reputation had already preceded him. Our boy didn't even flinch, keeping his face dead serious. He locked onto the woman pulling the strings from the shadows, his eyes completely dead. Breaking the tension, Eva ordered everyone to take their seats, right as her husband stomped into the room. Giselle gave a quick nod before sliding into her chair. Leaning in, she whispered a grim warning. Don't let her mother get under his skin, because the old man wouldn't lift a finger to save him from family bloodshed. Imalays marched into the dining room, and a suffocating pin-drop silence instantly crushed the hall. The ruthless patriarch did, but before a single bite was taken, Imales kicked things off with a stiff, fanatical salute to the protector of humanity. He wrapped up his twisted prayer by kissing up to the first emperor. With the brainwashing ritual over the terrifying family feast, chewing his food, the kid scanned the room like a hawk. It didn't take a genius to realize every single pair of eyes was glued right onto his skull. Flashback to just a few minutes ago, when he and Giselle were still plotting out in the corridor. Giselle had laid it all out. The brothers' overwhelming hostility was just proof of their desperate hunger for the throne. She bet everything they had already dug up his files and were gearing up for war. Let's break down the intel on the new family dynamic. Nicholas, the eldest, traded battlefield glory for a desk job. Since he lacked the skills to fight, he built a massive empire of allies instead. Then there's Joel. He might not be the sharpest mind in the room, but as a frontline soldier backed by powerful relatives, he's the crowd favorite to take the throne. Eva had already slipped Lucas a warning. Watch your back. Those brothers will bite at the slightest flinch, ready to provoke him over absolutely nothing. Snapping back to reality, Lucas felt the heavy stares of Nicholas and Joel burning right through him. As he plated his food, that crucial warning echoed in his mind. He sliced his steak in dead silence, but a quick glance across the mahogany table revealed one glaring detail. Imelis hadn't touched his meal. The imposing patriarch finally lifted his fork. His voice cut through the room, declaring that a true son must completely shatter his father's expectations. Eva, the commander's daughter, quietly picked at her food, while the servants watched her every single move. Lucas chewed his meat, his jaw tight with laser focus. Suddenly, Joel flashed an arrogant smirk and called his name, shattering the quiet. Lucas dropped his fork. He locked eyes with his new brother, waiting for the strike. Joel instantly went on the offensive. He practically spat out a complaint criticizing Lucas for dodging their questions the day they first met. He ruthlessly mocked the rookie's table manners. Joel sneered, wondering how a guy could even survive this long, without an ounce of basic high-class etiquette. While Joel ran his mouth, Lucas tuned him out. His eyes darted around, analyzing the hothead's outburst, and the eerie, calculated silence of Nicholas, sitting nearby. The verdict was crystal clear. The loudmouth was harmless. Joel doubled down on the insults. He leaned in, demanding to know how a grunt with 0 medals in 10 years dared to carry the family name. The insult hung heavy in the air. Lucas scanned the dining room, weighing the legendary Castoria pride. Then he leaned forward. His ice-cold gaze pinned Joel right to his chair. "Forget table manners," Lucas fired back. He dared Joel to take it out to the yard and test his actual combat skills techniques, forged in blood by a legend. The sudden challenge caught Joel totally off guard. His knuckles turned white as he desperately gripped the handle of his steak knife. "Enough!" Emalis's booming voice shattered the tension, commanding both boys to stand down immediately. Scrambling to save face, Joel stammered out a weak excuse. He claimed he was simply teaching their new brother a tough lesson, but Emalis wasn't buying it. He tore into his second son, blasting him for being blind. Couldn't he see Lucas already had perfect high society manners down to a science? The patriarch laid it out bare. Lucas had been playing dumb the entire time, and Emalis demanded to know why. But instead of offering a quick excuse, Lucas simply chewed the last bite of his steak. Swallowing slowly, he flashed a faint smile. "My mistake," he brushed it off casually. He played the innocent card perfectly, blaming his sloppy form on a massive case of nerves, since he had never sat in a room. That slick response made Joel's face twist with pure frustration. Right on cue, Nicholas slid into the chat. He casually brought up the prestigious Cross Swords medal, specifically the Rank 7 honor, pinned to Lucas's chest. Playing the humble victim, Nicholas sighed about his own lack of combat skills, but claimed he was absolutely thrilled their father. That hit a massive nerve. Joel immediately snapped at his older brother, taking the sweet talk as a direct insult to his own military record. Completely unbothered, Nicholas raised his hands in defense. He smoothly smoothed things over, claiming he was completely misunderstood, and praising the hothead's bright future. Never one to miss an opening, Lucas jumped right in. He shared a little sob story of his own. He spun a clever tale about his old commanders. They were so terrified of his father's massive shadow that they purposely kept Lucas out of the real meat grinder. The dinner dragged on. With every single word traded across the table, the suffocating tension between the brothers dialed up another notch. The deep, toxic family drama was bleeding. Through all the chaotic crossfire, Lucas figured it out. This vicious little dogfight. It was exactly the show Emalis wanted. The veteran soldier saw right through the old man. Behind that stern, unbreakable mask, his new father was loving every single second of this power struggle. Thankfully, Eva stepped in. She gracefully cooled the boiling blood, transforming a war zone of a dinner into a smooth, elegant banquet. Taking charge as the matriarch, Eva proudly introduced the rookie to the high society crowd. Meet Lucas Castoria, the newest wolf in the pack. Guests instantly swarmed him, but Lucas knew these elites were slippery and incredibly dangerous to handle. Finally, after surviving Joel's massive ego trip and running a deep debrief with Night 1 at the Castoria mansion wrapped up, he retreated to his dark bedroom. But just as he exhaled, a chilling gut feeling snapped him right back to combat mode. A massive shadow filled the doorway, creeping slowly toward his bed. "You awake?" Emalis grumbled. The grizzled patriarch muttered a quick apology for crashing so late, but immediately dropped a heavy warning. Stay completely neutral in this family war. The old man heavily sank into a leather armchair, swirling a glass of dark liquor as he spoke. Lucas couldn't hide his shock. Booze slows down your reflexes, a fatal flaw for a soldier. Emalis shoved the glass toward him, but the young man politely shot it down, claiming he needed his mind razor sharp right now. The seasoned commander chuckled, dropping some dark wisdom. If you want to survive the hell of this mansion, you need a little poison in your veins to numb the... Lucas flipped the script, questioning the old man about his so-called humanity. The very thing Amelis once claimed was the ultimate key to unlocking his true power. A single ice-cold drop of sweat. Because out on the brutal front lines, the guys who clung to their humanity were always the first ones ripped apart by the Legion. Lucas bluntly called the old man drunk, but Amelis just smirked. Take the advice he warned. Consider it a bloody welcome gift to the family. Pushing himself up from the chair, the patriarch left him with one final thought. This mansion isn't the battlefield. Unclench your jaw, kid, and find yourself a damn hobby before you crack. Amelis dropped a heavy hand onto Lucas's shoulder. Leaving those cryptic words hanging in the air, he walked out of the room without looking back. Lucas stood there, completely baffled. How the hell was he supposed to chase after him when just grinding for perfection was already... Did the commander actually want him to turn into someone like Quinwin? He already knew that those wild, unpredictable spikes in power were fueled purely by raw emotion. Pushing himself to his feet, Lucas couldn't wrap his head around it. How could the commander just casually drop a bomb like that? This whole visit, this bizarre speech about embracing his flaws, exposed a side of Amelis he never even knew existed. The guy was spouting pure nonsense, almost like he was trying to play the role of a normal, caring dad. Fast forward to day 2 at the Castoria estate. Lucas tagged along with Giselle for a grand tour, though his mind was still racing with his own hidden agenda. She suddenly hit the brakes in front of a massive steel door, swiped her hand across the glowing console, and chimed in their arrival. The heavy metal parted, unleashing a blinding wave of light that completely washed over Lucas's face. A jaw-dropping skyline-sized armory stretched out right in front of him, swallowing up the entire building. Stunned, Lucas asked if she was the one running this massive operation. Flashing a proud smile, she nodded casually, dropping the fact that she was basically an engineer. She explained how keeping these weapons deadly sharp was actually a sacred tradition for the women in their bloodline. Her mother currently ruled the roost, making Giselle the undeniable heir to the throne. As they strolled through the aisles of steel, Lucas smirked, pointing out that she didn't exactly look like the type to enjoy yet somehow she had perfectly inherited the matriarch's lethal craftsmanship. Lucas just quietly soaked it all in. Giselle puffed up her chest, insisting that this grease and gear lifestyle was just the old Castoria. She swept her arm across the room, declaring that this very armory was the beating heart of their family's true terrifying power. Lucas had already wandered off. He was standing dead in his tracks, absolutely mesmerized by something bathed in a single dramatic spotlight. His eyes were glued to a hulking, brutally designed combat mech that completely dominated the room. Edging closer, Lucas traced his eyes over the steel plating, noticing the deep battle scars and heavy jagged weld marks across its chassis. A second later it clicked. The right arm was massively oversized compared to the left, clearly ripped apart and rebuilt to house some kind of devastating custom weaponry. Giselle slid up next to him. "Caught your eye, huh?" she smirked. Leaning in, she revealed the mech's true identity. This beast was an ancient relic armor, worn into battle by one of the founding Castoria ancestors. Sure, she admitted it couldn't hold a candle to a modern-day Myrmidon, but this piece of history was still a priceless, irreplaceable treasure. The sheer presence of that mechanical titan was permanently burned into Lucas's brain. Hours later, while marching alongside Amelis, Lucas couldn't hold back anymore. He asked why the elders isolated themselves so far out in the middle of nowhere. Amelis kept his tone flat, explaining that they were and that the absolute head of the family would never let himself be played like a damn puppet on a string. A few moments later, Amelis announced they had finally reached the drop zone. They both stopped dead in their tracks, staring up at the breathtaking, towering architecture of the Silver Palace. As they crossed the threshold, Amelis laid down the law. There were exactly 7 elders in existence. Just surviving long enough to claim a seat at that table was ultimate proof of their terrifying power. Swallowing hard, Lucas dared to ask the million were actually voting against him joining the family. Amelis didn't sugarcoat it. 2 violently opposed him, 4 were riding the fence in total silence, and only 1 actually had his back. But Amelis casually brushed it off, stating that as the head, his word was usually law. He ordered Lucas to completely ignore the haters. Glancing at the walls, Amelis casually noted that this ancient fortress was way tougher than it looked. From there on out, an absolutely suffocating silence swallowed them. As they marched down finally hitting a dead end at a colossal set of doors, the family head slammed his palm against the glowing biometric scanner. The heavy doors groaned open, revealing a cavernous pitch-black chamber, choked with thick, swirling mist. Suddenly, ghostly echoing voices began booming through the fog, harshly demanding to know why the hell this outsider was standing in their sanctuary. Gripping Lucas's shoulder tight, Emelis firmly declared his name to the room. Looming high above them, the hidden elders locked their piercing eyes onto the boy, whispering coldly about how the kid had somehow managed to survive this long. Out of nowhere, ordered him to step forward. Heart pounding, Lucas broke away from Emelis, walking completely alone into the blinding mist. The elder commanded the boy to come even closer. The sheer, suffocating spiritual pressure of the room was literally carving lines of sweat down Lucas. He froze just a few feet away from one of the towering stone thrones. Without warning, a shriveled, lightning-fast hand shot out of the dark, grabbing Luke. The elder hissed a twisted blessing for a long life, whispering a dark warning to swallow the chaos inside him, raw, before it swallowed him alive. His blind eyes seemed to pierce right through the boy, muttering chilling words about the still reeling from that terrifying grip. Lucas choked out that he understood, quickly stumbling backwards, away from the throne. Almost instantly, one elder sharply pivoted to the topic of succession, while another barked that the little outsider needed to get the hell out of the room first. Emelis stood like a statue, right next to the boy. But seconds later, the commander cut through the noise, flat out stating that Lucas was staying exactly where he was. Made Lucas snap his head up, staring completely wide-eyed at him. Grumbling, one of the elders finally caved to the family head's demand and let it slide. Fast forward to the end of the grueling summit, the two of them finally stepped back out of the Silver Palace, breathing in the trudging through the dark. Lucas kept his mouth shut for a long beat, processing everything. Finally, he broke the silence outright, asking Emelis why he fought to keep him in that room. Emelis just turned flashing, a cryptic look, and told the boy he'd have to dig up that answer all on his own. And just like that, the clock was ticking down on his final day in his new family's estate. The kid was finally locked, loaded. Lucas swung his bedroom door open, only to have his exit cut short. A kid was standing right there, aiming a loaded gun straight at him. The boy smirked, asking if he could dodge a speeding bullet. Emilio Emelis' son stared him down without an ounce of fear. Lucas calmly warned the brat to put the toy away, but Emilio just scoffed, mocking Lucas about his lowly origins. The petty insults barely earned a blink from the older man. Bang! Emilio pulled the trigger, but Lucas effortlessly sidestepped. The bullet shattered against the wall behind him, leaving nothing but a wisp of smoke. Eyes wide with shock, Emilio screamed that he wasn't supposed to dodge that. Before the kid could even process what happened, Lucas lunged forward and snatched the firearm. With a swift kick, he sent the boy tumbling down the flight of stairs. Emilio bawled his eyes out, scrambling away in pure panic. Twirling the gun, Lucas coldly told the crying mess to go tattle to his daddy. He even suggested a cover story, "Tell him your dear uncle tried to murder you." Right on cue, Nicholas sprinted into view, frantically shouting his son's name. Spotting his father, Emilio wailed even louder, reaching out from the bottom of the steps. Lucas just watched the pathetic reunion unfold from above. The household staff hovered in the background, too terrified to step in. Cradling the sobbing boy, Nicholas glared up and barked Lucas's name. He demanded answers right then and there. Shrugging, Lucas plainly stated he was just teaching Emilio a lesson for drawing a weapon on a grown man. He casually added that he hoped the kid wouldn't pull a stunt like that again. Nicholas glanced down, asking his son if the story was true. Grasping the reality of the mess, Nicholas grit his teeth in sheer frustration before quickly masking his burn. Lucas cut through the heavy silence, challenging Nicholas on whether he was just going to let this slide, especially since someone could have ended up dead. Dodging the question, Nicholas ordered a private chat, leading the way into a secluded room. Once the heavy doors clicked shut, Lucas stood there waiting quietly. The second Nicholas took a seat, Lucas dropped the formalities and addressed him by his first name. Nicholas chuckled dryly, noting that the outside staff probably thought they were at each other's throats. Cutting to the chase, Lucas accused him of using his own kid as a meat shield to hide his secret alliances. Nicholas merely sighed, lamenting the necessary risks. Without batting an eye, Lucas coldly pointed out he could always just sire another heir later. Waving it off like a trivial annoyance, Lucas suggested they sweep this little hiccup under the rug. But Nicholas flipped the script, revealing he already knew all about the secret pact with Giselle. Lucas immediately fired a warning stick with Giselle, and Jupe might just snatch the successor title. Nicholas nodded grimly, admitting his head would be on the chopping block. The second Jupe seized the throne. Taking a seat across from him, Lucas listened closely to the brewing treason. Nicholas confessed that despite Jupe's bumbling facade, the man had massive political backing, and viewed Lucas as a major thorn in his side. He then complained bitterly that neither he nor Jupe had inherited Amella's. Frowning, Lucas questioned why a ruthless schemer like Nicholas felt so cornered by a guy with zero raw talent. The truth was ugly. Jupe's stellar military record had locked down absolute loyalty from a massive chunk of the bloodline. The corrupt elders actually wanted a weak puppet running the show, rather than a powerhouse like Amella. That clicked. Lucas finally realized that Amella's overwhelming might was the exact reason these cowards were desperately pushing for a frail successor. Flashing back to the tense Elder Council, Lucas pondered what it truly meant to rule. Leaning in, he flatly asked what Nicholas actually wanted from him. The answer was simple. Nicholas needed a highly visible enemy to boost his own political clout. In a flash, Lucas connected the dots. This entire circus, even risking his own son's life, had been staged perfectly for this exact conversation. Giselle's ominous warning echoed in his mind. Nicholas was the one who mirrored Amella's ruthless nature the most. Rising from his chair, Nicholas assumed they were on the same page, but Lucas threw a massive curveball. He demanded to know what would happen if he suddenly became powerful enough to obliterate the successor title altogether. Pausing at the door, Nicholas didn't even look back, stating that even a god needs loyal pawns to keep the crown. Flashing a razor-sharp smirk, Lucas made it clear he wasn't joking around. Glancing over his shoulder, Nicholas mused about the days he thought nobles had it easy. As the man walked off, Lucas offered a twisted alliance, pointing out that he was sitting at the absolute bottom of the family food chain. To seal the deal, it was suggested Lucas leak the whole plot to Giselle. From the hallway, Nicholas shouted a final warning Lucas might think he's the main character. But earning the legendary Custodia name was going to be pure hell. Left alone in the dead silence, Lucas let the heavy words sink in. The intense chat fueled his thoughts as his journey marched onward. The scene shifted to Lucas and Amella, cruising through their travels. Adjusting his crisp uniform, Lucas closely inspected a metallic card stamped with a heavy family crest. Right beside him, Commander Amella was busy tapping away at a glowing holographic interface. The seasoned veteran glanced over, asking if the kid was suddenly interested in the family legacy. Tucking it away, Lucas casually brushed it off as pure exhaustion was carved right into his face. Lucas flashed back to how insanely hard he'd pushed himself just to shatter their expectations. Back at the main estate, those warm memories fiercely clashed with seeing Amala play the devoted family man, compared to the cold-blooded commander Lucas actually knew. But as he gripped that family card, his train of thought instantly shattered. A bizarre, glitching silhouette flashed across the monitor, screaming signal jam. Seconds later, their ride violently shuddered. A massive shockwave slammed right into the transport, hurling it way off course. It hit Lucas like a truck. They were being hijacked. Amala, on the other hand, didn't even flinch, telling the kid to just chill out. The veterans smirked, revealing they completely expected this ambush and knew the rats were waiting in the shadows. Amala laid it out. Backup was exactly 10 minutes away, so they just had to survive until then. Lucas instantly snatched up a rifle, dead set on throwing down, but Amala immediately shut that down, stating he was ditching the ride right now, so they wouldn't just be sitting ducks. That insane move threw Lucas off for a split second, but it quickly clicked. At Amala's elite rank, knowing how to pilot a nosediving ship was basically a basic requirement. Without blinking an eye, the commander marched to the dash and popped the emergency hatch wide open. Amala calmed the kid down, explaining the armored chassis would completely eat the crash, as the heavy transport nosedived straight for the dirt. Amala yelled over the roaring wind, throwing Lucas a wild question. Free-falling through the sky, Amala asked him what he made of this whole mess. Lucas screamed back that the old man was obviously playing bait. Amala grinned and confirmed. The suicidal strategy explaining this was all just a massive setup, so Barbara could finally earn Nemesis's trust. A split second later, the commander barked out a brace warning. Lucas just shrieked Barbara's name at the top of his lungs. The transport smashed into the earth in a massive fiery explosion. Thick black smoke and roaring flames swallowed the wreckage. Then, out of nowhere, the cabin door blasted right off its hinges. Coughing through the ash, Lucas crawled out of the twisted metal, miraculously still breathing. Scanning the dead wasteland around them, dread crept in. Could he really survive 10 full minutes, completely out in the open? Gripping the kid's shoulder, Amala coldly stated that the hit squad definitely watched them drop, and they were closing in fast. Lucas snapped his head toward the horizon, tracking the veteran's intense glare. Right then, Lucas's cybernetic eye flared to life. He was locked in and ready for blood. Way up in the atmosphere, a massive space station silently orbited the planet. Down in the dirt, they watched an absolute swarm of hostiles storming their position. Gripping his heavy cannon, the battle-hardened Amala smirked, muttering that the timing couldn't be better, and stood tall, as raw energy surged around him. Amala scoffed, thrilled to finally let this bad boy rip. Hitting max capacity, he unleashed an absolute nuke of a blast, instantly wiping out everything in its path. Jaw dropped at the sheer destruction. Lucas realized he didn't even need to fight. The old man made himself the bait because he could slaughter them all solo. Amala tossed a glance back, telling the kid to watch closely. He was about to get a masterclass in real combat. Surveying the smoking crater, Amala clicked his tongue, annoyed that more bugs survived than he calculated. He quickly warned Lucas that his combat rig needed exactly 21 seconds to lock on to the remaining trash. Without missing a beat, he fired off another heavy beam, absolutely melting the battlefield. The young rookie scrambled for cover, his mind totally blown by this godlike firepower. Since the attackers were completely out of visual range, he yelled out, asking if the commander was pulling down satellite feeds to rain down hell. Spot on. Amala smirked, bragging that as the boss of Centurion, he literally owned a private military-grade orbital satellite. He broke it down, explaining that running tech this insane usually takes an entire network of supercomputers. It suddenly hit Lucas this absolute monster of a veteran was managing the whole grid inside his head, flexing the terrifying dominance of a Centurion leader. Out of nowhere, a high-caliber round hissed past Amala's head, and the commander watched the hit squad swarm their perimeter. Bursting through the thick dust cloud, an endless wave of grunts charged in, with one of the grunts screaming that he'd spotted the targets. A heavily modded cyborg roared at his crew to brutally crush Commander Amala and wipe them off the map. At the exact same time, a shadow on the ridge locked in with a massive sniper rifle. The assassin squeezed the trigger, aiming dead for Amala's skull. But the old man didn't even flinch, coolly stating he'd take out the trash. Without looking back, Amala tossed an order at Lucas. Just try not to die. But the rookie, panicked, shouting that, "Don't die," was a wildly useless strategy. Amala coldly shot back that if he ever wanted to climb the ranks, he'd better figure out how to read between the lines. The commander's booming voice cut through the gunfire, warning the kid that this cruel world wasn't going to hold his hand. Holding down his trigger, Lucas sprayed bullets, his brain short-circuiting over the sheer madness of it all. Suddenly, a cloaked assassin dashed in, effortlessly slicing Lucas's gunfire right out of the air. Those insane reflexes instantly made Amala snap his eyes over. The masked freak lunged forward for the kill. Flashing a wicked grin, the veteran Amala spun on his heel, winding up for a devastating counter. He launched himself across the war zone, crashing straight into the horde. With one explosive whirlwind sweep, he shattered every single enemy in his radius. The commander smirked, eating up the carnage. Lucas just watched in pure awe, his bionic eye scanning the brutal showcase. He desperately needed to take notes, but admiring the show was incredibly tough when his own life was on the line. It finally sank in. Amala wasn't here to babysit him. It was do or die. An enemy lunged. In that split second, a grim warning echoed in his mind. This brutal world wasn't going to pull its punches for anyone. His cybernetic eye flared to life. Targeting systems locked onto the hostiles in a heartbeat. Bam! Lucas squeezed the trigger, blowing a traitor's head clean off. He didn't waste a single breath. He threw himself into the bloodbath, barely dodging as enemy fire ripped through the air right where he just stood. Mid-brawl, Lucas caught his opponent weaving past a bullet with the exact same fluid motion he used. A chilling thought hit him. Were these rats copying his? He scoffed, realizing that stepping onto this battlefield without heavy cybernetic upgrades basically turned you into dead meat. But launching a brutal counteroffensive. Eyes locked on his prey, Lucas snatched the enemy's wrist mid-strike. The guy froze, totally bewildered. One fatal bone-crushing blow later, it was a wild, reckless gamble. Lucas knew damn well that the gunfire finally died down. Lucas stood dead still, catching his breath atop a gruesome mountain of fresh corpses. Through the smoke, he watched Amela ruthlessly execute the last straggler. Strolling over, the commander shot Lucas a flat look. "That's it. We're done here." Emella muttered that Rick was just waiting to take a hit before ending the guy's misery. Frowning, Lucas pressed him. "Why didn't we just ambush them from the start?" The grizzled veteran shook his head. Snatching that guy alive wouldn't cripple the enemy at all. It would only paint a massive target on Barbara's back. A total waste of time. "He's just a pawn," Emella scoffed, waving it off. "Easily replaced." Lucas felt a cold knot form in his gut. A high-ranking leader, treated like disposable. "So, is anyone actually irreplaceable?" Lucas asked, his voice tight. Without a word, Emella just raised one finger, pointing toward a massive fortress looming on the horizon. "Only one person in this entire hellhole," Emella confirmed grimly. As Lucas stared at the towering monolith, the commander dropped the bombshell. "And you know exactly who I mean." Lucas froze, dead silent. The bitter truth sank in. To keep that one VIP breathing, it didn't matter how many grunts like him or Emella had to bleed out in the dirt. A dark shadow of self-doubt crept into his mind. Was his life really worth nothing? Striding toward the heavily guarded complex, massive dropships buzzing overhead, Lucas steeled himself. He stepped into the grand hall, standing. The second he walked in, the entire room went dead silent. Hundreds of eyes snapped right to him. Face like stone, he marched across the polished floor. The ID badge gleaming on his chest broadcasted his new bloodline. Nearby, two smug cadets were whispering, violently dying to know how a nobody managed. Bitter murmurs rippled through the crowd. "Adopting a stray that's taking it way too far," someone sneered. To the desperate, his rise to power looked like a literal miracle. But for Lucas, being the center of this circus just made his skin crawl. Suddenly, Giselle brushed right past his shoulder. An item slipped from her hands, clattering onto the floor. "Oh, sorry about..." His heavy boot came down right on top of it. Looking down, a bitter memory flashed. He only teamed up with Emella so he'd never be treated like disposable trash again. Yet staring at that shiny, aristocratic ID card, he felt a crushing reality check. Escaping his... Surrounded by strangers, the brutal truth set in. If he wanted to unmask Kinuman, he was going to have to pay the ultimate price. He'd have to put his own life on the chopping block. He swore right then and there to push himself to the absolute limit. Booting up the combat simulator, blaring red alerts lit up the room as holographic targets swarmed. It was a merciless, bone-breaking session. His blade became a blur of steel, violently deflecting every single strike thrown. He ran this grueling, non-stop gauntlet, while hooked up to massive biomonitors tracking every twitch and heartbeat. Whenever a cycle ended, cold robotic arms descended, drilling and welding flesh and metal. Even while resting, he didn't stop. He was literally rebuilding his body from the inside out. The heart rate monitor beeped steadily, flashing his stabilizing vitals on the glaring screen. Wiping the sweat away, he pushed himself up. His eyes darted over the data feeds, silently calculating just how much stronger his cybernetic muscles had become. A massive bin overflowing with burnt-out mechanical parts sat right next to him. A harsh reminder he had less than 12 months left before his hellish training. He made up his mind. He needed to make a trip. His endgame hadn't changed. He was going to become an elite Imperial Guard, just like he always swore he would. Meanwhile, the scene cuts sharply to Ailey stepping into the towering shadow of a massive Imperial fortress. Back at the academy, Lucas was pacing down a stark, neon-lit hallway, heading toward the restrooms. He pushed the door open, catching the tail end of a hushed conversation. Two cadets were gossiping hard. "Sure, Ailey smiles a lot," one muttered, "but that crazy ambition of his." Lucas stepped out of the shadows, demanding answers. That's when they dropped the bomb. Kyle had ruthlessly crushed his own brother, just to claim the title of family heir. One of the guys swallowed hard. Kyle's probably just here for his mandatory psych eval, which means Lucas glanced over at the Digital Academy roster on the wall. Under the name Ailey Kartika, the status light blinked red. MIA. Absent. Sitting alone on the cold concrete stairs, Lucas's mind raced. Why would Kyle go to war against his own flesh and blood, for a title he never even cared? His eyes narrowed. It hit him like a truck. Ailey was still deeply traumatized by everything that just went down. A brutal flashback triggered in Lucas's mind. The horrific death of Lily and Ramona. He remembered how desperately Ailey fought to save her, only to watch her slip away. The deafening echo of a single gunshot ripped through Lucas's memories. He slumped against the railing, haunted by the darkest secret of all. Lillian hadn't just died. She died by Ailey's own hands. Suddenly, A familiar voice shattered the dead silence, calling his name. Lucas snapped his head up. A warm grin spread across Ailey's face. As he stepped closer, visibly moved. He asked if he should call him Lucas. Just Lucas, the young man corrected. Ailey mentioned he needed a second to stow his bag. Lucas nodded in agreement, a faint smirk playing on his lips, as he watched his old friend walk away. Once they settled in, Lucas brought up the rumors Ailey had battled his own brother and snatched his position. It was a formal duel, Ailey corrected. He had easily crushed him because his brother let taunts get right under his skin. That sparked Lucas's curiosity, prompting him to ask exactly what kind of dirty trick Ailey had pulled. Smirking, Ailey confessed he had seduced his rival's girl, bragging that it was a total breeze thanks to his killer looks. After admitting he felt a little sorry for the guy, Lucas chuckled. He's completely screwed. Brushing it off, Ailey pivoted, asking how the Castoria family had embraced Lucas so easily. Lucas let out a heavy sigh. His entire life had always felt like balancing barefoot on a razor-thin tightrope, and this current mess was no exception. Leaning in, Ailey offered a piece of raw advice. Even the best jugglers slip up and fall, but the show absolutely must go on. Moments later, Ailey pushed himself to his feet and called out Lucas's name with fierce conviction. Lucas declared he was completely done running away from his chaos. Without missing a beat, Ailey pressed him, asking if this sudden shift was all because of that girl. Lucas laid it all out. To fix the deep-rooted corruption eating away at his family and the empire, he just needed to claw his way up to a position of absolute power. A heavy silence hung in the air as Lucas stood firm in his resolve. Studying Lucas intently, Ailey silently acknowledged the terrifying extent of his friend's raw potential. Since Lucas had finally made his choice, there was zero point in trying to stop him. Shifting gears, Lucas welcomed Ailey aboard, tossing him a sharp warning that he'd better step up his game too. They stood side by side, two men burdened by massive ambitions, and thrusting his hand forward, Ailey proposed they grind through this nightmare together to reach their shared endgame. Gripping his hand tightly, Lucas sealed the pact, locking in his fierce commitment to the alliance. As Ailey pulled him to his feet, one thing became crystal clear. Lucas just had to survive this deadly tightrope act, since his partner had already proven his. Later that night, Lucas rode a glass elevator downward, his eyes scanning the sprawling neon-drenched metropolis. He slipped into the shadows of a grimy street, ghosting past security patrols as he descended into the city's dark underbelly. Hitting the bottom, he crept forward and spotted two battered thugs slumped in a dark alley. Out of nowhere, a glowing holographic screen flared up as he desperately tried calling Gabriel. In the shadows, one of the bleeding men quietly pushed himself off the filthy pavement. Lucas kept his gaze locked straight ahead, as the attackers, with one vicious bone-shattering yank, Lucas ripped the cyborg's arm right out of its socket. Stumbling blindly, the maimed thug bolted down the alleyway. A dark grin crept across Lucas's face as he watched him scurry away. Finally starting to feel like home, Lucas muttered. He glared at his glowing communicator, frustrated that Gabriel was still ignoring his calls. Pushing through a heavy door, Lucas froze right at the threshold. His piercing eyes locked onto a grim shape sprawled across the pitch-black floor. Staring down at Gabriel's motionless body, the brutal reality hit him. He hadn't ignored the call. The guy was dead. But against all odds, Gabriel weakly forced his eyes open, groaning that he wasn't a corpse just yet, as heavy elevator doors slid open. Lucas marched straight into a grimy, smoke-filled industrial corridor. His face was carved from stone, radiating pure, lethal focus as he zeroed in on his destination. Shortly after, Lucas test-fired a slick, brand-new weapon fused right into his side, proudly showing off the custom-built prosthetic, demanding to know what the young fighter thought. Lucas gripped the deadly new blade, noting how perfectly the handle synced up with his cybernetics, though the output power needed a slight tweak. Even without exact blueprints, this master craftsman had forged the absolute, perfect killing tool for the upcoming bloodbath. Holding the glowing blade up, Lucas introduced it as an ancient word meaning absolute calamity. He then showed off the heavy-duty pistol, naming it Ruina, pure, unadulterated destruction. Explaining that feminine names required a very special touch, Lucas swore he was going to put this gear to incredible use. The blacksmith enthusiastically cheered him on, as Lucas marched out, fully locked and loaded, with his devastating new arsenal. Standing alone, Lucas tightened his grip on the steel, He knew damn well that raw talent wouldn't be enough to slaughter the monsters. His trashed-tier-old gear had totally failed him during the last fight, shattering into a million worthless pieces. Sometime later, Lucas tracked down Gabriel, who was now trapped in a sterile medbay wrapped in thick, bloody bandages. Looming over the hospital bed, Lucas inspected his battered informant. Coughing weakly, Gabriel confessed he'd taken 2 nasty slugs, one to the chest, another straight to the gut. But the shooter hadn't aimed for a kill. When Lucas demanded answers, Gabriel gasped out the brutal truth. The ambush was just a warning shot. Out on these streets, everyone was grinding for power. They blasted him just to send a message. Staring at the wreckage, Lucas finally asked why his buddy didn't just join a crew. "I'd rather eat dirt than be somebody's lapdog," Gabriel spat back. He shot Lucas a look. "And why are you just sitting on your ass?" Brushing off the heat, Lucas gave a cryptic shrug. He had some personal business to handle. Pushing himself up, Lucas promised to swing by tomorrow. He ordered Gabriel to swallow his meds and heal up, totally ignoring his friend's stubborn complaints. "Hey, wait!" Gabriel hollered, but Lucas was already fading into the shadows outside. Neon glare and massive holograms drenched the concrete jungle. Blending into the restless swarm, the lone wanderer scanned the massive digital billboards floating through the smog. With heavy security locking down the hospital, his friend was safe. Mind at ease, Lucas pivoted to his real mission, the next puzzle piece. According to his intel, the target was tight with the old boss of the underground fighting pit. To crack this wide open, he needed to dig up the ex-boss's dirty history. Somewhere in that buried past was the golden ticket he needed. But what the hell was a high roller like that doing in a dump like this? Perched on a rusted rooftop, a city bleeding rich and poor. He trudged up a crumbling staircase, stepping into a sector where hope went to die. Bathed in flickering street lamps, he racked his brain. Why would his mark drag himself down into this gutter? As he prowled the cracked pavement, massive holographic boom. A ghost from his past stopped him dead in his tracks. Staring up at a decaying apartment block, a tidal wave of nostalgia hit him. It clicked. Pure muscle memory had dragged him right back to the exact miserable block where he grew. Shaking off the ghosts, he picked up the pace, slipping down another dead-end street. Peeking around a rusty dumpster, he spotted 2 thugs running their mouths by a slicked-out ride. Melted into the shadows, he eavesdropped. One of the goons was whining about the boss pulling another shady scam. His eyes drifted up to a grimy window. Little kids were staring down at the thugs. The older ones definitely knew they were being exploited, but they were trapped, powerless, taking it all in. Lucas swallowed a bitter pill. This rotten world wasn't going to fix itself. Even if he went in swinging, it was just a band-aid on a bullet wound. Giving these kids a break would only buy them a few months of peace before the nightmare reset. Suddenly, the 2 punks spotted him lurking in the dark. "Hey, the hell you looking at? Get lost," one barked. But nostalgia had put Lucas in a foul mood. That alone was reason enough to crack some skulls. The orphanage boss squinted, suddenly recognizing the wanderer's face. Panicking, he ordered his muscle to back the hell off, but it was too late. Lucas dropped the hired muscle like a sack of bricks. Wiping his knuckles, he casually noted that the guy's paycheck definitely wasn't worth this beatdown. Sweating bullets, the slimy boss scrambled backward. He pleaded, reminding Lucas of the good old days, when he used to toss him table scraps. Lucas snatched the coward by his lapels, hoisting him off the pavement. "Yeah," he growled, "that's exactly why I haven't snapped your spine yet." The pathetic man burst into ugly tears, begging for his life, screaming to know what he did wrong. Staring him down, Lucas coldly stated he was just passing through, and he just really didn't like the guy's face. The boss babbled desperately, swearing to God he'd turn his life around. Lucas tuned it all out. Dead silence. Flashing back to those miserable kids locked away upstairs, the choice was a no-brainer. Bam! Lucas drove a savage right hook straight into the scumbag's jaw. Leaving the boss crumpled on the concrete, Lucas yanked his hood up. "You better feed those kids a feast tomorrow," he spat. Without looking back, he vanished back into the neon-lit grit. Hours later, kicking back with Gabriel, Lucas was whining like a baby about his sore knuckles. Gabriel stared at him in disbelief. "Dude, I literally took 2 bullets to the gut," he shouted. Lucas just rolled his eyes and told him to shut his mouth and stop being so dramatic. He scoffed, admitting the only reason that scumbag kept his kneecaps was because Lucas was having a decent night. Flexing his fist, he grinned. "Punching a guy you absolutely despise. Top-tier therapy. Was this the rush Imalus was always talking about? Eventually, the duo rolled up to the underground arena. A beefy bouncer blocked their path, eyeing Gabriel's fresh bandages. "You're not on the roster tonight, kid," the guard grunted. Gabriel waved him off, stating they needed a sit-down with Aleph. "It's for him, not me," he added, pointing a thumb at Lucas. The bouncer's eyes went wide. He finally recognized the legend standing right there. Lucas, the monster who single-handedly butchered an entire syndicate. Smirking, Lucas told the guy to relax. Shaking off the nerves, the bouncer tapped his earpiece. He radioed up that Gabriel had brought the good boy to see the boss. With a nod, he escorted them to the VIP lounge upstairs. Aleph greeted them warmly, pouring a drink. He immediately checked in on Gabriel's gunshot wounds. Leaning against the wall, Lucas chuckled. "Man, you're like a celebrity around here. How the hell do you think I survive in this dump?" Gabriel snapped back with a grin. Stepping forward, Aleph raised a glass. "Welcome back, good boy." But Lucas shut that down fast. He demanded to be called by his actual name, then immediately pressed him for info on his mentor. When Aleph threw down the gauntlet for a brawl, Lucas just brushed it off. He made it clear this was strictly personal, and insisted on taking things behind closed doors. Aleph wasn't having it. He flat out admitted he sucked at throwing hands, which was exactly why his goons were hovering around him. Lucas, ever the seasoned brawler, just smirked. To him, those bodyguards were nothing more than bugs waiting to be squashed. Aleph, the big boss of the Colosseum, glared back. He warned Lucas to drop the cocky attitude, just because he could throw a decent punch, growling that he was crossing a dangerous line. Lucas just flashed a cold grin and told him to fall in line. Snapping his cigarette in half, A barked another order. Without missing a beat, Lucas commanded Gabriel to slam the door shut. The guards instantly opened fire. Gabriel tanked the barrage of bullets with his own body. Meanwhile, Lucas gracefully dodged the deadly hail, leaping up and clinging to the ceiling, waiting for their magazines to run dry. Pinned by the door, Gabe frantically hollered at Lucas to wrap this up already. The second Lucas dropped back down, the thugs panicked. They swung their guns toward him, but one idiot accidentally blasted his own buddy. Lucas just effortlessly took out the remaining trash. Slumped in his chair, Aleph sighed, realizing his so-called muscle was completely worthless. Outside, a heavy downpour began to wash over the neon streets and flickering holograms. Sheets of rain hammered against the gritty facade of a massive industrial complex. Inside, Gabriel was groaning, complaining about how the damp weather was making his joints ache, while Gilda patched him up. Smirking, she poked fun at Lucas's severely lacking waterproof upgrades. Staring out at the relentless storm, he fired back a dry, sarcastic remark. Deep down, Lucas figured striking a deal with Aleph the worst move. His family name had actually pulled way more weight than he'd anticipated. The Colosseum boss had instantly recognized him. Lucas Castoria, the son of the Imperial Guard captain, figuring the massive risk was totally worth the payoff. Aleph had straight up asked what Lucas was after. Lucas wanted dirt on the guy who assassinated the previous arena boss, a pretty standard gig in this underworld. But he made it crystal clear. He needed every single gritty detail, no matter how tiny or irrelevant it seemed. Snapping back to reality, Lucas casually mentioned to the crew that Aleph had practically begged to become his loyal subordinate. Breaking down their little chat, Lucas explained that when he officially hit adulthood in exactly 1 year, he'd be assigned a retainer anyway. But if Aleph wanted the job, he had to prove he wasn't completely useless first. Scanning through the intel, Lucas suddenly cut the chatter, realizing this goldmine of data would finally drop some solid leads on Shin Un. Meanwhile, Gabriel was whining about shelling out cash for an upgrade when his cybernetics were already supposedly waterproof. The mechanic patiently explained that the protective coating degrades over time, especially when getting battered by the toxic acid, and absolutely required a fresh recoating every 6 months. Gabriel griped about the steep price tag, claiming he'd never bothered with maintenance before. Gilda firmly warned him that his parts were literally rusting away. Stubborn as always, Gabriel argued that natural wear and tear was just a part of life. Rolling her eyes, Gilda told the boys to knock off the tough guy. Refusing to argue, Lucas simply tossed the high-capacity cred chip onto Gilda's desk. It held enough funds to cover all their maintenance upgrades, even Gabriel's rusty. Gripping the chip, Gilda gave him a warm smile, deeply thanking him for always bailing them out. Gabriel immediately leaned in, whispering a frantic warning about trusting, but Lucas shot him a glare that instantly shut him up. The guy was clueless. Spinning around with a sweet smile, Gilda asked Lucas if her freshly baked cookies hit the spot. Reassuring her that everything was perfectly fine, Lucas quietly took a sip of his drink. Sinking deep into his chair, he went back to dissecting the classified files. It turned out Aleph had aggressively seized the arena throne right after the old regime mysteriously vanished without a trace, leaving only a handful of survivors behind. Lucas realized tracking down these ghosts was his best shot. Suddenly, the glowing monitor flashed the profile of a key witness, Ken Noma. Current status: locked up tight in a heavily guarded psych ward. Out of nowhere, a massive explosion shattered the dead silence. Seconds later, a heavy armored rover came launching down a jagged Tearing through the pouring rain, Lucas gripped the steering wheel as their rig slammed into the concrete with a bone-rattling crunch. He mentally cursed, wondering why they had to pull such a loud when their target was literally chilling in the hospital right next door. Clinging to his seat, Gabriel whined that his injuries were still screaming in pain, demanding to know if Lucas was keeping secrets from him. Lucas flatly denied it. But his mind raced back to the lunatic who ambushed them earlier, a hardcore, heavily modded street thug. Rubbing his side, Gabriel theorized the sniper might be running with the exact that nearly put him in the grave, totally oblivious to the deadly puzzle Lucas was piecing together in his head. Knowing Gabriel was way too dense to be a double agent, Lucas grasped the terrifying reality. Absolutely nobody was supposed to know they were lurking in this sector. His eyes suddenly darkened as he caught a lethal glint in the shadows. High up on a rusted rooftop, a hidden sniper called him out, furiously accusing Lucas of messing with Aleph and spitting on their previous warnings. Hunkered down in the armored rig, Gabriel screamed out the window, desperately swearing they weren't teaming up with that Colosseum tyrant. The hitman laughed, mocking them. He knew perfectly well that Lucas had limped straight into a sketchy backroom deal the second he got patched up. With the kill order confirmed, the brutal truth clicked. Gabriel was the actual mark all along. Lucas desperately needed to uncover why. Without blinking, bluntly stating that his own sleek pistol lacked the devastating firepower needed for heavily armored street trash. Ripping the massive cannon straight off Gabriel's cybernet, he ignored his buddy's frantic whining about how a kid definitely shouldn't be wielding military-grade hardware. Suddenly, a crackling voice echoed through the stolen. The enemy sniper was brutally taunting them. He sneered that Gabriel had crossed the wrong people, and their crazy sister was just dropping by to send her regards. Hefting the massive cannon, Lucas aimed dead skyward, his mind running advanced ballistics on the fly. The weapon's digital optics hummed to life, flashing red as it aggressively locked onto the sniper's heat signature. His finger tightened on the trigger, ready to blow the guy away. But in that exact fraction of a second hidden shooter fired a massive, armor-piercing rocket straight at Lucas's skull. Lucas's bullet smashed into the projectile mid-flight, triggering a massive blast. The lead gunman caught shrapnel right in his hand, shrieking in absolute shock. Without missing a beat, Gabriel unleashed a rapid-fire barrage on the remaining thugs, sending them scattering like roaches. Taking in the bloody aftermath, he muttered the word, "sister," under his breath, the pieces finally clicking together. Back inside, the hospital security guard nervously announced that backup was exactly 3 minutes out. Lucas coldly pointed out that their 3 minutes were already up. He sarcastically advised the guy to hire a better security detail, earning a stammered thank you in return. Gabriel stormed over and hoisted a bleeding sniper by the collar. He demanded to know if this sister was Martina, the ruthless boss of the La Vie en Rose syndicate, the crazy chick stalking him, just because he shut down her recruitment pitch. Spitting blood, the hostage screamed out the twisted truth. Big Sis was actually obsessively in love with him. He blubbered that Martina went totally ballistic the second Gabriel spat on her proposal. As soon as Gabriel got hurt, she sprinted straight to Aleph in a panic. The trembling thug confessed that Martina's whole gang recruitment scheme was nothing but a flimsy excuse to get intimately close to her crush. Cutting off the pathetic rant, Lucas stepped in and commanded the grunt to pass a message to Martina. Gabriel would be paying her a personal visit real soon, completely ignoring Gabriel's loud objections. Gritting his teeth, Gabriel ultimately decided to face the music, suddenly wondering if Martina's crazy obsession could actually be exploited, considering she commanded a heavy-hitting cartel. Manipulating this bizarre love triangle to his advantage definitely sparked his wicked curiosity. Moments later, their ride pulled up to the grim facade of the psychiatric ward. They halted outside a reinforced room, spotting Ken Noma slumped in a chair, his back facing the heavy glass door. Without hesitation, they breached the room. Lucas intensely analyzed the unnervingly quiet patient. Stepping into the sterile space, he boldly called out Ken Noma's name, locking down his target's identity. Finally, face to face, Lucas coldly introduced himself, stating he needed answers about the arena manager. Met with dead silence, Lucas scrutinized the man's empty catatonic stare. Gabriel sighed, warning him it was a total dead end. Ken's mind had been completely shattered by extreme torture, leaving him as nothing more than a breathing corpse. Unfazed, Lucas prepped a fast-acting nerve stimulant, the exact same drug the prison guards used to juice Ken up. As he worked, he casually mentioned that his intel painted Ken as an absolute blade fanatic. Gabriel groaned and pushed to bail out writing this whole mess off as a massive waste of time. But as Ken's twitching fingers gripped a razor-sharp blade, completely ignoring the warning signs, Lucas boldly stepped into striking range and shouted, "Ken Noma!" A deadly slash instantly met his challenge, steel clashing against steel. In that violent shockwave, Ken's clouded eyes, a blistering flurry of strikes erupted, throwing off sparks in the dim room. Without flinching, Lucas flawlessly caught the incoming blade between just 2 fingers. His lethal strike pinned Ken's voice, finally rasped out. He muttered about feeling suffocated in a filthy swamp, before confirming he was indeed the man they hunted. Ken instantly figured out this brutal wake-up call meant Lucas wanted answers. Blowing Gabriel's mind, Lucas casually explained that he just needed to spark the psycho's shattered brain back to life. Having secured Ken's undivided attention, Lucas aggressively demanded the names of Tora's underground associates. But Ken just smirked, daring the kid to give him one single good reason to spill his guts. Leaning in close, Lucas swore he would bust the broken man out of this hellhole. The sheer taste of freedom instantly lit a hungry fire in Ken's eyes. Pivoting sharply, Lucas shot a look at Gabriel, his reluctant partner, and ordered him to stash Ken at his place for a few days, insisting he needed to quickly build a crew of loyal, heavy hitters. The stakes skyrocketed when Lucas dropped a massive bombshell. They were founding a brand new crime syndicate, and Gabriel was going to be the boss. When Gabriel violently rejected, Lucas cornered him, coldly threatening to replace him entirely, a gamble that made Gabriel freeze in his tracks. Lucas laid out the cold truth. They desperately needed spies and crawling all over the lower slums. Since Gabriel couldn't gather that level of intel solo, forging a gang was their only option. With a tense handshake, locking the deal, Lucas flipped the deadly blade back over to his dangerous new weapon. Grabbing the hilt, Ken grimly warned that the clock was ticking fast and braced himself to spill the whole bloody backstory. Smash cut to a sleek black car tearing down the highway. Inside, a massive revelation suddenly clicked into place for Lucas. He discovered that Tora had a lifelong shadow, a rogue ally operating way outside the gang cartel system. The horrifying truth hit him. Just like Lucas was pulling the strings on, Gabriel Kinuan had been masterminding his own dark syndicate all along, using Tora as nothing but a bloody meat shield. Kinuan's brilliant strategy relied on weaponizing fiercely loyal pawns to run highly classified black ops. Staring up at a looming, shadowy skyscraper, Lucas questioned if he was turning into the exact same monster he was hunting. Grinding his jaw, he realized that even with this explosive new lead, their hand was still incredibly weak, and the entire board was a convoluted mess. His grim mission dragged him deep into a colossal, underground server farm. He confidently marched up to the main terminal, his fingers flying across a glowing holographic interface. The decrypted data confirmed his worst, most paranoid theories. The brutal downfall of Tora perfectly aligned with the exact day Kinuan stepped up as a professor. Though the bastard's endgame was still cloaked in shadows, Lucas ruthlessly decided to with Konoma left to salvage, he weighed the looming threat of Gabriel crashing down if their syndicate swelled out of control, a grim fate mirroring Tora's tragic end. It finally hit Luca. Kinuan hadn't crossed any lines. In fact, the veteran was the very reason Tora ever tasted victory. The cold, calculated methods of Kinuan, his former mentor, suddenly snapped into razor-sharp focus. He expertly juggled conflicting agendas, always maintaining a clinical safe distance to puppet every single relationship from the shadows. This ruthless strategy guaranteed zero hesitation when it came to slaughtering pawns, even tossing his most valuable allies right into the meat grinder. It was a brutal survival tactic designed to keep a steady compass through sheer pandemonium. But amidst the bloodshed, a jarring question pierced Luca's mind. What the hell did he actually desire? Stepping out of the shadows, Qin Yuan showered his protege with praise. The grizzled master declared that his sole ambition was for Luca to grasp the raw, bleeding core of the martial arts. Without missing a beat, the mentor laid out the next grueling phase, pushing the boy to execute their master plan and morph into a cold-blooded mirror image of himself. Back at the sprawling training facility, Qin Yuan nursed a stiff drink, his hawk-like gaze locked onto his pupil from a distance. Moments later, the old man voiced his sheer disbelief at how effortlessly Luca had shattered the barrier to the master class. Utterly lost on the ancient jargon, the young fighter leaned in to listen. A true master, he explained, was a warrior forged to forge others. It was an ancient hierarchy of raw power. Yet trailing off with a shady smirk, the veteran hastily brushed the topic aside, muttering that such archaic ranks were dead and buried. Luca wasn't buying it for a second. He knew this wasn't just a friendly chat. Eyes narrowed, he barked at his mentor to back off, warning the old wolf not to poke the bear, pointing out his own notoriously volatile temper. Unfazed, Qin Yuan chuckled, firing back that it was always to hammer a lesson home with fists rather than empty words. Rising to his full height, Luca sized up the legend, realizing that beneath the Grandmaster title, the aging warrior's fragile body was heavily chained by its. Smirking, the kid scoffed that the battered veteran didn't stand a ghost of a chance with that broken frame. Out of nowhere, a blinding surge of kinetic force violently coiled around Qin Yuan's fist. "Guard your skull and your gut, kid," the master growled. Spotting a microscopic yet lethal shift in the old man's stance, Luca's blood ran cold. The geezer had silently swapped out his entire right arm, utterly captivated by the freakish muscle control that completely masked the jarring shift in weight and balance. He marveled at the sheer madness of hooking up heavy military chrome straight into a network of shredded, damaged nerves. A wicked, bloodthirsty grin slashed across the pupil's face as he flexed his own iron-clad limb. This was a once-in-a-lifetime shot to dethrone the king, and he knew it. Dropping into a razor-sharp fighting stance, he smirked. "Thanks for the dance, Professor." The dead silence lingering in the massive arena shattered, sparking a lightning-fast death match. In the blink of an eye, the young hotshot was eating forced to swallow a bitter defeat. Even fully jacked and holding every physical edge, the kid was mind-blown. How the hell did the dinosaur casually parry his lethal strikes with that clunky, ruined appendage? Scraping himself off the floor, he gasped, asking if the old freak could see into the future. Chuckling, the mentor shot down the crazy theory. He dropped a brutal truth bomb. True combat mastery isn't taught. It's violently stolen from your enemies. He barked at his battered student to start weaponizing every dark corner of his own brain. Waving a dismissive hand, the old wolf wrapped up the brutal sparring session, promising more torture for their next round before kicking the kid out. Like a flash of lightning, Konoma's battered face burned into the boy's mind, dragging him back to his grim reality. Dusting off his jacket, he braced himself. The impending bloodbath was a solo run into the abyss, a suffocatingly lonely path he knew all too well. Yet ignoring his marching orders, the stubborn student stepped up to lend a shoulder to his staggering master. Dragging the old man's dead weight, the veteran grunted out a raspy, "I owe you one, kid," which was met with a stoic, silent nod. Deep down, it ate away at the young, knowing the ultimate encyclopedia of violence was limping right beside him. Glancing at the half-empty glass abandoned on the bench, it served as a chilling reminder of his ironclad rule to forever keep a towering emotional wall between them. Cruising through the neon-drenched streets back to headquarters, the old man threw a curveball, pushing his protege to actually find a lover before fully surrendering his humanity to cold, lifeless chrome. The kid just stared out the window, muttering. That fleeting exchange dug up a nasty truth. Harboring care for this ancient killer was a slow-acting poison, because deep in his gut, he knew the Grim Reaper was certain, and their inevitable bloody parting was written in the stars. He only harbored one desperate, silent prayer, that when the time came, he wouldn't be the one forced to put the old dog down with his bare hands. Cut to a grimy dive where fully chromed mercenaries were roaring with obnoxious laughter over cheap booze. Strolling through the filth, his right-hand man threw a harsh warning that these soulless hounds would gleefully slit throats for a handful of credits. Snapping, the young boss snatched the guy by his greasy collar, snarling that he demanded a lead, not a pathetic circus of street trash. Shaking it off, Gabriel quickly laid out the intel their boy, Kanoma, was locked down on the second floor, and busting him out of that medical fortress was going to drain their accounts. Without flinching, the leader tossed a heavily encrypted data, ordering the hounds to back up the files with their lives, which they greedily accepted. Disappearing into the shadows, the financial backer tossed one final ice, instructing Gabriel to remind those mutts exactly who was pulling the strings, and that they'd better treat this suicide run like gospel. Meanwhile, locked away on the second floor, a battered Kanoma sat paralyzed on his sterile hospital cot. Kicking the door open, the young boss caught the tail end of Gabriel's speech, stressing that Ken's ghost file absolutely had to remain buried deep within the facility's master logs. The smuggler kept running his mouth, breaking down how any snooping outsiders would only hit a dead end, running face first into oblivious meathead guards and soaking in the tactical advantage. A razor-thin, devilish grin crept across the mastermind's scarred face. Reaching into the dark, he loaded the syringe. Closing the distance to Ken, Luca gripped the device tight. Out of nowhere, a blade sliced through the air, rocketing straight for Ken Noma. The tense silence shattered with a single question. "Do you have any idea who I am, Ken Noma?" Gripping the caught blade, Ken nodded, making it clear he knew exactly who was standing before him. Ken locked eyes with Luca. Toying with the knife, he boldly declared the guy was actually someone he could trust. Luca calmly suggested they sit down and talk. Off to the side, Gabriel just stood there completely blindsided by their hostile standoff. No hesitation. Ken lunged from the bed, unleashing a brutal strike. But Luca did not even flinch, effortlessly deflecting the blow with a lightning-fast parry. Sensing the raw combat experience behind the old man's assault, Luca countered, hard, shoving Ken back on his heels. Ken stumbled back onto the mattress. Totally bewildered, he demanded to know what the hell Luca had done to him. Realizing his foggy brain suddenly felt crystal clear. Luca just shrugged. He simply stated he whipped up a custom chemical cocktail and injected it. Baffled, Ken pressed him, demanding to know where he learned medical. Luca laid his cards on the table. He was hunting down the shadowy backer pulling Tora's strings. But before he could spill the rest, Ken cut him off, desperately craving a smoke and a stiff drink. Lighting up and taking a swig, Ken told the kid to loosen up, mocking his stiff military posture. Then it clicked. Ken remembered Tora dropping the name Noel. Taking a drag, he explained there was no way Tora ran a massive operation like the Queen all by herself. It had to be that mysterious backer's doing. Hooked Luca urged him to elaborate, so Ken revealed that a huge chunk of the Queen's cash flow was secretly being siphoned off. Pausing, Ken admitted he needed a massive favor before spilling more secrets. Luca instantly pieced the puzzle together. This was all about Aleph. Ken nodded grimly. His eyes burned with vengeance, desperate to make the guy pay for leaving him utterly crippled. But the mysterious guest coldly shut him down. He stated that he and Aleph were strictly business partners, ordering Ken to let the grudge go. The man then gave Ken a harsh reality check. He only survived because Gabriel's crew took him in. If he wanted payback, he would have to earn it after leaving this safe house. Annoyed, Ken snapped back fiercely, promising that unlike his visitor, he actually honors his deals. Luca just stood there, cynically thinking how every backstabber spits out the exact same garbage. He shifted his focus to Gabriel, lurking in the shadows, knowing damn well who his real allies were. Suddenly, one specific phrase hit the air. Tora's private ledgers. Luca's eyes shot wide open. The old informant laid it out. Aleph was definitely holding on to those encrypted files. He urged Luca to hunt down any front companies, starting with the letter B, because that was the secret pipeline funneling all the dirty money straight to Noel. Right as the intel sinks in, a commotion erupts out in the hallway. Gabriel steps up, demanding to know what all the racket is. Stepping into view, a lethal woman casually stomps on a knocked-out mercenary's skull, mocking the thug for thinking he ever stood a chance. Smirking at Gabriel, she arrogantly suggests he needs to train his guard dogs a hell of a lot better. Furious, Gabriel barks at her, demanding to know why she just raided his turf. Striding down the steps, Luca cuts in, questioning her sudden, violent entrance. The intruder casually brushes them off. She admits she crashed the party uninvited, but claims there is urgent business that needs sorting out. A heavy, suffocating tension fills the room as they lock eyes. Breaking the stare down, Luca steps forward, bluntly asking if she thinks she can just smash up the place without consequences. Unfazed, she owns up to the mess but smoothly counters asking if they should not just skip to negotiations instead of fighting. Luca barks orders at the crew to clean up the wreckage. As he and Gabriel head out, he strictly forbids the men from touching a single drop of booze. Soon the trio steps out, navigating through a chaotic city, bathed in neon. Walking the glowing streets, Gabriel drops some lore. He explains that La Vie en Rose is an infamous syndicate built specifically to protect women on the streets. He adds that practically everyone in the crew was born into the lifestyle, led by a fierce female boss. Piqued, Luca asks if Gabriel has ever crossed paths with her. Gabriel nods, recalling a brief glimpse of her during an old security gig. He instantly starts bragging about her stunning looks, practically drooling over the details, while Luca just stays dead silent. Deep in thought, Luca realizes Aleph would not hesitate to stab him in the back if the money dried up. Right now, he needs a loyal attack dog, making Gabriel an absolutely crucial pawn on his chessboard. Out of nowhere, the mysterious woman cuts the chatter. They have reached their stop. Looming above them is the massive, intimidating architecture of the infamous pavilion, the Mermaid Mother. Hanging by the entrance, the woman calls out Gabriel's name. Annoyed, he instantly squares up, asking if she is itching for round 2. Standing before the grand double doors, she coldly warns Gabriel not to disrespect the madam this time. She shoots him a dark look, muttering that obedience is the only way he will walk out alive. The heavy doors swing wide open. Instantly, a thick blood-red mist floods the hallway. Luca's face darkens. It dawns on him exactly why he let this girl lead them here. He realizes the fog is designed to completely hijack their senses. Bracing himself, he threatens to blow the brains out of anyone who twitches. One guard tries his luck, only to catch a brutal bullet straight to the skull. As the thick smoke clears, a mysterious woman hiding behind an elegant fan steps forward, ordering everyone to stand down. The boss glares, demanding to know who gave them the nerve to act so high and mighty toward her personal guest. Her lackey quickly bows in desperate apology. Gabriel instantly fires up, ready to explode, but Luca steps in. He signals the hothead to chill out. Luca casually mentions they only dropped by for a friendly chat, even though he sees right through her. She and smoothly demands Luca's name. He introduces himself without breaking a sweat, only for her to interrogate him about his business, creeping around the lower sectors. He shoots back that it is absolutely none of her business. Her eyes narrow, coldly warning Luca that he clearly has no clue exactly where he is standing. This is La Vie en Rose. Luca just chuckles, completely unfazed, while she snaps that he is dead wrong if he thinks fancy noble blood buys protection down here. Madame Martina glares dagger hidden behind her ornate fan, right as he mocks how some street rats act like royalty just because they run together in a little pack. Seeing her boss burning up with rage, Martina's right-hand woman rushes over, begging her to cool off. The servant leans in close, whispering frantically into her ear. Luca watches the whole silent exchange. Snap! Martina whips her fan shut in one vicious motion. Without missing a beat, she spins on her heels and barks at them to follow her. Escorting the crew deeper inside, Martina coldly declares she will drop the games once they reach her private quarters. Boom! Martina drops the bomb. She just wants to date Gabriel. Luca blinks, genuinely baffled why a powerful boss like her would care about his guy. I mean, sure, a pretty face can unlock plenty of doors. Gabriel groans, muttering how much he hates being treated like property, but Luca steps in to set the record straight. He is just an investor, not the kid's master. Gabriel hotly agrees, barking that Luca does not own him, instantly provoking Martina's sharp gaze. Luca actually nudges Gabriel to just take her out. Mixing a little romance with their gang business would not kill him. Totally clueless as to why the kid is resisting, Luca asks what the big deal is. Sweating, Gabriel hisses that Martina is way past his age bracket. It suddenly clicks for Luca. This terrifying woman is literally older than Gabriel's own grandmother. Gabriel stammers out that he would rather take a bullet than date a senior, no matter how insanely gorgeous she still looks. Hitting a brick wall, Luca smoothly pivots. He reveals that Gabriel just launched his own syndicate and is officially banned from stepping foot inside La Vie en Rose. He casually adds that with their new heavy hitter from the arena, Gabriel's crew will take over the streets in no time. But Martina isn't backing down, purring that she has never, ever let a... Lucas ruthlessly pokes the bear. He smirks, telling her there is a first time for everything, even for a dinosaur like her. Completely brushing off the savage insult, Martina locks eyes with the boy. She leans in, promising to shower him with wealth and power beyond his wildest dreams. Her playful mask vanishes, dead serious. Cornered, Gabriel grinds his teeth. Cold sweat drips down his neck, totally humiliated under everyone's piercing stares. Dead silence fills the room. Everyone holds their breath. Finally, Martina lets out a heavy sigh. Since he is playing hard to get, flipping the switch, the boss lady decides it is time to talk pure business. She crosses her arms, questioning exactly why they are building a mafia. She openly admits she does not want bad blood with a fearless psycho like Lucas. Gabriel blinks, totally getting whiplash from her sudden mood swing. Then Martina bursts out laughing, openly mocking the kid. She drops the ultimate punchline. She actually has a massive soul. Barking with cruel laughter, she calls Gabriel utterly pathetic. The mere thought of him begging at her feet literally gives her spine-tingling thrills. Watching his partner get roasted alive, Lucas casually remarks that rich snobs aren't the only ones with deeply twisted fetishes. Wiping away a tear, Martina snaps back into boss mode, ready to seal the deal. Smash cut to a massive, glowing hologram. Meanwhile, Aleph couldn't help but respect Lucas's hustle, realizing the guy was an absolute genius for locking down a partnership with La Vie en Rose so fast. Fresh off his meeting with the madam, Lucas tracked down Aleph. The master plan: forge a massive three-way alliance between Gabriel's crew, the Blood Arena, and the brothel. Once the street whispers started spreading, no rival gang would dare mess with them. Plus, top-tier mercenaries would practically beg to join their ranks. Lucas dropped a bombshell. He already knew Aleph was secretly working under Torah, and he fully expected the guy to keep playing his part. Out on the neon-lit streets, giant holograms drifted silently above the Martina's bodyguard pulled Lucas aside, questioning if he actually trusted this sketchy new ally. Lucas smirked, telling her she would have to be completely blind to doubt him now. He admitted that true loyalty is a rare currency down here. Humans are way too chaotic to rely on blindly. His mind flashed back to Martina's sweet offer. She was lending them one of her own elite assassins. The fierce ex-soldier packed insane combat experience, but Lucas wasn't stupid. He instantly knew the madam was using the girl as a spy to dig up his true identity. Still, he figured, having a trained killer watch their backs was infinitely better than relying on Gabriel's squad of street trash. It was a total win-win situation. Right until the spy started poking around casually. When Lucas pressed for a reason, she pointed out his sheer strength, admitting someone that young shouldn't have overpowered her so effortlessly. Lucas called out her bold confidence, but the woman quickly set the record straight. She didn't walk away because she lacked the skills. In fact, she reigned as the absolute best fighter in her entire squad. Lucas dug deeper into her real reason for leaving, but she shut him down instantly. They simply weren't tight enough to share that kind of history. He dropped the subject, though she still insisted on escorting him out. Right before they went their separate ways, she playfully teased him, making sure he knew he still couldn't beat her, before offering a very formal farewell. He just stood there, watching her fade into the distance. Now completely alone in a dark alleyway, Lucas mentally replayed Ken's strict instructions. Track down any corporation starting with the letter B, buried deep within the official logbooks. He banked on this clue, leading him straight to Noel, a clever alias Kinuan reportedly used. Scouring through the raw data, Lucas hit a massive brick wall. Every single one of those businesses had permanently shut down years ago, he quickly realized. He desperately needed a much more reliable database, since the current system was hopelessly corrupted. His only real shot was hacking straight into the Imperial Data Network. Fully aware this favor would cost him dearly, he swallowed his pride and made the call anyway. The second the line clicked open, a slick voice greeted him casually, noting just how busy Lucas had been lately. Nicholas then skipped the small talk, demanding they cut straight to the chase. Lucas bluntly demanded full access to the Imperial database. When Nicholas instantly shot that down, he pivoted, offering to investigate those dead shell companies instead. Nicholas smirked, asking if pulling this off would finally boost Lucas's pathetic standing within the family. Lucas gave a tight confirmation. Satisfied, Nicholas agreed to play ball and requested the target list. He promised solid intel within 2 hours, tossing in a mocking comment about how devoted brothers should always have each other's back. Killing the connection, a wave of pure disgust washed over Lucas. He absolutely loathed their fake poisonous brotherhood. Still, he forced himself to ignore the heavy price tag of this favor, knowing the mission remained his one and only priority. Standing in the quiet alley, his mind drifted back to the messy web of alliances he'd been forced to forge, dealing with Aleph Kanoma, Gabriel's brutal street gang, and the shady Pink Meat Syndicate. He had burned through the entire night, just locked in exhausting negotiations, leaving him completely drained and lightheaded. He crashed hard onto his mattress, dreading that the absolute worst-case scenario would be a sudden phone call from his new adopted father. He buried his face deep into the pillows, desperately begging the universe for just a few seconds of silence. But that tiny glimmer of hope shattered the second his device chimed with a harsh text notification. It was from Nicholas, a grim reminder that his grueling mission was nowhere near finished. Scanning through the dense report, Lucas couldn't help but wonder just how many brutal operations Al had tackled alone while he was gone. It suddenly clicked his partner had been recklessly volunteering for entirely optional death missions. No wonder the guy had completely fallen off the radar. A vivid memory flashed in Lucas's mind, echoing Al's fierce promise that starting from that exact day, he was done running like a coward. Driven by that heavy memory, Lucas knew he had to track him down immediately. Pulling up his friend's current location, he saw Al was chilling off duty inside his personal maintenance bay. Just as Lucas turned to head over there, a girl cornered him asking if he'd heard the latest rumors. She spilled that Al had gone completely off the rails grinding missions like a madman. She bluntly warned Lucas that his precious #1 rank was in serious jeopardy if he didn't watch his back. Without skipping a beat, Lucas shot her an icy glare. "We will see." The girl immediately fired back with a teasing smirk, questioning if scoring an adoption into the elite Castoria family was inflating his ego. Hearing her casually tell him to loosen up, Lucas silently fumed. These clueless idiots had absolutely zero idea what was really. His mind violently snapped back to the old days. Pulling the trigger blindly, just following cold orders without questioning morality, it used to be so incredibly simple. But now he was entirely on his own. Surrounded by potential traitors, he had to viciously choke down the overwhelming urge to just throw in the towel. Even though the bitter regret stung, he steeled his resolve. This was his chosen path, and failing meant a bullet to the brain. Period. His only ticket to survival was crushing these obstacles so he could finally match legends like Kinuan or Ilias. Catching his dark expression, the girl quickly backpedaled. She apologized for jumping to conclusions, confessing she was just genuinely worried when he went MIA. He brushed it off, masking his exhaustion. This chaotic life, it brought him the raw power, deadly strength, and untouchable he had spent his entire life craving. He smoothly deflected, noting that greatness takes baby steps, at least until those arrogant nobles finally started showing some real respect. He openly admitted his brain was running on zero sleep for days. Playing the high-class noble game was absolute torture, yet he swore to keep climbing that bloody ladder no matter the cost. With that, Lucas turned his back and marched down the sterile corridor toward the private maintenance bay. Pushing the heavy doors open, he spotted Al deeply submerged inside a glowing medical pod. Catching sight of his friend, the blonde threw up a casual greeting, earning a tired nod from Lucas. Staring down at Al's brutally mangled hand, Lucas winced at the heavy damage his friend had clearly taken. Al shot him a weary grin, mentioning he'd heard rumors about the Aura Cardica, but Lucas immediately brushed it off, insisting his own chaos was nothing compared to the hell Al had put himself through. The girl's warning about losing his top rank suddenly echoed, forcing him to swallow a bitter pill. Right now, Al was dangerously stronger than him. Realizing this wasn't just a friendly rivalry anymore, Lucas knew he urgently needed to evolve his entire fighting style. Hauling himself out of the pod, Al threw a playful jab. He joked about whether being best buddies with such a high-profile target came with any VIP perks. Shot back a warm, brotherly comeback. Throwing his gear back on, Al eagerly waved Lucas over, hyping him up with a promise to, finally. He guides Lucas through a sprawling lab to show off his ultimate prize. Suspended inside a massive, fluid-filled tank, a terrifying mechanical beast just floats there in the eerie light. Smirking at the monster, he asks, "Isn't it badass?" Suddenly it all clicks for Lucas. No wonder the guy was acting so incredibly cocky. Lucas immediately recognizes the monstrosity. It's a predator straight out of Novus, a nightmare creature practically impossible to capture. He has to admit his buddy has seriously leveled up. Staring at the tank, Lucas asks the million-dollar question. What does this thing have to do with the ancient arcane civilization? His friend shrugs. Nothing is set in stone yet, he admits, but there is definitely some kind of hidden connection. He explains the insane part. Even though they are made entirely of metal, their internal structures are insanely complex. They can actually breed and evolve. Smiling like a proud father, catching that unhinged smirk, Lucas swallows hard. Can you even tame something like that? He asks. The guy just shakes his head. Nobody knows. Nobody has ever pulled it off before. Stepping back out onto the breezy balcony, Lucas presses further. So, what exactly happens to the metal beast now? He leans in, revealing that this might be Lucas's one and only chance to see it. Soon, the creature is getting shipped off to the Royal Palace's top-secret research division. Lucas nods, realizing that once it goes behind those walls, the guy flashes a wicked smirk. Without warning, he whips out a stunning ancient dagger. Turns out the metal beast wasn't his only massive score. Lucas's eyes go wide. He instantly recognizes the weapon. It is a high-ranking commander's ceremony. The hilt and blade are carved entirely from the bones of an extinct monster. It is a priceless. Skeptical Lucas raises an eyebrow. Can you even use a bone knife in a real fight? Hold your weapon tight, his friend warns. In a blinding flash, he lunges straight at Lucas. Clang, Lucas barely manages to block the lethal strike with his suddenly explosive energy crackles straight down the ancient blade. Retracting the weapon, with a grin, his friend announces it is a gift. An early celebration for— They call this blade always white, he explains smoothly. And trust me, giving this to you is a very deliberate move. Lucas narrows his eyes, trying to figure out if he is being messed with. But hearing the deadly serious tone in his friend's voice, he knows he means every word. Under the sprawling city skyline, Lucas silently accepts the legendary blade. I will put it to good use, Lucas vows. Later that night, safely back in his own dimly lit quarters, he finally gets a moment alone with his new prize. Running his thumb over the bone hilt, he gets lost in thought. He realizes that in a doomed universe destined for absolute ruin, their lives are nothing more than a fleeting, insignificant spark. Even so, he tightens his grip. Power, survival, and the bonds forged along the way. Those are things worth holding on to until the very bitter end. Shaking his head, Lucas lets out a self-deprecating sigh. Man, I am really getting way too sentimental, he mutters to the empty.